With this firm hold on history's motive power, Seward worked out a tight itinerary for his compatriots. From a continental base of power that would surely include Canada and Latin America, the United States had to advance along two routes, south and west through the Caribbean, via a chain of island bases, to the isthmus and thence, via canal, into and over the Pacific, more directly west. To California, via transcontinental railroad, and thence across by ship to Hawaii, to farther Pacific way stations, and finally to Asia for a triumphant completion of the voyage Columbus started. So citizens of the empire could exploit that illimitable market once they arrived. Seward vigorously supported the open door. This American policy, according to Walter Lafebre, that was nothing new, dating back to the most favored nation clauses in the first American-Chinese Treaty in 1844. Seward did all he could. He helped in the construction of the Transcontinental Railroad by providing for the importation of Chinese contract laborers, Burlingame Treaty, 1868, those Celestials Robert Louis Stevenson saw on his way to San Francisco. He gave his backing to abortive U.S. schemes to build an Isthmian Canal. In 1867 he purchased Alaska, with its Aleutian finger pointing toward the target. He tried to buy the Danish Virgin Islands and the Spanish islands of Cuba and Puerto Rico, tried to annex Haiti or Santo Domingo or both, and advocated annexation of Hawaii. But as he himself said, no new national policy deliberately undertaken upon considerations of future advantages ever finds universal favor when first announced, my italics. He knew as well that an industrialized, steam-propelled empire moved more rapidly than one that was sail-driven and horse-drawn, and knew what he was proposing shot ahead of where the country was. For all these advantages to be realized, the United States still had to lick its Civil War wounds, complete the basic industrial plant, mop up resistance of the Plains Indians against final continental consolidation, and have a political and economic climate warm enough for the plunge into overseas colonies. Pending that time, Seward left his countrymen a buoy to mark their course. Midway Island, over 1,000 nautical miles west of Hawaii, was acquired by the United States in 1867. Secretary of State Hay returned from London in 1898 to a windfall of ripe apples blown down by the splendid little war. Let us follow his efforts to pick them up along Seward's two routes to the Orient, departing from the continental colossus. North America. The discovery of gold in the Klondike intensified the dispute over Alaska's southeastern boundary. Hay had long supported bringing Canada into the Union, and in the early 1890s had joined the Continental Union League with Theodore Roosevelt, Andrew Carnegie, and other annexationists, but that other continental colonizing power continued to elude their grasp, as it had that of all their compatriots since John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. Hence Hay had to content himself with preserving what he could of Seward's purchase. He 273 worked out a modus vivendi for the boundary on October 20, 1899. It took Theodore Roosevelt's big stick threat of military force and the favorable findings of a commission to satisfy U.S. claims in 1903. Virgin Islands. Hay tried to buy the islands but haggled over Denmark's price of $5 million, offered instead $4,250,000, as though he were dickering for a piece of property with Amasis Stone's money, and had the disappointment of seeing the deal fall through. During the course of the negotiations he demonstrated he had not yet learned the finer points of the large policy. When the United States purchased the islands in 1916, amid exaggerated alarms over German threats to the area, the price had gone up to $25 million. Cuba and Puerto Rico. The islands had already fallen into U.S. hands by the time Hay returned to Washington. Isthmian Canal. Hay abrogated British canal claims under the old Clayton-Bulwer Treaty, 1850, by the Hay-Pauncefote Treaty of 1901. Working under the increasingly heavy hand of Theodore Roosevelt, he helped bully the Colombians into parting with their route by the Hay-Herran Convention of 1903, when that fell through became for the one and only time in his life a revolutionist by backing the staged revolt in Panama, and promptly clinched unilateral U.S. control of the liberated zone through the Hay-Buenaventura Treaty of 1903. Hawaii. While still in London, Hay had cabled the State Department in support of prompt annexation of Hawaii before war closes, as otherwise Germany might seek to complicate the question with Samoa or Philippine Islands, KJC, p. 124. Hawaii was annexed July 7, 1898, before Hay's return, and was destined to be ruled by a missionary sugar oligarchy for the next half-century. Samoa. Hay embroidered Seward's master plan through partition of the country with Germany, December 1899, an agreement that extended U.S. sovereignty over several of the islands, including Tutwila and its harbor Pago Pago, destined to become a strategic naval base. Philippine Islands. Under McKinley's direction but with his own full concurrence, Hay sent his famous wire, October 26, 1898, to the peace commissioners in Paris: "The cession must be of the whole archipelago or none." He responded angrily to the Filipino nationalists, holding them absolutely unable to run their own affairs and advocating ruthless suppression of the movement led by Emilio Aguinaldo. In June 1899 he cabled Jacob Sherman, chairman of McKinley's first Philippine Com. 274. Mission, that there was no excuse for further resistance by the Filipinos, and if it continues the President will send all the force necessary to suppress insurrection and establish the authority of the United States in the islands, KJC, p. 137. China. With the Philippines holding the key to the markets of Asia, Hay seemingly became the age's master locksmith when Uncle Sam catches the ripe fruit, from the San Francisco Call, January 29, 1893. Throughout the century, expansionists extended John Quincy Adams's ripening apple theory from Cuba to a variety of other countries without doing visible damage to the pleasing inevitability it posited. In the 1850s, the Alta California described the Hawaiian Islands as luscious fruit about to drop in the American lap. 4 decades later, in a view given concurrent visual form in this cartoon, the U.S. minister to Hawaii pronounced it finally fully ripe, and this is the golden hour for the United States to pluck it. A succession of golden hours seemingly struck when Hay joined McKinley's administration, though Canada and Mexico remained unplucked. 275. He coupled their acquisition with his famous open-door notes of September 6, 1899, and his circular of July 3, 1900. The notes and circular undertook to ensure equal trading opportunities even within the various spheres of influence and the territorial and administrative integrity of China. Hay pronounced the evasive, non-committal, even negative responses he received final and definitive approval of his principles, and the American public, if not the European colonial powers and China, believed him. Now, this stark outline of Hay's half-dozen years as Secretary of State shows at a glance the massive continuity of his diplomacy with that of the past. Nothing he did or attempted was new if we accept such embroidery as his acquisition of part of Samoa. On the diplomatic front, therefore, the new empire of 1900 deserved to be known as the Adams Seward Hay Empire, with the efforts of other Secretaries of State, including Henry Clay, Daniel Webster, William L. Marcy, Hamilton Fish, William M. Evarts, and Hay's old idol Blaine, thrown in for good measure. All that was new at the turn of the century were the means and politically favorable conditions for realizing Seward's future advantages. The Adams Seward Hay imperial vision had one constant we have traced thus far, and that was unforgettably expressed by Thomas Hart Benton in the middle of the Manifest Destiny 1840s. Speaking on the Oregon question in 1846, Benton put the issue for all non-white races as civilization or extinction, judging Indians inferior to Orientals. The senator maintained that the former had been destroyed so whites could get at the latter and, through conquest, commerce, and intermarriage, sting them into high civilization. In like manner, Seward had granted Orientals no more than decaying civilizations and in effect denied native peoples in between Occident and Orient any civilization at all. Seward's empire builders still moved as inexorably through open. 276. Uncle Sam's New Caught Anthropoids, from the Literary Digest, August 20, 1898. Published originally in the Philadelphia Inquirer, this cartoon had a legend supplied by an admiring John Bull, It's really most extraordinary what training will do. Why, only the other day I thought that man unable to support himself. This new imperial relationship of Uncle Sam and John Bull illustrated what Hay liked to call a partnership in beneficence. 277. Space, across vacant seas and unpeopled lands, as had the conquerors of his continental base. And like the good disciple he was, Hay became livid over the rejection in Bogota of his convention with Heron. The Colombians, he said, were greedy little anthropoids, TD, p. 376. In his eyes the Filipinos bore no closer resemblance to men and women. Hay assuredly accepted Henry Adams's rejection of them as the usual worthless Malay type, L. 215. Hay harbored a special hate for Aguinaldo and, as though the Filipino general were a red prophet being seduced by sinister British agents, wrote Henry Cabot Lodge from London that the Germans had been courting Spain and now they are trying to put the devil into the head of Aguinaldo, KJC, p. 127. And after all Hay had done for them with his open-door notes, even the Chinese were ungrateful wretches. We have done the Chinks a great service, he wrote an advisor in 1903, which they don't seem inclined to recognize, KJC, p. 156. Hardly more than the Colombians did they resemble persons and deserve to be treated as such. Had China proposed the open door for the United States, Hay would have thought that truly preposterous. He, protectionist Secretary of State, did not even consider extending his famous principles to the newly acquired possessions of Puerto Rico and the Philippines. In the grand perspective, Hay was a product of family work going back even farther than his friend Adams said. U.S. empire building went back beyond John Adams to the first Henry Adams and the earliest planters. That Hay was a product of this past made him in some ways more important for understanding the deeper currents of U.S. imperialism. With empty space not in front of the advancing empire but in himself, his career had a pathos that calls to mind Thoreau's comment about individuals who came to the grave only to find they had never lived. An ideologue of white nationalism, Hay had so little inner life he could properly call his own. Even his anxieties and fears were stock byproducts of his time and place. In his speeches all the patterns in the old national comforter stood out. Jefferson's unavoidable destiny, John. 278. Quincy Adams's apparent destiny, James K. Polk's manifest destiny, and Seward's higher law destiny became in Hay's hands a cosmic tendency, a modification that suggested a dash of John Fiske. In a 1904 speech at the Louisiana Purchase Exposition in St. Louis, Hay invoked that providence which watched over our infancy as a people and which, under whatever name, added the vast territory of Louisiana to the Union. It had all been determined, or, if you please, predestined, for the Secretary held that no man, no party can fight with any chance against a cosmic tendency. No cleverness, no popularity, avails against the spirit of the age, add, pages 248, 250. And it was left to Hay to declare, while commemorating 50 years of the Republican Party, that the United States had advanced a general plan of opening a field of enterprise in those distant regions where the far west becomes the far east, add, p. 284. In these addresses the themes and attitudes of his youth in Indiana and Illinois, his years in the White House, his tours of duty abroad, even echoes of the Viennese ghetto, all came out time and again, as in his Louisiana Centennial Light Show in celebration of the press for its daily victories of truth over error, of light over darkness, add, p. 256. Hay's domestic and international assumptions and attitudes were two sides of the same coin, in part because what had formerly been considered domestic Indian hating had recently been internationalized. In 1904, a year before his death, aware that he was about to step off that stage favored by Providence, Colonel Hay bid young Republicans, as the children of Israel encamping by the sea were bidden, to go forward. We whose hands can no longer hold the flaming torch pass it on to you that its clear light may show the truth to the ages that are to come. Add, p. 301. 279. Chapter XX. Insular Expert, Professor Worcester. Too much kindness is very likely to spoil him, and he thinks more of a master who applies the rattan vigorously when it is deserved, than of one who does not. On the other hand, he is quick to resent injustice. With all their amiable qualities, it is not to be denied that at present the civilized natives are utterly unfit for self-government. Dean C. Worcester, The Philippine Islands, 1898. One May day in those distant regions where the Far West becomes the Far East, Commodore George Dewey sank the Spanish fleet in Manila Bay. On receiving word of this glorious victory, President William McKinley supposedly said he could not have told where those darned islands were within 2,000 miles. At this point the history lecturer usually pauses to quote McKinley's later confession to a group of Methodist ministers, "The truth is I didn't want the Philippines, and when they came to us as a gift from the gods, I did not know what to do with them." The president sought counsel from Republicans and Democrats to little avail, walked the floor of the White House night after night, and I am not ashamed to tell you, gentlemen, that I went down on my knees and prayed Almighty God for light and guidance more than one night. Thereupon the supplicant was enlightened by the Almighty's unequivocal response that there was nothing left for us to do but to take them all, and to educate the Filipinos, and uplift, and civilize and Christianize them. And so, according to the lively presentations of countless lecturers, began the great aberration. The more commonplace truth is that Providence hardly figured at all in the U.S. bid for overseas empire. As McKinley's most recent biographer pointed out, the president was inclined from 280. The first to keep the Philippines. Navy Department plans to attack Manila in case of war with Spain were decades old. Before February 25, 1898, McKinley had ordered Dewey to destroy the Spanish fleet in the Far East at the outbreak of hostilities, and that meant Theodore Roosevelt's unauthorized cable to that end and of that date merely implemented standing administration policy. Before word of Dewey's spectacular victory had been confirmed in Washington, McKinley had decided to send a supporting expedition of troops, and that meant the U.S. presence there was not a gift from the gods or even from the large policy expansionists clustered around Roosevelt, Henry Cabot Lodge, and Alfred Thayer Mahan. McKinley knew where his expedition was going, and even without prayers why it was going there. Less weak than Spanish Minister Delaunay suggested in his infamous pilfered cable, McKinley tenaciously and shrewdly nurtured the crowd's taste for annexation while bidding for its admiration. Whatever misgivings he may have had about its support evaporated in October 1898 on his off-year election tour of the Midwest and West. His major appearance was fittingly at the Trans-Mississippi Exposition in Omaha, once a staging area in the westward thrust of the Continental Empire. There, and also at whistle stops between Ohio and the Dakotas, his references to Dewey and Manila raised hearty cheers and applause and that old battle cry, "Westward ho!" Thus audibly was the voice of the people, the voice he wanted to hear, "Westward ho! To those darned islands!" At first the commander-in-chief had for his guidance only a map torn from a school book, but shortly he could follow the action on a coast and geodetic survey chart based on the exploratory findings of expeditions going back a half-century and more to Charles Wilkes's detailed maps of the South Seas, CP 129. Not as ignorant of geography as he let on, McKinley had much to learn about Pacific Islands and was still doing his homework when just the man he had been looking for walked into his office. In December 1898, Professor Worcester of the University of Michigan stopped by the White House on his way to do research in Europe. As he later put it, he wanted to communicate to President McKinley certain facts relative to the Philippines situation which seemed to me ought to be brought to his attention, ppnp, p. 87. Among citizens of the Republic, Worcester's qualifications were very nearly unique. Prior to 1898 he had spent almost 4 years in the Spanish Philippines collecting zoological specimens. His article Naughty Problems of the Philippines had just appeared in the October issue of Century magazine, LVI 87379, and concurrently Macmillan had published his Philippine Islands and Their People, a work so timely it had come to McKinley's attention and had already been reprinted twice. In the Century summary of his views, Worcester had strongly opposed withdrawal from the islands, to do so would stultify ourselves in the eyes of the world. Furthermore, the civilized natives could hardly be left alone to work out their own salvation. Their utter unfitness for self-government at the present time is self-evident. This utter unfitness of the Filipinos, a phrase that echoed down through the debates of the years to come, had already become the cornerstone of McKinley's policy for the islands. The president thought them no more fit to manage their own affairs than the Cubans, thought it no more wise or prudent to recognize their republic than he had the Cuban, and as with the Puerto Ricans, no doubt was relieved not to be handicapped in his dealings with them by a Teller Amendment, the fateful pledge the United States would leave Cuba to the Cubans. Currently in the process of repudiating the alliance between Admiral Dewey's forces and General Aguinaldo's revolutionary Filipinos, McKinley obviously liked hearing the latter were so unfit. He must have been impressed by the authoritative soundness of his visitor's views and by his invaluable first-hand information, for at the close of their discussion he surprised Worcester by asking him to become his personal representative in the Philippines. By the time the professor had cancelled his European trip and agreed to go, McKinley had decided to send a commission headed by Jacob Gould Sherman, the president of Cornell University. Accordingly, in January 1899 the president made Worcester a member of this first Philippine Commission. In the spring of 1900 he appointed him to the Second Philippine Commission, headed by William Howard Taft. The only man to serve on both the Sherman and the Taft commissions, Worcester was a commissioner and secretary of the Interior of the Philippines from 1900 to 1913. When Taft later became president he reportedly pronounced him the most valuable man we have on the Philippine Commission. Joseph Ralston Hayden, another Michigan professor and Worcester's biographer, asserted his hero was the only American who has achieved a secure and important place in history solely as a colonial administrator and statesman, ppnp, PV. Worcester's place in history now seems a little less secure than it did in 1929, and even then Hayden's assessment grievously neglected the claims of Colonel Thomas L. McKenney and other colonial 282 administrators within the Continental Empire. Nevertheless, the leadership of the man he cast as the foremost apostle of the United States to a backward Malay nation in the far eastern tropics, ppnp, p5, continues to merit careful scrutiny. 2. Like John Hay, Dean Conant Worcester, 1866192 was the son of a country doctor but came by his New England heritage directly and not by adoption. The Reverend William Worcester, founder of his family in America, had been part of the Great Puritan migration to the Massachusetts Bay in the 1630s. In the 1770s Captain Noah Worcester, his great-grandfather, had been chairman of the Committee of Correspondence in Hollis, New Hampshire. The Reverend Samuel Austin Worcester, his uncle, was the missionary to the Cherokees of Worcester v. Georgia fame, 1832, 6 Peters, 51596. Dr. Ezra Carter Worcester, his father, practiced medicine in Thetford, Vermont. The young Worcester grew up in Thetford, attended its academy, and then went to high school in Newton, Massachusetts. To save money he did not go to Dartmouth College, only 12 miles from his home, but went out to the University of Michigan, where he received his A.B. degree in 1889, became an instructor in animal morphology in 1893, and an assistant professor of zoology in 1895. Notwithstanding this junior faculty status, then, Worcester was still a graduate student in his early 30s when he met McKinley *. Meanwhile Worcester had been in the right place at the right time, for his entire career hinged on his having been in the Far East ahead of the moving empire. In 188,788 he had spent his junior year abroad in a collecting expedition to the Philippines organized by Chairman Joseph B. Steer of the Michigan Zoology Department. He returned to Ann Arbor to complete his senior year but after graduation found academic life decidedly dull. Little as I suspected it at the time, the tropics had fixed their strangely firm grip on me during that fateful first trip to the Far East, ppnp, p85. With Dr. Frank S. Bournes, with whom he had made the first trip, he set out to raise $10,000 for 2 more years in the Tropics and somehow, for unexplained reasons, managed to persuade Louis Menage, a wealthy resident of Minneapolis, to put up the money. And since in 188,788 they had been harassed by Spanish officials who suspected them of espionage, stirring up the natives, or prospecting for gold, Worcester and Bournes welcomed the good offices of President James Burrell Angell of the University of Michigan. Angell helped them work through the State Department for proper credentials and permission from the Spanish government for their tour of 189,093. At the time, Worcester maintained, he and Bournes had given no thought to the possibility that the data and photographs they were collecting might be of use to their government or of interest to the public. But the rapid march of events caught up with him and his companion. On hearing of Dewey's victory, the professor requested leave from his university, sat down with the letters he had written and with materials he had shipped home, and quickly threw together the Philippine Islands and their people, a record of personal observation and experience. Designed to capture the once-in-a-lifetime market, it was a scissors and paste production that credited a single source, Englishman John Foreman's The Philippine Islands, 1892, for its historical facts and then served them up in generous, multi-page helpings, example pages 45,054. A mix of travel book exploitation of strange and remote places and of pseudo-scientific commentary on the no less strange and exotic peoples living therein, it closely resembled Thomas L. McKenney's much earlier blend in his Tour to the Lakes, 1827. Reprinted 5 times within the year of publication, Worcester's book turned out to be more financially rewarding than the Colonel's sketches, and no less revealing. An early and unwitting revelation was why the tropics had him in their strangely firm grip. With positively boon-like enthusiasm, Worcester had plunged out of the world of people. The climate of the tropics was especially severe in its effect on white women and children, he wrote. It is very doubtful, in my judgment, if many successive generations of European or American children could be reared there. Phil, p. 67, and by American children he assuredly did not mean those with red, black, brown, or yellow skins, see also not, 875. He was drawn, therefore, to a world outside the family shelter and social relationships of his own species or kind, and one in which his own kind most probably could not survive. Save for a few Spaniards and other Europeans in Manila and along their route, Worcester and Bournes traversed space occupied only by natives. The former might have appropriately subtitled his work Isolated in the Islands. The reader followed. 284. The two lone hunters, as they traveled through the provinces shooting birds and reptiles and mammals, and collecting data on other mammals that lived in tribes. They coursed through the green jungles of these Crusoe Islands in the service of science, career, future economic advantage, and present psychological gratification, that strangely firm grip. Evening found us alone among the savages, reads a typical sentence, Phil, p. 265. On another island, Worcester was pleased to note, no native was anything like my size, p. 282. A hulking 6-footer, Worcester did not mind being looked up to. Apart from the pygmies, Filipinos averaged about 5 feet 6 inches in height and about 125 pounds in weight, rough statistics that place in perspective the difficulty even a strong native experienced in carrying the white hunter across streams and through the surf. Worcester took to riding on native backs as a matter of course, but did not enjoy being dropped. On their way to Siquijor, to reach the boat, which was some distance offshore, we had each to ride out astride a man's shoulders. Bournes got on very well, but I was 50 pounds heavier than the fellow who tried to carry me, and the strong swell made him sway and totter in a most alarming manner. Just as I thought myself safe, he stubbed his toe and pitched forward, shooting me over his head. I barely caught the edge of the boat, while the man retained his hold on my ankles, and recovered himself so that I hung suspended. My frantic efforts to get on board without a ducking finally ended in my landing a kick on the nose of my bearer which knocked him into the water, where of course I joined him, to the intense delight of a large crowd of spectators. Phil, pages 27576. Less understanding than McKenney after a comparable ducking, CP 183N, Worcester was not soothed by the natives' laughter. I scrambled aboard in a very poor humor. Normally Worcester prided himself on his mastery of situations and natives, possessively calling the bearers of their gear my Tagalog carriers, my Mangyans, or our coolies, pages 392, 393, 433. Their porters had plenty to do, for their total kill was heavy even after it had been skinned. The birds, big and little, crocodiles, deer on Culion, and rare wild buffalo on Mindoro called tamaraus. By accepting Spain's royal order in support of their second expedition, Worcester and Bournes had accepted its sovereignty over the Philippines and interpreted their official sanction to mean they could treat the Filipinos' country as an open hunting preserve over which they could wander at will. But in return for 285 their game and their help, Worcester prided himself on his generosity toward tribesmen. I had made it a principle to give each savage just twice what he asked for his services, and had left ardent admirers along my whole line of march, pages 39596. A bit less than extravagantly open-handed, Worcester paid off with empty sardine and butter cans, brass rings, bits of copper wire, cheap mirrors, pinches of tobacco, or sometimes even money. In Syquajor he and Bournes found plenty of men who were glad to serve us for 5 cents a day, pages 28587, 395. Sometimes he simply conscripted their services, example p. 424, as the Spanish had for centuries, but one way or another he made natives get him where he wanted to go, especially to the wild buffalo on Mindoro, where he stood over his first kill of a tamarau with something of the feeling Buffalo Bill Cody must have had at the outset of his career. No one who has not actually followed their trails days and weeks in vain, Worcester exulted, can fully realize my feelings when my first bull lay dead at my feet, p. 404. Everywhere the white hunter identified with his host's attempts to bring order to the country. Indeed he was scornful of the Spaniards for having brought so few of the 80 distinct tribes, as he reckoned their number, p. 57, under effective control, and shyly implied white Americans could have done much better in less time. No less than Thomas L. McKenney, Worcester was contemptuous of native cultures. To his mind the Filipinos had no literature worth mentioning and dialects almost barren of words of generalization. Like the colonel he enjoyed exposing medicine men as frauds whose charms and visions were shams, a lot of mummery, pages 42932. Child's tales were believed not only by natives but even by intelligent mestizos, he held, in an opinion implying that admixtures of white blood raised intelligence, p. 272, CFPPNP, p. 673. Still, he was himself not above exploit. 286. Ing natives with Prospero-like magic in hypnotizing chickens and in sleight-of-hand tricks, p. 268. Credulous, irresponsible, and dirty, the native was naturally indolent as McKenney's merciless savage. Indolent he surely is, but whether hopelessly so is another question. Worcester suggested rather harshly that native laziness might be remedied by increasing their necessities, pages 47879. And like the colonel's Indians, the Filipinos were children. Worcester found much truth in the statement of a priest who said of them, in many things they are big children who must be treated like little ones, p. 484. And this was the best knowledge of the Philippines a citizen could bring to the White House. As for specific proposals, Worcester recommended employing natives in the lower echelons of the colonial regime and taxing the islands sufficiently to keep the machinery of government going. Following the Spanish practice of referring to Filipino nationalists as tulas aints, or professional bandits, Worcester declared that a vigorous policy in dealing with them would have a very wholesome effect. So far as possible in operations against them native troops should be used, and a convenient way to dispose of a part of the insurgent forces would be to retain them in service under white officers. but every effort should be expended to win their confidence, for if any considerable number of them should take to the mountains, they could cause much trouble before they were run down. Not 878. 3 centuries of Indian hating had helped prepare McKinley to accept all this as authoritative and to adopt Worcester as his insular expert. Not only did the president offer to make him his personal representative, but after their interview immediately cabled the professor's recommendations to Ewell S. Otis, the major general in Manila who had undertaken to make the Filipinos good Indians. 3. Not so very long ago, observed Jean-Paul Sartre in a memorable sentence, the earth numbered 2,000 million inhabitants, 500 million men, and 1,500 million natives. To deal with natives in our new island possessions 11,000 miles away, the men in Washington naturally extrapolated from their accumulated experience in dealing with natives on the continent. 287. Even the administrative initialisms of the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Insular Affairs matched. In 1899 the Sherman Commission left for the islands technically under the authority of Secretary Hay, instructed by him and ordered to report back to him at the State Department. But by 1900 Filipino resistance made the War Department the responsible executive arm. The Taft Commission went out instructed by Secretary of War Elihu Root and ordered to report back to him. In 1901 McKinley planned to put Hay back in charge, partly for appearance's sake, but the president's assassination and continued hostilities left the Philippines in Root's hands. As in the case of the Indians until 1849, therefore, the Filipinos fell under the authority of the War Department. The Division of Insular Affairs therein, organized under executive authority in December 1898, became the Bureau of Insular Affairs, BIA, under the Organic Act, Sector 87, of 1902. Somehow historians have failed to note the fundamental identity of the first and second BIA in the War Department. The BIA of which McKinney was godfather and first head and the BIA under which Worcester served were both bureaucracies designed to subdue and control natives, not men. To deal with restless natives, McKinley just as naturally turned to the time-tested instrument that had fought more than 1,000 engagements from Appomattox to Wounded Knee before crushing armed resistance of the Sioux and other tribes. Originally his commander of the Philippine Expeditionary Force had been Major General Wesley Merritt, hero of the Civil War and of Indian fighting under Custer, but after the United States occupied Manila on August 13, 1898, Merritt had been ordered to Paris to participate in the peace conference. He was succeeded by General Otis, another veteran of the Civil and Indian Wars, who had 15,000 troops under his command, led in part by those who had learned their trade fighting Plains Indians. In December Brigadier General Marcus Miller, yet another old Indian fighter, reached Manila with an additional 2,500 men. Of these and the many other career officers who turned from fighting North American natives to Far Eastern, Major General Henry W. Lawton, who arrived in March 1899, had perhaps the most impressive record. In 1886 he had added to his Civil War Medal of Honor the feat of recapturing the great Apache Geronimo and in 1898 of becoming the hero of El Caney in Cuba. The big stick in the form of McKinley's expeditionary force was as suited to winning the confidence, hearts and minds of natives in the archipelago as Custer's 7th Cavalry had been in winning that of Crazy Horse at the Little Bighorn. Moreover, 288. McKinley's administration treated the Filipinos under General Emilio Aguinaldo as though they were a band of Sitting Bull Sioux or Geronimo's Apaches. The native forces, once considered useful, were pushed back from their positions around Manila, none too gently, refused a formal hearing in Washington, and shut out of the peace conference in Paris. Aware of the parallels, Roundsville Wildman, U.S. Consul in Hong Kong, warned Hay in Washington that the insurgent government of the Philippine Islands cannot be dealt with as though they were North American Indians, willing to be removed from one reservation to another at the whim of their masters. Had they known more U.S. history, the Filipinos would have been more cautious. Notwithstanding Dewey's denials, Aguinaldo had almost certainly been double-crossed, led by the Commodore and other official representatives to cooperate with the United States by their pledges, always unwritten, that they had arrived to help him liberate his country. The build-up of troops and the treatment of his Malolos government understandably increased the Filipino leaders' bitter suspicions, but these were assuaged somewhat by those pledges of honorable men and by a careful reading of the U.S. Constitution, which persuaded him it contained no authority for colonies and therefore none for colonialism. Still, he and his army were aware of precedents on the continent, though they acted on this awareness tardily. In a secret cable to John Hay, Jacob Gould Sherman later reported them exceedingly skeptical of our intentions, and they had cited the sad case of the American Indians as evidence, KJC, p. 137. A little less behindhand was the warning an Aguinaldo spokesman passed on to General Marcus Miller in January 1899, to protect the integrity of their republic. He pledged, "We will withdraw to the mountains and repeat the North American Indian warfare. You must not forget that." In the American occupation of the Philippines, Judge James H. Blount, who fought Filipinos without knowing anything of this background, wryly quoted the spokesman and added simply, "Later they did," 1912, pages 16263. "Line up, fellows, the niggers are in here all through these yards, so," rang out the cry of a Nebraska sentry on the night of February 4, 1899. He had just shot one native or maybe two and touched off what the textbooks cynically call the Philippine insurrection. Next day an emissary from Aguinaldo requested a truce, but Otis refused, saying the fighting had to go on to the grim end. It did. By July 4, 1902, when Roosevelt prematurely declared it over, 468 U.S. soldiers had fought and over 4,289 had died in the islands. Almost 5 times that number of natives had been killed in battles, to which body count one must add another 250,000 civilian deaths from the attendant fighting, malnutrition, and disease. The Philippine-American War was neither splendid nor little. McKinley's carrot in the form of the Sherman Commission arrived in Manila 1 month to the day after the war had commenced, a little late to conciliate the natives and keep them from taking to the hills. It was, in any event, an investigatory body and not a peace commission, as its composition made abundantly clear. Dewey, now an admiral, appropriately received the assignment of looking into the naval and maritime needs of the United States in its new possessions. Otis had already undertaken their pacification, along with Sherman and Worcester. The only other civilian commissioner was Colonel Charles Denby, former minister to China and an avowed imperialist, who saw the Philippines as stepping stones to that market. In a sense, President Sherman was the only unknown quantity on the commission. Originally he had opposed annexation on the grounds that the needs of empire trade, bases, the like might be met without a costly war of subjugation. Now he never wavered in his insistence the Filipinos had to accept the imperial sovereignty of the United States, and later showed plainly in his Philippine affairs, a retrospect and outlook that he largely shared Worcester's views of the natives and was by no means averse to the use of force against them. With the superabundance of force you impress the natives with the plenitude of your power, 1902, p. 109. Yet within weeks of his arrival he had become convinced the war was truly an inglorious contest. In June he precipitated a crisis within the commission by proposing direct negotiations with Aguinaldo to adjust U.S. sovereignty and responsibility with reasonable aspirations of the Filipinos, governing and garrisoning mainly through themselves, pp. p. 17. But that would have afforded a measure of recognition to the insurgents and was not the grim end Otis had in mind. Denby and Worcester also refused to sign Sherman's proposed cablegram, the latter because it would have stultified us, pp. p. 264. Thereupon Sherman sent off the cable over his own name and received from John Hay the response previously noted: there was no excuse for further resistance by the Filipinos. McKinley requested the opinions of the other commissioners, and Dewey having sailed for home, Otis, Denby, and Worcester wired back, undersigned recommend prosecution of war until insurgents submit, pp. 290. p. 18. Forestalled, Sherman shortly thereafter returned home to find few of his compatriots concerned about the reasonable aspirations of natives. Now, all these details bear recitation, for Sherman's proposal just conceivably offered an opportunity to end the slaughter. The Filipinos were demonstrably ready to negotiate, and a strong stand by his own commission would have been politically embarrassing for McKinley. At the very least, had Denby and Worcester backed Sherman, the men in Washington would have had a much more difficult time with the pretense that only a handful of natives opposed their benevolent assimilation. But Worcester was no less committed to the grim end solution than Otis, had in fact joined forces with the general and Denby, and had engineered Sherman's defeat. From the first, Worcester's position as a commissioner had been strengthened by his presumed expert knowledge of the natives and by his working relationship with Major Frank S. Bournes, his old traveling companion, who was currently directing Otis's spy system and liaison with wealthy conservative Filipinos, the so-called Ilustrados, many of whom had supported Spain against their compatriots. Aware that the U.S. colonial government could only rise from the ashes of the Spanish regime through enlisting the same class of collaborators, Worcester and Bournes dangled positions in the new order before them and lined them up to testify before the commission. A week or so before the blow-up over Sherman's proposal, one of Worcester's letters provided a peek behind the scenes. I will tell you that, strange as it may seem, the two people that are running the political, and influencing the war end of this thing are Frank Bournes and myself. We pull absolutely together. The correctness of Frank's prognostications has been demonstrated time and again. We fill Otis full of good ideas, and he communicates them to others as though they were his own. I can't help liking the old gentleman in many ways, and he is in many ways a great man. I hope we shall now pull together and do a lot of good. May 26, 1899, ppnp, p15n. Even stripped of their braggadocio, these sentences yield a pretty accurate description of what went on behind the commission's formal deliberations and of how Sherman was outflanked by the young professor. At the same time, Worcester took the war back home. In early June he received a clipping from the Springfield Republican Con. 291. Containing all manner of lies about the way things are done out here, women and children killed and what not. With General Otis's blessing and at government expense he cabled a long rebuttal to the Chicago Times-Herald that earned him the accolade of McKinley and Hay. The Secretary of State expressed his profound appreciation of your admirable dispatch, as Hay called Worcester's whitewash. It is the best thing that has been published from anybody since the trouble out there began. It has been reprinted all over the United States, and has done good everywhere it has been read. We are all delighted with it, ppnp, p16. Before long Worcester was to contend that never had a war been more humanely conducted. Rep. I. 184, admit the water cure had been applied only sometimes and then in mild form, and characterize the Batangas concentration camps as a humane and satisfactory solution of the existing difficulties, indeed a positive boon to the native inmates. Many of the occupants of his General J. F. Bell's reconcentration camps received their first lessons in hygienic living. Many of them were reluctant to leave the camps and return to their homes when normal conditions again prevailed. ppnp, pages 215, 222, 22,425. Meanwhile, accompanied by Colonel Denby, Worcester returned to Washington in September 1899 and worked there until the following March on the Sherman Report. Rep. Though in the end all the commissioners, even Sherman, signed the document, Worcester rightly claimed credit, as their sole ethnologist, for the scientific portion of the report. It was, though not quite in the way his biographer meant, a monument to the genius of Worcester. ppnp, p21. 4. Imagine for a moment, before we turn to the report itself, its demands on Worcester's genius. To meet the needs of empire he had to reduce to a geographical expression a people nearly 3 times as numerous as the American colonists on the eve of their own revolution. He had to deny the existence, as a people, of more than 7 million Filipinos occupying a land area larger than that of New England and New York combined. According to the Philippine census of 1903, Their ethnic diversity was less than that of the U.S. population. Worcester had to deny this homogeneity and make them instead into what Theodore Roosevelt was to call a jumble of savage tribes. Knowing next to nothing about 292. Their history, save from his reading of John Foreman and other secondary sources, he had to make authoritative statements about their characteristics and to dismiss as divers rebellions their many revolts against Spain's alien power, beginning with that of Lapu-Lapu against Magellan in 1521 and culminating with that of the militant nationalists of the late 1800s, a topic illuminated recently by Usha Mahayani in her fine Philippine Nationalism, 1971. Worcester had to deny this revolutionary nationalism, deny the existence of their unfinished revolution of 189,698, and deny the fact that it had carried on over into their insurrection against successor masters who owned their country by virtue of the Treaty of Paris. He had to denigrate the leaders of their revolution as bandits or at best as unscrupulous, self-seeking Tagalog politicians and, in the face of all the evidence to the contrary, assert they had ordered an attack on Otis and his troops without provocation or cause. Denying that the Filipinos wanted independence, he had to make them into little brown natives, in short, too primitive to have civilized yearnings to be free. The magnitude of his task would have staggered the imagination of one less dedicated. The careful reader will find all these attempted denials and denigrations in the Sherman Report and will discover that the young professor's heroic task very quickly landed him in a seemingly insoluble problem of nomenclature. What should he call these new natives? Of course, natives itself served to differentiate them from men of various nationalities living in and doing business in the islands, too, but by itself hardly set them off from all the other non-whites in the world. In a proclamation of April 4, 1899, the Commission had blundered into calling Filipinos the Philippine people, but that was to utter precisely what should not have been said aloud. The Spanish called them Indios, thereby perpetuating the old error that Magellan had discovered India. For Worcester to have drawn on that usage by translating the term into Indians would have compounded Columbus's misdiscovery with Magellan's. So the awkward best he could do was the inhabitants of the Philippine Islands, at present collectively known as Filipinos, 11, though without quotation marks the name suggested they had the common characteristics of a people. That, Worcester adamantly insisted, they were not. In Part 2. The native peoples of the Philippines, the centerpiece of the report, 1116, he undertook to show why they were not, that the Filipinos do not constitute a nation or a people. 293. Will appear from the perusal of the following table, which gives the names of the various tribes so far as known, the regions they respectively inhabit, and where practicable, an estimate of the individuals composing each. The hand list of the tribes of the Philippines that followed resembled his later hand list of the birds of the Philippines, 1906. It bore the marks of his training in zoology and botany at the University of Michigan. In its pretensions to scientific taxonomy, it derived basically from the Linnean classification of plants and animals in the 10th edition of Systema Naturae, 1758. Worcester's table was a triptych, with each compartment containing a sharply distinct race, namely, Negrito, Indonesian, or Malayan. The Negritos he ranked lowest physically and mentally. They were weaklings of low stature, and in the matter of intelligence they stand at or near the bottom of the human series. Highest physically were the Indonesians of Mindanao. They were physically superior not only to the Negritos, but to the more numerous Malayan peoples as well. The color of their skin is quite light. Many of them are very clever and intelligent. Intermediate were the Malayans, smaller and as a rule beardless, with brown skin distinctly darker than that of the Indonesians, although very much lighter than that of the Negritos. Their civilized tribes contain the great majority of the inhabitants of the Philippines. Although ignorant and illiterate, somehow they possessed a considerable degree of civilization, and with the exception of the Mohammedan Moros, are Christianized. With 7 or 8 million natives thus classified by size, color, and intelligence, Worcester divided them into 84 tribes, stuffed each into its appropriate racial compartment, 21 in the Negrito, 16 in the Indonesian, and 47 in the Malayan, and then as it were stood triumphantly back from what he had wrought. With this schematic before him, how could anyone regard such a potpourri of tribes as a people? Worcester was a graduate student in zoology, not anthropology. At Michigan he did little or no formal work in the latter, and we have already sampled his views of Filipinos on his 2 collecting expeditions. As a commissioner in Manila he secured some old Jesuit manuscripts on Indios, but his ransacking of these for data hardly made him an ethnologist. Moreover, the quality of his understanding of tribal peoples was fully reflected in his denigration of the Negritos in the report and over the ensuing decades. Their size and color provoked his unbounded contempt, as in his depiction of them as little, woolly-headed, black, dwarf savages. 294. ppnp, p. 532. To his mind the stupidity of these despicable runts correlated with their color and could hardly be exaggerated, though it would be going too far to say that their moral sense has been blunted. It is probably nearer the truth to say that they never had any, ppnp, p. 530. It is rather nearer the truth to say that these were people whose understanding of flora and fauna put his own to shame, and whose thirst for knowledge elicits the admiration of modern observers. Claude Levi-Strauss approvingly quoted one such observer. The Negrito is an intrinsic part of his environment, and what is still more important, continually studies his surroundings. Most Negrito men can with ease enumerate the specific or descriptive names of at least 450 plants, 75 birds, most of the snakes, fish, insects, and animals, and of even 20 species of ants. And the botanical knowledge of the Mananambal, the medicine men and women, who use plants constantly in their practice, is truly astounding. The Savage Mind, 1966, pages 45. Yet these were the people Worcester put at the bottom and later removed from the human series altogether. In the November 1913 issue of the National Geographic he ranked them not far above the anthropoid apes and waggishly anticipated their imminent extinction. They are a link which is not missing but soon will be. In my opinion, they are absolutely incapable of civilization. XXIV, 1251, 1228. Had Worcester been a bona fide expert in the arcana of civilization, his hand list would have included not 84 but about 30 distinct groups, including the Negritos and the Igorotes of northern Luzon, whom he properly considered tribal. But approximately 90% of the Filipinos would not have appeared in his table at all, for the tribal origins of most of the Christian lowlanders, such as the Tagalogs of central Luzon, had long since ceased to shape their lives decisively. To Worcester, however, they were and always remain the Malayan savages of the 16th century, plus what Spain had taught them, plus what they have so recently learned from us, as if they had been incapable of teaching themselves anything ever, before or after the Spanish conquest, ppnp, p. 687. Hence in the report he classified them as civilized tribes and civilized natives, I. 15, 159, absurdities of nomenclature he fought for in the face of mounting criticism, ppnp, p. 424. 295. Yet as Worcester and his contemporaries used the term, a primary meaning of civilization was the suppression or destruction of kinship societies. For him to speak, therefore, of a civilized tribe or native was for him to call forth an oxymoron, like a brilliant moron, a white savage, a wild man, an urbane native. Worcester's oxymorons were the transparent masks of his determination to reduce Filipinos, all of them, to the tribal, non-person status of natives. In 1913 he still endorsed the proposition that no Malay nation has ever emerged from the hordes of that race, nor did the Filipinos yet constitute a people in the sense in which that word is understood in the United States. They are not comparable in any way with the American people or the English people. They cannot be reached as a whole, and they do not respond as a whole, ppnp, pages 67273. a great dark mass instead of a people in the Anglo-American sense. They could not have had a revolution against Spain, could not desire independence, and could not take care of themselves. Not men but natives, their habitats were as eminently seizable as had been those of natives in Louisiana or California. From this point of view, the United States had as much right to be in the Philippines as it had to be in Massachusetts and Louisiana and California. In every instance, from William Bradford's Plymouth on into the West, it had moved into unpeopled territory, space occupied only by natives. And as John Hay impatiently explained to an anti-annexationist in September 1899, I cannot for the life of me see any contradiction between desiring liberty and peace here and desiring to establish them in the Philippines, KJC, p. 139. Yet Aguinaldo was also right, the U.S. Constitution contained no explicit authorization of colonies. As Aguinaldo, Apolinario Mabini, and their comrades also knew, American citizens from Jefferson to Hay prided themselves on their devotion to the doctrine of the consent of the governed and on how that made their country fundamentally different from the imperial European powers. After all, they had gone to war in the first place with the declared intention of liberating the poor Cubans from Spain's colonial misrule. Not the first nor the last distant revolutionary to be misled by their anti-colonial rhetoric, Aguinaldo failed to look behind it to the realities of their westward expansion. Among those realities was a triumph of semantics. The United States never had and would never have colonies, only territories, or at most dependencies. Unhappily for Aguinaldo and his people, they had to experience a lesson Tecumseh, Geronimo, and other native. 296. Americans had already learned the hard way. A territory did not have to be called a colony for it to have colonized peoples within its borders. But it may be asked, admitted the Sherman Commission, what's in a name? In this case certainly much. 106. Simply the name of the British Crown colony made it an embarrassing model, with its government imposed upon the people from without and thus with the fatal defect of being inimical to the habit of self-government. 105. With arresting effrontery, moreover, Worcester and the other commissioners protested on behalf of all the Filipinos against the suggestion of calling the archipelago a colony. In the native vocabulary no other word was so universally condemned, so surcharged with wrongs, disasters, and sufferings. This was dangerously close to an open admission the new natives universally detested the practice, as well as the word, and therefore desired independence. But the commissioners moved on quickly to U.S. territorial governments for more appropriate precedents. More directly relevant than the Northwest Ordinance of 1787 was the Act of 1804 Jefferson had drafted to govern Louisiana. The first territory acquired beyond the original limits of the United States, readers were reminded, Louisiana was all that country west of the Mississippi from the Gulf of Mexico to the Lake of the Woods, extending indefinitely westward. The commissioners merely proposed to extend Jefferson's scheme directly and naturally to the Philippines in a sense it had been headed that way all along. And in Louisiana, they reported with unconcealed gratification, the author of the Declaration of Independence had not hesitated to suspend its principles and adapt his frame of government to the condition of the natives. 109. 297. With a flourish of impartial assessment and only after careful consideration and study, the Commission held the Filipinos to be presently as utterly unfit for self-government as Worcester had pronounced them to be before he returned to Manila in 1899. For the foreseeable future, therefore, they had to submit to the benevolent tutelage of a small body of American officials of great ability and integrity, and of much patience and tact in dealing with other races. 98. Could the writer possibly have had himself in mind? To rule natives on tropical islands, Worcester was always more than willing to forego the tedium of teaching undergraduates in Ann Arbor. 5. On January 9, 1900, Senator George Frisbee Hoar, the venerable Republican who had become a leading anti-annexationist, read into the congressional record the letter of a general officer who had recently returned from the islands to declare in exasperation, "We had been taught, the devil only knows why, that the Filipinos were savages no better than our Indians, XXXIII, 714. Only the devil fully knew why, no doubt, but the teaching could have been traced to its primary source. The 80 distinct tribes in Worcester's patchwork Philippine Islands and their people grew to 84 in his scientific portion of the Sherman Report and then ripened in debates and documents into the ethnologically sanctioned figure. Almost concurrently with the complaint of Hoare's correspondent, Senator Henry Cabot Lodge released Senate Document 171, 56 CONG, First Session, a report from his Committee on the Philippines that accepted Worcester's division of Filipinos into 3 sharply distinct races and reproduced his hand list of tribes. In the 1902 hearings before Lodge's committee, Brigadier General Robert P. Hughes invoked the professor's name as the racial authority in residence. This expert witness learnedly used the cephalic index as the best index of racial differences in support of his claim that the Tagalo and the Visayan are not the same racially. I have so reported to Mr. Worcester, who is an ethnologist. The general's colloquy with the committee went on. Senator Fred Thomas Dubois, you think the difference is greater than among our American Indians? General Hughes, I think it is, unless you take the Pueblo Indians of Mexico and the Sioux. There is such a marked difference there. 298. That it might equal the difference between the true Visayans and the Tagalos. Senator Eugene Hale, do you think it would be as great as that? General Hughes, I rather imagine it would be. Senator William Boyd Allison, do they speak the same language? General Hughes, they speak an entirely different language. Senator Dubois, that is true of our Indians, you know. Senate Document 331, 57th CONG, First Session, I, 537. Our Indians and our new natives seemingly had much in common. And in these hearings William Howard Taft repeatedly adopted Worcester's habit of referring to the Tagalogs and the Visayans as different tribes and paid the professor the high compliment of quoting him without attribution. The Filipinos, asserted their brand new Governor-General, were utterly unfit for self-government. Meanwhile Worcester's definitions of Philippine realities had become lenses through which home-based members of the executive branch saw Filipinos and shaped official policy accordingly. Following his first briefing by Worcester, the President's instructions to the Sherman Commission reflected the professor's views. The commissioners should exercise due respect for all the ideals, customs, and institutions of the tribes which compose the population. Rep. P. 186, my italics. Later McKinley gratefully repeated Worcester's lie that the United States was opposed by only a portion of one tribe representing the smallest fraction of the entire population of the islands. October 14, 1899, my italics. In 1900 Theodore Roosevelt became McKinley's running mate and was assigned by Mark Hanna to hold up the administration's side of the great debate over imperialism. Worcester's scientific findings significantly shaped how this paramount issue, as William Jennings Bryan and the Democrats called it, came before the electorate. So far as I am aware, said Roosevelt in Grand Rapids on September 7, 1900, not one competent witness who has actually known the facts believes the Filipinos capable of self-government at present. Judge Taft, President Sherman, Professor Worcester, Bishop Potter, and all our Army officers are a unit in this point. Accepting the vice presidential nomination on September 15, 1900, he found it unthinkable that the United States would abandon the Philippines to their own tribes, my italics. The Philippine Revolution he called the Tagal Insurrection, and Aguinaldo and his followers he dubbed a syndicate of Chinese. 299. Half-breeds. To grant self-government to Luzon under Aguinaldo would be like granting self-government to an Apache reservation under some local chief. Drawing directly on the formulations of Worcester and the other commissioners, he pointed out that not the author of the Declaration of Independence nor any other sane man had held that the doctrine of the consent of the governed applied to the Indian tribes in the Louisiana Territory. And there was no vote taken even of the white inhabitants, not to speak of the Negroes and Indians, as to whether they were willing that their territory should be annexed. The next major acquisition was Florida, purchased like the Philippines from Spain, and there the Seminoles, who had not been consulted in the sale, rebelled and waged war exactly as some of the Tagals have rebelled and waged war in the Philippines. And so on down through all the acquisitions and the rebellions that had to be stamped out to the present instant. The reasoning which justifies our having made war against Sitting Bull also justifies our having checked the outbreaks of Aguinaldo and his followers. To an overwhelmingly approving electorate and later as vice president and president, Roosevelt depicted Filipino revolutionaries as Tagalog bandits, chiefs, and hostiles of a tribe comparable to the Sioux and the Seminole. In sum, it was the winning of the West, 188,996, all over again for the historian politician, as he had said in that work, war against merciless savages was the most ultimately righteous of all wars. 3:30. The Sherman Commission had been confident that when peace and prosperity were established in the islands and education made general, then, in the language of a leading Filipino, his people will, under our guidance, become more American than the Americans themselves. Rep. p. 184. Mainland historians have since often told the triumphant story of how their compatriots thereupon devoted themselves to the Americanization of the Philippines, and that meant their civilization or, in its most recent version, their modernization, as in Peter W. Stanley's fetchingly titled A Nation in the Making, 1974. Details aside, this historiography of the victors is revealing in its general neglect of the obvious. As Roosevelt knew when he was nominated, no more than the Seminoles were the Filipinos asked to consent before they were governed. As he also knew, on the current Indian reservations the army officers and the civilian agents still exercise authority, without asking the consent of the governed, and that was exactly true of the Philippines. Military rule in the islands was not lifted fully until 1902. Then the civil government did not rest on Filipino consent but on U.S. military might, and that 300 was the case after the five-man Taft Commission was enlarged to include 3 leading Filipinos and the case even after the Philippine Assembly was inaugurated in October 1907. Under U.S. occupation the civil government was, in the words of James H. Blount, a military regime under a civil name. Asterisk. Thus what Worcester said appreciatively of the period ending July 4, 1901, when Taft was installed as Governor-General, in fact applied to the next decade and more. The Philippines were under military rule, which has one great advantage: its methods usually bring quick results. ppnp. p. 512. The professor shared the almost absolute power of Governors Taft, 19,013, Luke Wright, 19,045, James F. Smith, 19,069, and W. Cameron Forbes, 190,913. As a legislator, he helped these potentates pass some 1,800 laws to get the new regime underway. As an executive, his portfolio as Secretary of the Interior included the bureaus of Public Health, Public Lands, Forestry, Mining, Agriculture, Fisheries, Government Laboratories, Patents, and Copyrights, and the Weather, not to mention his pet bureau of non-Christian tribes. As Secretary of their Interior he threw himself into combat against the childish Filipinos' almost unbelievable ignorance and superstition. ppnp. p. 665. Hard on the heels of pacification came the heroic sanitation campaign of his public health officers to make Asiatics clean up. p. 354. Unwilling islanders were forcibly vaccinated, and lazy, vicious natives laughed at their peril at his orders to clean up, for he was quite humorless when he intoned, "Sane living means sanitary living," pages 482, 412. His direct jurisdiction in education, except for the mountain peoples, extended only to a vigorous program in athletics, its public health side, before the American occupation. The Filipinos had not learned to play. Baseball not only strengthens the muscles of the players, it sharpens their wits. p. 408. But after a dozen years the job was nowhere near Asterisk American occupation of the Philippines, p. 374. To show how absolute and literally irresponsible the civil government was, Judge Blount related an incident that bears on the theme of continuity we have pursued in these pages. In 1903 Roosevelt wanted to appoint Beekman Winthrop, descendant of the Massachusetts Bay Winthrops and recent graduate of the Harvard Law School, to the Philippine bench. Taft asked his secretary to make out a commission but was told he could not do Eaton 1901 Law of the Philippine Commission, number 136, had set the minimum age for judges at 30 and Winthrop was too young. "I can't his secretary reported Taft as saying, "Send me a stenographer." Taft duly changed the minimum age to 25, had his secretary round up the other commissioners, and passed his new law, number 1024, in a few minutes, pages 44,345. So smoothly did another Winthrop become a magistrate half a world away, and such was the character of the civil government that had so pleased John Fiske when it was established, cp 242. In 1904, incidentally, Winthrop was appointed governor of Puerto Rico. Oscar M. Alfonso, Theodore Roosevelt, and the Philippines, 18971909, Quezon City, University of the Philippines Press, 1970, p. 38. 301. Done, the Filipinos remained almost as utterly unfit as they had been, and the United States, to his mind, had moved too fast and too far in giving them a modicum of home rule, pages 668, 691. Disgusted by President-elect Wilson's expression of hope that the frontiers of the United States might soon be contracted, p. 659, Worcester, when he left the insular government in 1913, combated that stultifying possibility with the Philippines, Past and Present, 1914, a book that gained worldwide attention, according to his biographer, became a reprinted standard reference work, and helped shape policy in the islands when the Republicans came back into power in the 1920s. Readers of this monumental handbook for colonial statesmen had before them all the reasons Filipinos so heartily detested its author. In reality, the essentials of his attitude toward them differed not a whit from Taft's and that of the other commissioners, but Worcester's imperious bluntness earned him the special enmity of their charges. They were affronted by the very name of his Bureau of Non-Christian Tribes. Under Spanish rule, Christian Filipinos had been made to feel ashamed of their tribal origins and had developed what the anthropologist R. F. Barton called their colonial attitude of being ashamed of their backward tribes. The name of Worcester's bureau slashed into this lamentable but understandable attitude by building into the structure of the new insular government his view of all Filipinos as tribal and of themselves therefore as Christian tribes, precisely as they had appeared in his Sherman Report Hand List. Keeping their psychic wounds open with a series of articles that advertised their exotic backwardness, he then rubbed in the salt of irony by holding them utterly unfit to control their savage neighbors or alternatively to protect them or both. If the Filipinos were put in control, he asked rhetorically, would there rise up among them unselfish men who could check the rapacity of their fellows, and extend to the helpless peoples the protection they now enjoy? ppnp, p. 504, CFP 495. In the November 1913 National Geographic, Worcester illustrated his article on the non-Christian peoples of the Philippines with a photograph captioned "Some of the men who have established order among 400,000 savages, XXIV, 1194. They were heroes of a stupendous undertaking, a winning of the farther west, for in the mountain province of northern Luzon alone there were more fighting men than ever were to be found among all of the American Indians between the Mississippi and the Rocky Mountains, the area of a generation of Indian wars," his biographer pointed out proudly, ppnp, p. 29. Worcester and 302. His crew of tribe tamers, mostly young American adventurers who like himself had originally come out to quell the insurrection, went among them counting, photographing, and disciplining known tribes and discovering others. None of this could have come to pass without the network of 1,000 miles of trails and roads they had built through the high country, I have always considered the opening up of adequate lines of communication an indispensable prerequisite to the control and development of any country, Worcester observed, and this is especially true of the territory of the wild man. No matter how unruly he may be, he is apt to become good when one can call on him at 2:30 a.m., since that is the hour when devils, Anatos, and Azuan are abroad, and he therefore wants to stay peaceably in his own house. P. 443. With lines of communication open they could reach unruly natives swiftly and teach them salutary lessons. At the outset we burned towns if their people engaged in head hunting. P. 459. Baseball was a means to reach the bodies of youthful savages, and boarding schools in Baguio, Bontoc, and other villages reached their minds with lessons in American English language of instruction, as in the BIA schools on the mainland, and how to be good. CFP 666. Precisely like Thomas L. McKenney's mission boarding schools, these drew children away from the presumably baneful influence of home and family and kept them away forcibly, no matter how homesick they became, with the ever-ready cooperation of the paramilitary constabulary. To round off the parallels with the Colonel and the 1st BIA, Worcester and his men removed troublesome tribes to special reservations, pages 445, 473. To take up where the Spaniards had run out of virility, Worcester had recruited a staff of absolutely fearless governors and lieutenant governors for the several provinces. They became the law and the prophets, and no appeals are taken from any just decisions which they may make, nor is their authority questioned. P. 447. He always maintained that the life of any one of them would furnish his beloved Rudyard Kipling with material for a true story of absorbing interest. Jeff D. Gallman, for instance, was a dead shot with revolver and carbine. Absolutely fearless. Of a kindly cheerful disposition. As the years went by, the Ifuegios came to regard him as but little less than a god, pages 45,455. Or Walter F. Hale, like Gallman, a man with chilled steel nerve, who needed his fearlessness in the early days in Kalinga, where the people, who had been allowed to run wild too long, did not take as kindly to the establishment of government control as had the Bontoc-Igorotes and the Ifuegios. P. 303. 456. Or consider yet another indomitable official who wandered for weeks on end through the trackless forests of Nueva Vizcaya in order to get in touch with elongate savages who were a good deal more than half devil, with the balance not half child but peculiarly treacherous, vicious, and savage man. P. 506. So did the merciless savage of old now lurk some 11,000 miles from where he started out, though he reappeared as Kipling's White Man's Burden, 1899. Your new caught, sullen people / half devil and half child. Worcester drew on the poet for language capable of doing justice to those who bore their heavy shares of the white man's burden in assisting me in the work carried on under my direction for the non-Christian tribes of the Philippines. Me and my, of course. Worcester had his chilled steel self in mind when he paid subordinates such handsome tributes. They were loyal to him, the ruler of all non-Christians, as he once introduced himself in a Kalinga village, pages 43,132. Apart from the harm he did to peoples and cultures, the professor had enormous significance for what he revealed so directly about the Anglo-American attitude toward native peoples. The truth he made plain was how he and his compatriots reveled in being little less than gods. As the natives' absolute law and supreme prophet, Worcester himself transparently lived out the fantasies of omnipotence and omniscience that had given the tropics their strangely firm grip on him in the first place. He was an American Prospero who pretended to be a stern but kind parent, but as with Jefferson and McKinney, woe to the natives who questioned his authority, laughed at him, or ran wild too long. And like the original Prospero, he pretended to have no interests of his own. I am absolutely without political ambition save an earnest desire to earn the political epitaph. He did what he could. P. 90. To be sure, Worcester drew economic as well as psychic income from his career in the colonial service. From the beginning he had had an eye on the enormous natural resources of the archipelago. Not. 879. Once in the insular government, he worked to bring in American and British capital and resented the childish inability of Filipinos to appreciate the beneficence of their adult protectors. We must wean them from their present hostility toward legitimate business interests. Pages 69,293, my italics. After 1913, Worcester plunged into business interests of his own, including cattle, coconuts and coconut products, and inter-island transportation, established companies in association with Lever Brothers, Limited, of London, and J.W. Harriman of New York, and bought himself the N.W. Day, a 75-foot yacht he generously. 304. A typical Negrito man with Secretary Worcester, from the National Geographic magazine, September 1912. Worcester supplied the legend. This photograph shows the relative size of the Negritos compared with a 6-foot American. His companion does not appear overawed by the ruler of all non-Christians. 305. Made available to the University of Michigan Archaeological Expedition of 1922. On Mactan, the island where Magellan had been killed, he built himself a beautiful, although unpretentious, home, finished in fine Philippine hardwoods and embowered in stately palms and lovely flowering plants. Pages 41, 7074, 468. Worcester's epitaph might have been revised slightly without doing damage to the evidence. He got what he could. But the control and the development of the country were two sides of the same coin, and so were the psychic and real incomes he derived from the process. In a sense, all his acquisitions were food for the body. He had already feasted his soul in playing God to natives. His claim to fame as a colonial statesman rested on the absolute mastery he had shown in subduing the fierce Kalinas, the warlike Ifugayos, and all the others. And no other phase of our national effort in the Philippines, asserted his biographer, has been so universally recognized as being completely what the American people would wish it to be. Pages 2728. That was probably true. When they thought about it, Anglo-Americans did not like the idea of anyone running wild anywhere, especially not for too long. And related to this drive to rationalize the world was the major reason McKinley, Roosevelt, Hay, Root, Taft, and all the other conquerors so quickly snapped up Worcester's hand list of tribes and his insistence the Filipinos were not a people. The national history of Anglo-Americans had predisposed them to think that their westward moving empire, then as always, had moved into unpeopled territory. Baguio, the summer capital of the insular government, was Worcester's most fitting monument. Pages 35,887. In the 1890s he had heard of a place in the highlands of northern Luzon that even had occasional frosts. As a commissioner he explored the region and discovered that the marvel really existed, and with a climate, as Taft enthusiastically reported to Root, not unlike that of the Adirondacks, or of Wyoming in summer. The Bengay Road to Baguio was completed in 1905. The Baguio Country Club opened its doors the same year, with facilities that ultimately included a 9-hole golf course, tennis courts, trap shooting, a polo field, and other occidental amenities. In this home away from home, colonial statesmen and their staffs could recuperate from the arduous burdens of ruling new-caught natives, while their military counterparts could relax at Camp John Hay, the mountain post beautiful in the pine woods nearby. Baguio was one of the first of the American enclaves, those virtually sealed-off settlements of compatriots abroad that would shortly include the Zonians in Panama and one day the advisors in Indochina. And the enclave that Worcester pioneered had an importance that transcended its climate. As he said of the annual teachers' camp at Baguio, it was imperative that U.S. nationals periodically get together with their own kind. Americans who spend too many years in out-of-the-way municipalities of the Philippines without coming in contact with their kind are apt to lose their sense of perspective, and there is danger that they will grow careless, or even slovenly, in their habits. 307. Chapter XXI. The Strenuous Life Abroad, Mark Severities in the Philippines. I preach to you, then, my countrymen, that our country calls not for the life of ease but for the life of strenuous endeavor. Theodore Roosevelt, The Strenuous Life, 1899. It is destiny that the world shall be rescued from its natural wilderness and from savage men. Albert Jeremiah Beveridge, The Star of Empire, 1900. If one starts to play the role of God, one cannot avoid playing the role of the devil as well. K. M. Abenheimer, Shakespeare's Tempest, 1946. Westward the Star of Empire takes its way. Not everyone was as pleased as young Senator Beveridge by this exultant misquotation of Bishop Berkeley in what became a Republican Party campaign document. Decades ago, Fred Harvey Harrington ably demonstrated that extension of the empire to the Philippines was opposed by a strangely assorted group of citizens. Southern Democrats thought it would further exacerbate the race question in that era of lynchings and race riots. Northern Democrats, including followers of both Bryan and Cleveland, opposed annexation as a violation of the principles of the Declaration of Independence. A few regular Republicans, such as Senator George Frisbee Hoar and Speaker Thomas B. Reed, broke from party traces on the issue. Independent Republicans are mugwumps such as Carl Schurz, Moorfield Story, and Charles. 308. Francis Adams, Jr., became leaders of the opposition. Outside the usual party structures, other protesters included such reformers as single taxers and welfare workers, and such academics as William James, William Graham Sumner, and even the wavering Jacob Gould Sherman. The protest was financed by an occasional capitalist angel, such as Andrew Carnegie, and supported by such men of letters as Mark Twain and William Dean Howells. From such odd sources came the movement that established the Anti-Imperialist League in late 1898, denounced administration foreign policy from the platform and in pamphlets, and then quickly subsided with such notable exceptions as Moorfield Story and Irving Winslow following the rout of 1900. In ways that are just beginning to be understood, historians are indebted to those who participated in this great debate over national destiny. And no one can come to grips with what was in fact at stake, I suggest, without first understanding what the debate was not about. It was not over expansion versus no expansion. Those in the protest movement, David Healy has shown, betrayed expansionist leanings almost to a man. Bryan, for instance, wanted coaling stations in Cuba and the Philippines, and wanted to annex Puerto Rico if the inhabitants would consent. Richard Olney, Cleveland's former Secretary of State, wanted a fortified naval base in the Philippines, like John Hay, Carl Schurz, and Andrew Carnegie wanted to annex Canada, and Senator Hoar voted to annex Hawaii and make Cuba a protectorate. Insofar as expansion was the essence of imperialism, then, to call such men anti-imperialists was deceptive. With Southern senators such as Benjamin R. Tillman of South Carolina and John W. Daniel of Virginia on one side and Northern senators such as Lodge of Massachusetts and Beveridge of Indiana on the other, the debate surely was not over racism. Senator Daniel feared taking up what he called a mess of Asiatic pottage, while Senator Beveridge favored taking up this mess of inferior races as the white man's burden. In a noteworthy essay, Christopher Lasch, who quoted Daniel, noted that both sides accepted the inequality of manner, to be more precise, of race as an established fact of life. For the one side racism acted as a deterrent to grasping the spoils of war, and for the other it acted as a stimulant. In operational terms, the former failed because they were the outs, fewer in number, and never within reach of the levers of power. What then was the debate all about? It was about whether the U.S. empire should be hemispheric or global, and secondarily about the nature of the Constitution. Did that document follow the 309 flag? On this less important issue, Senator Francis G. Newlands of Nevada put the issue succinctly on February 20, 1900, the difference between the imperialists and the anti-imperialists is that the imperialists wish to expand our territory and to contract our constitution. The anti-imperialists are opposed to any expansion of territory which, as a matter of necessity, arising from the ignorance and inferiority of the people occupying it, makes free constitutional government impracticable or undesirable. Congressional Record, XXXIII, 1996. On the more fundamental issue of the magnitude of the empire, the opponents of its extension labored at a certain disadvantage politically. Since when had smaller been better in the United States? On the legal and intellectual levels, however, anti-annexationists argued strenuously that to extend U.S. sovereignty over the Philippines upended all the most cherished traditions of the Union. That was precisely the contention of Thomas Morton's old editor, Charles Francis Adams, Jr., former president of the Union Pacific Railroad, Henry's brother, and himself a historian with accomplishments recognized in part by his position as head of the Massachusetts Historical Society. In the Christmas season of 1898, Adams entered the controversy with imperialism and the tracks of our forefathers, a most remarkable address delivered fittingly in Lexington. Adams began by invoking the first Yuletide of the forefathers at Plymouth and voiced anew their Children of Israel refrain, thus, once a year, like the Israelites of old, we, as a people, may take our bearings and verify our course, as we plunge out of the infinite past into the unknowable future. Adams lashed out at the imperialists who had so lost their bearings as to cross over into overseas conquests and away from a cardinal principle in our policy as a race. Now that he was not defending forefathers from the charges of Thomas Morton, Adams was commendably free from cant about that cardinal principle. Always the Anglo-American had made himself a terror to poor barbarous people. From the earliest days at Wessagusset and in the Pequot War, down to the very last election held in North Carolina with its outrages against blacks from 1623 to 1898, the knife and the shotgun have been far more potent and active instruments in his dealings with inferior races than the Code of Liberty or the output of the Bible Society. p. 16. It had been a process of extermination, admitted Adams, but for that very reason the salvation of the race. It has saved the 310 Anglo-Saxon stock from being a nation of half-breeds miscegenates, to coin a word expressive of an idea. Now that the imperialists had taken their feet from these tracks of the forefathers, Adams added prophetically, their intense racial antipathy toward the Asiatic afforded small encouragement for the assumption of new obligations, but at this point his theme sprang a leak and settled low in the Pacific just off the Golden Gate. Why stop the process of extermination there? Had not the forefathers risked becoming half-breeds when they crossed the wilds of the Atlantic in the first place? Why should their sons now be unmanned, that is, become half-native simply because they were crossing another body of salt water to deal with another lot of natives? In reality, as his subsequent vacillations suggested, Adams had not the slightest assurance the original magistrate Winthrop would not, had he been alive, have made tracks out to join the Philippine magistrate Winthrop ***. Yet this farther expansion was not by natural growth in thinly settled contiguous territory, acquired by purchase for the express purpose of ultimate statehood, defensively asserted Irving Winslow, Adams's neighbor, who was secretary of the New England Anti-Imperialist League, and with Gamaliel Bradford, another descendant of the founders of Plymouth Colony, a mainstay of the organization. Expansion that far, Winslow insisted, cannot be confounded with, or made analogous to foreign territory conquered by war and wrested by force from a weak enemy. He might have been talking about the Black Hills in the Dakotas. Implicit in his argument, and explicit in Adams's, was complete sanction of all the fearful years and blood-soaked miles of the continental conquest. And that was also the inescapable implication of what Senator Hoare read into the record, CP 297. Had the Filipinos been savages no better than our Indians, then they would have deserved what they were getting. In reality these new-caught natives differed from our Indians in a still more critical aspect for Hoare, they were farther away. On July 5, 1898, in the debate over Hawaii, he supported annexation of those islands but made clear he would not go beyond to dominion over archipelagos in distant seas. But why was he willing to go as far as Hawaii? Because there the people were closer and willing and capable to share with us our freedom, our self-government, our equality, our education, and the transcendent sweets of civil and religious liberty. Who were those lucky people? They were the Yankee missionaries and planters who had made these islands fit for annexation, unlike those more distant islands looming up over the debaters. But what if the Hawaiian natives did not want to be annexed? That mattered not at all to Hoare, no more than not consulting the Indians in Texas or in California or in New Mexico or in Alaska when those territories were taken into the Union. As with the Indians then, so with the Hawaiians now, it would be as reasonable to take the vote of children in an orphan asylum or an idiot school. Congressional Record, XXXI, 666,163. Geography and peoples had thus become hopelessly entangled in the senator's mind after he had stretched the imaginary line of the Monroe Doctrine far out into the Pacific, but still not as far as McKinley wanted him to stretch it. A hemispheric imperialist, Hoare believed all governments derived their just powers from the consent of the governed beyond his taut imaginary line, in the Philippines but not in Hawaii, not in Cuba under the Platt Amendment, for which he later voted, not in Puerto Rico, about which he made no fuss, and for that matter not in the Indian Territory, denied all transcendent suites of self-determination and soon to become perforce part of a state, 1907. In his twistings and turnings, Hoare himself illustrated the truth of Senator Orville H. Platt's apt observation during their debate. The fundamental principle of the Declaration, said Platt on December 19, 1898, had always depended on the consent of some of the governed. Congressional Record, XXXII, 297, my italics. I do not deny that it took courage for Hoare and the other anti-annexationists to stand in front of the onrushing empire. To call for a halt to the U.S. empire somewhere was something. Yet their moral position was undercut by their willing acceptance of past conquests, and their arguments were fatally weakened by their own expansionism and racism. From where they stood, they. In July 1899 the New England Anti-Imperialist League established a black auxiliary, Daniel Boone Schirmer, Republic, or Empire, American Resistance to the Philippine War, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Skinkman, 1972, p. 172. Blacks were thus segregated even within this key organization. Willard B. Gatewood, Jr., mentioned this fact and pointed out also that for most black Americans the color of the Filipino was important, with many, despite their traditional ties to the Republican Party, expressing opposition to McKinley's foreign policy. In the summer of 1899, for instance, Bishop Alexander Walters of the Ames Zion Church observed that he did not think that America is prepared to carry on expansion at this time, especially if it be among the dark races of the earth. The white man of America is impregnated with color phobia. Black Americans and the White Man's Burden, 18981903, Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1975, pages 200, 204, 209. The segregation of blacks in the Anti-Imperialist League underlined the bishop's point. My reference to this racism obviously does not apply to the Afro-American anti-annexationists, who were pretty much ignored at the time and since. 312. Could not possibly answer the flat statement of Whitelaw Reid, Hay's old superior on the New York Tribune and currently one of McKinley's peace commissioners, the American people is in lawful possession of the Philippines with the assent of all Christendom, said Reid, with the title as indisputable as its title to California. Nor could they counter Albert Beveridge when he cried in the March of the Flag, 1898. Distance and ocean are no arguments. The fact that all the territory our fathers bought and seized is contiguous is no argument. Cuba not contiguous. Puerto Rico not contiguous. Hawaii and the Philippines not contiguous. The oceans make them contiguous. And our navy will make them contiguous. Even this refreshing frankness about territory the fathers seized made opponents of the enlarged empire squirm. Many or most of those in what was loosely called the anti-imperialist movement were really liberal imperialists who could not bring themselves to recognize they lamented the passing of a country that never was. The administration had changed his beloved Monroe Doctrine of eternal righteousness, Hoare complained, into a doctrine of brutal selfishness. In another anticipation of the great aberration thesis, Cleveland muttered that the United States was abandoning all the old landmarks. And Speaker Reed agreed they were rapidly leaving behind the foundation principles of our government. Nonsense! Thundered the most bellicose expansionist of them all in his campaign speeches of 1900, we are making no new departure. We are not taking a single step which in any way affects our institutions or traditional policies. And except for the salt water and miles, Theodore Roosevelt was right. Another historian in politics, he quickly punctured inflated notions of just who had traditionally consented to be governed and easily established that Jefferson had applied the principles of his declaration very selectively indeed. Roosevelt capped his lesson on the realities of the past with the truth liberal imperialists wanted to put behind them: the history of the nation is in large part the history of the nation's expansion. Of course, Roosevelt never tired of pointing out, the presence of troops in the Philippines during the Tagal insurrection has no more to do with militarism and imperialism than had their presence in the Dakotas, Minnesota, and Wyoming during the many years which elapsed before the final outbreaks of the Sioux were definitely put down. The conquest of the Philippines perhaps had no more but surely no less to do with militarism and 313. Imperialism than had the conquest of the Dakotas. As if in mockery of their contention that there was no analogy, Hoare and other administration opponents protested the conduct of the Insular War and unwittingly wound up providing valuable documentation of its identity with the traditional strategy and tactics used to crush native resistance on the mainland. 2. Not all the censorship of the Otises nor all the whitewash of the Worcesters could keep the secret from seeping out. The Philippine-American War was waged against the peasant population of the islands. 70,000 U.S. conquerors were in the field by the fall of 1900, but even earlier Robert Collins of the Associated Press had cabled that there has been, according to Otis himself and the personal knowledge of everyone here, a perfect orgy of looting and wanton destruction of property, Ms. P11, and as soldiers will, the invaders chatted about their work in letters to the folks back on the mainland. Black Americans who had helped take up the white man's burden were in much the same anomalous position they had been during the Plains Indian Wars. Willard B. Gatewood's discussion of their letters home shows they were distressed by the color line that had been immediately established in Manila and by the epithet niggers, which white soldiers almost without exception applied to Filipinos. Yet they joined whites in calling them gugus, as the invaders said, "All gugus look alike to me." They too took lovers they called squaws. A black lieutenant of the 25th Infantry wrote his wife that he had occasionally subjected natives to the water torture. Captain W. H. Jackson of the 49th Infantry admitted his men identified racially with the Filipinos but grimly noted, "All enemies of the U.S. government look alike to us, hence we go on with the killing." On the other hand, David Fagan was merely the most famous of the dozen or so black deserters who joined Aguinaldo's forces. For those who did not make this break, they were between the devil and the deep sea, in the opinion of Sergeant John W. Galloway, who felt an affinity of complexion with Filipinos and like other black soldiers saw an integral connection between racism and the imperialism that had carried them out to the archipelago. For such reasons the four black regiments there established relatively cordial relationships with their hosts, rarely figured in the ballooning reports of atrocities, and should be kept in mind, therefore, as exceptions to the general pattern of Anglo-American attitudes and practices. Letters home from white soldiers frequently supported the view of those blacks who held they were fighting a race war. On March 20, 1899, for instance, A. Barnes of the 3rd Artillery wrote his brother they had burned the town of Titatia the night before in retaliation for the murder of a volunteer. About 1,000 men, women, and children were reported killed. "I am probably growing hard-hearted," he acknowledged, "for I am in my glory when I can sight my gun on some dark skin and pull the trigger." MS. p. 25. Later, an officer who had served in the Philippines wrote reporter Henry Loomis Nelson, "There is no use mincing words. If we decide to stay, we must bury all qualms and scruples about Wailerian cruelty, the consent of the governed, etc., and stay. We exterminated the American Indians, and I guess most of us are proud of it, or, at least, believe the end justified the means, and we must have no scruples about exterminating this other race standing in the way of progress and enlightenment, if it is necessary. Ms. P. 99. Besides, extermination of non-whites brought those traditional fringe benefits the conquerors gloried in **. By 1901 the civilizers and conquerors in Washington and Manila were sick and tired of insurrectos who would not cry quits. Footnote continued from the previous page. Recorded a firefight on Samar that killed the leader of a band. The leader proved to be a white renegade, on whose person was found a commission as a second lieutenant from General Vicente Lucban. The name on the commission is John Winfrey, SD 331, 1584, my italics. A white Filipino was an oxymoron, in his way more unnerving than a black and obviously no improvement over a white Injun, than whom, as we heard Robert Montgomery Bird say, there's nothing more despicable. All the white renegades, from Thomas Morton to John Winfrey, were freaks of nature, white savages who had, as John Quincy Adams said of Arbuthnot and Ambrister, disowned their own natures, see pages 163, 110. Before he was relieved in July, Major General Arthur MacArthur, Otis's successor and another veteran of the Civil and Indian Wars, reported to the Adjutant General that he had used very drastic methods against them. MacArthur was replaced by Major General Adna R. Chaffee, who had come up through the ranks fighting Comanches, Cheyennes, Kiowas, and Apaches and had commanded the China expedition. Colonel Roosevelt had served under him in Cuba, admired the general, and had recently celebrated him in a campaign speech for leading the drumming guns of the 6th Cavalry against the Chinese boxer, his hands red with the blood of women and children. With Chaffee relocated in the islands and Roosevelt in the White House following McKinley's assassination, the strenuous life descended upon the Philippines in its full weight. On November 4 the pro-administration Manila Times reported that Brigadier General Jacob H. Smith had been in Samar for 10 days and had already ordered all natives to present themselves in certain of the coast towns, saying that those who were found outside after a specified date would be shot and no questions asked. On November 11 the Philadelphia Ledger, another pro-administration newspaper, printed an officer's letter, "Our men have been relentless, have killed to exterminate men, women, and children, prisoners and captives, active insurgents, and suspected people, from lads of 10 up," an idea prevailing that the Filipino was little better than a dog. These grim accounts spurred the scattered anti-war forces into one last effort that led to a congressional investigation. On January 13, 1902, Senator Hoar introduced a resolution calling for the appointment of a Blue Ribbon Committee to inquire into the conduct of the war. Henry Cabot Lodge headed off this dangerous proposal by agreeing to hold hearings before his Committee on the Philippines. They began in February and finished at the end of June. Lodge suppressed much of the most damaging evidence, allowed his lieutenant, Beveridge, to interrupt and badger hostile witnesses and the Democratic minority, barred the public, and allowed only a few pet reporters access to their findings. Perhaps the best commentary on his and the country's attitude toward the Filipinos as a people was his refusal to allow a single victim to come before the committee. Efforts to bring Aguinaldo from the islands to testify collapsed in the face of solid Republican opposition, SD 331, 1949. All this notwithstanding, the fugitive truth slipped by Lodge to make surprise appearances, and the 3,000 pages of the hearings became a little-known treasure trove for those interested in the national character of the conquerors. 316. In his careful battle plans for the hearings, Lodge led off and concluded with his big guns, the current governor of the islands and the hero who had taken the United States there in the first place. But even this framework creaked. As Lodge's last witness, silver-haired George Dewey demonstrated conclusively that he had been brilliant only in his white ducks, SD 331, 292,684. Denying any deal with the nationalists, the admiral admitted that he had ordered Aguinaldo be brought back to Manila aboard the U.S. gunboat McCulloch and that he had told him to go ashore and start your army. Under cross-examination, Dewey rather ungraciously claimed he had not believed the sincerity of Aguinaldo's proclamations, May 1898, of alliance with the U.S. liberators, since the general was a liar after loot. I think he was there for gain, for money that independence had never up to that time entered his head. He was there for loot and money. But why then had he assisted a plunderer to organize an army? You know the old saying, craftily replied the admiral, that all things are fair in war. Toward the conclusion of the hearings, Beveridge asked him, as a signer of the Sherman Report, whether he still accepted its conclusions, including the Worcester line: the Filipinos are not a nation, but a variegated assemblage of different tribes and peoples, and their loyalty is still of the tribal type. That had been his opinion, replied Admiral Dewey, and it is still my opinion. William Howard Taft had been more impressive. He spoke authoritatively of tribes, their utter unfitness, and like Worcester twit Filipinos for their utter inability to control the Muslim Moros. But could the United States govern them? It is possible, replied Taft, for us to govern them as we govern the Indian tribes. 329. He held the Filipinos had nobody to blame but themselves for a war which remains a crime against civilization. Was it then a crime to fight for independence? Taft responded with a variant of John Endicott's point of the sword argument: it is a crime because it is subjecting their own people, in whose interests they profess to be carrying on the war, to the greatest privation and suffering. 79. On the water cure he reported some rather amusing instances of Filipinos who came in and said they would not say anything until they were tortured, that they must have an excuse for saying what they proposed to say. 75. And it was his deliberate judgment that never was a war conducted, whether against inferior races or not, in which there were more compassion and more restraint. 7778. Alas, the genial Governor-General of the Philippines was not being candid. As he delivered this authoritative judgment, he had in his hands an 317. Official report from Major Cornelius Gardner, in which that civil governor of Tobias province instanced the extensive burning of barrios, hamlets, in trying to lay waste the country so that the insurgents cannot occupy it, the torturing of natives by the so-called water cure and other methods in order to obtain information, the harsh treatment of natives generally. General MacArthur, the administration's other principal witness, had to be an embarrassment to Lodge and his chief in the White House. In his official report of October 1, 1900, MacArthur had stated frankly that the success of Aguinaldo's guerrilla tactics depended upon almost complete unity of action of the entire native population, and had discounted terror as the sole explanation, pointing in addition to the archipelago's ethnological homogeneity. 13,536. Now he repeated that at one time the people were pretty nearly a unit in opposition to 1943, an admission that should have put to rest for all time the cant of Taft and other administration spokesmen about the Tagal insurrection. Moreover, MacArthur eschewed Dewey's character assassination. Aguinaldo, he repeated, was the incarnation of the feelings of the Filipinos. 1926. Yet for all this directness, MacArthur could hardly come right out and say that the absurd body count of 5 dead Filipinos for every 1 wounded, a reverse of the usual ratio, indicated ruthless slaughter. The efficiency of the U.S. soldiers accounted for it, he maintained lamely, a consequence of their training in fire discipline and target practice, and so forth. 1927. And so forth. In his eagerness to help the general over a rough spot, Senator Charles Henry Dietrich, whose fortune came from mining in the Black Hills, may have hurt a little, though his effort revealed continuity of attitude. Is it not true, rhetorically asked the Nebraska Republican, that the Filipino wounded, much like the Indians, made every effort to get away, and did not make any report of their wounds? 1928. MacArthur was an unusual witness, especially for a military man. With staggering sophistication he called the archipelago not a U.S. colony nor even a new territory but a tuitionary annex. 1919. He subtly related overproduction economic arguments for its acquisition to psychological motives, and pronounced himself more interested in the latter, the ages-old expansion to the west, with present currents having swept this magnificent Aryan people across the Pacific, that is to say, back almost to the cradle of its race, to 868. This Swardian view was restated in theological terms by another administration witness, James M. Thoburn, Bishop of the Methodist Church for India and Malaysia. Well, we are there, and I think we ought to do our duty the best we can. If you will allow me to speak as a missionary, I would say in the field God has put us. We did not seek it. 2672. An old Asia hand of 43 years' experience, the bishop knew the Filipinos as treacherous in their character. 2694, in fact very much, in many respects, like our American Indians, it strikes me. They have no cohesion whatever among themselves. 2669. But as a citizen, did he believe Filipinos should be subjected to the U.S. government without their consent and by force? Yes, the bishop did. We have acted on the theory for 100 years with regard to the American Indians, that no matter what they wish or what government they desire, we will hold them by force. 2705. And the doctrine historically applied to the Indians was all the more necessary for the Filipinos who have fallen to us by what we call the fortunes of war. The reader will be pardoned a feeling of déjà vu. A glimpse into what it meant to cultivate Bishop Thoburn's field in which God has put us emerged from the fascinating colloquy of Beveridge and yet another administration witness. Colonel Arthur Lockwood Wagner was more accomplished than most, but otherwise his career was illustrative of the many military professionals who left off fighting Plains Indians to take up fighting tropical islanders. Born in Ottawa, Illinois, in 1853, Wagner graduated from West Point in 1875, immediately went into the field against Indians, subsequently taught military science, became chief of the War Department's Public Relations Division, served in Cuba and Puerto Rico, and had just returned to Washington from 2.5 years in the Philippines, where he had been Adjutant General of Luzon since late 1901. By virtue of this experience and his reputation as the author of well-known works on military history and tactics, Lockwood was one of Lodge's most important expert witnesses. Questioned as to when it was within the rules of war to burn down entire towns and villages, the colonel replied that an officer had to use his judgment and had to be satisfied that the conduct of the entire community has been such as to deserve it before he would undertake to destroy all the houses in 319. A barrio, 285,758. There followed Wagner's colloquy with the senator who became a practicing historian. Senator Beveridge, when a town or barrio has been notoriously known as a rendezvous, place of departure and return of ladrones, i.e., guerrillas or bandits, what then would be a justifiable course to pursue? Colonel Wagner, if the town were notoriously a nest of ladrones, if it was impossible to get the rest of the people to yield them up, it would be justifiable and proper to destroy the town, even though we destroyed the property of some innocent people. The Almighty destroyed Sodom, notwithstanding the fact that there were a few just people in that community, less than 10. Senator Beveridge, how strange, I was thinking of that instance of Sodom and Gomorrah. Still, manifestly, did the Almighty thus judge among the heathen, as John Mason had said after making the Pequod fort as a fiery oven, and thus had he done the same to Seminole villages, though Andrew Jackson had spelled the biblical names Sodom and Gomorrah, see pages 43, 105, ***. 3. John Fiske's manifest destiny in the West had materialized as General MacArthur's magnificent and mighty destiny in the East, 870. The underside of that destiny was exposed by a number of witnesses rounded up by the anti-war movement, including, by one of history's little quirks, John Fiske's son-in-law. Former First Lieutenant Grover Flint of the 35th Infantry had served in Luzon from November 1899 to April 1901 and described himself as presently independent to a certain extent. I am now writing a biography of my father-in-law, the late John Fiske, 1774. In 1896 he had witnessed Spanish soldiers under General Weyler burning Cuban villages and collecting people in camps, and then in 1900 witnessed U.S. soldiers doing the same thing, burning Philippine villages of 50 or 60 houses where the men, women, and children were apparently engaged in peaceful pursuits. I think the idea was at the time that the burning of these villages would drive the people to the woods or to the towns, a policy of concentration, I think. 1784. He had also seen the seemingly routine torturing of natives, ostensibly to discover weapons and information. One night in May 1900, for instance, he casually watched the water cure being administered to some 30 persons by Macabebe scouts under the command of a U.S. sergeant, a white man. The next morning he witnessed it applied to something over 20 men, with members of his own company volunteering to help out. Since he thought a commissioned officer ought to be present, he asked Major Geary, his commander, to be allowed to stay. "All right, if you want to," Geary had indulgently replied, while taking up his own more comfortable position under some trees 50 or 60 yards away. A senator asked Flint to describe the water cure and he obliged. "A man is thrown down on his back and 3 or 4 men sit or stand on his arms and legs and hold him down, and either a gun barrel or a rifle barrel or a carbine barrel or a stick as big as a belaying pin is simply thrust into his jaws and his jaws are thrust back, and, if possible, a wooden log or stone is put under his neck, so he can be held firmly." Senator Julius Caesar Burroughs, Republican from Michigan, interrupted to ask, "His jaws are forced open, you say? How do you mean, crosswise?" The witness: "Yes, sir, as a gag. In the case of very old men I have seen their teeth fall out, I mean when it was done a little roughly. He is simply held down, and then water is poured onto his face, down his throat and nose from a jar, and that is kept up until the man gives some sign of giving in or becomes unconscious, and when he becomes unconscious he is simply rolled aside and he is allowed to come to. Well, I know that in a great many cases, in almost every case, the men have been a little roughly handled, they were rolled aside rudely, so that water was expelled. A man suffers tremendously, there is no doubt about that. His suffering must be that of a man who is drowning, but who cannot drown." 1767. This was a far cry from the mild, amusing exercise Worcester and Taft discussed so nonchalantly. But given such suffering, why had Flint stopped the torture only in a few cases when it appeared the victim might die? The replies of the Harvard-educated veteran both underlined the banality of evil and said something about the national character. He was only a soldier following orders, while 321. In the service, so far as he could remember, he had never criticized a superior officer. His superior Major Geary was nearby. For him to suggest to Geary it be stopped would have been improper, just as it would be improper for your servant to suggest things to you, and besides, at the time I did not disagree or disapprove of the process whatever. 177,680. Very few of the invaders ever did disapprove of the process whatever, and especially not after the war had dragged on into its third year, with guerrillas still active in Batangas province of southern Luzon and on Samar in the Visayas. The hard truth was that U.S. forces had not found islands full of the welcoming natives their leaders constantly invoked, the Good Fridays who would adopt them as the protective American fathers who had driven away the mean Spanish fathers. Instead they had seemingly come up against a nation of Calibans who repaid their benevolence with treachery, betrayal, and skulking attacks. General Chaffee called them guerrillas who hid in the brush. And then there was their barbarous cruelty common among uncivilized races that the War Department harped on in its reports, SD 205, I-2. I have been in Indian campaigns where it took over 100 soldiers to capture each Indian, reported Brigadier General J. Franklin Bell in 1901, but the problem here is more difficult on account of the inbred treachery of these people, their great number, and the impossibility of recognizing the actively bad from the only passively so. Or as Major General Lloyd Wheaton reported from Luzon on June 30, 1901, Unexampled patience was exercised throughout the department in the treatment of these savages, habitually violating all the laws of war as known to civilized nations. SD 205, I. 50. The unexampled patience we have already sampled was palpably wearing thin. It snapped with what Secretary of War Root called the base treachery, revolting cruelty, and the conditions of serious danger of the massacre at Balangiga in Samar in September 1901. There the natives had been treated with kindness and confidence, liberty and self-government had been given to them. Captain Connell, the American commander, was of the same faith and had been worshipping in the same church with them. With all the assurance of friendship our men were seated at their meal unarmed among an apparently peaceful and friendly community, when they were set upon from behind and butchered, and their bodies when found by their comrades the next day had been mutilated and treated with indescribable indignities. Dill. 7, 18990. 322. Now, this was the most spectacular of the Filipino atrocities. 74 men of Company C of the 9th Infantry were cut down at breakfast, with less than 30 surviving, of whom 22 were wounded. Native losses were estimated at from 50 to 150 killed. One of the survivors was William J. Gibbs, who received a commendation and promotion to corporal for his bravery after the attack. Currently a piano tuner in Springfield, Massachusetts, he appeared before the Lodge Committee on May 9 and 10, 1902. Since the attack set off the still more grim final phase of the war that had just wound down, and since in a way it summarized thousands of pages of testimony on the U.S. presence in the Philippines, let us follow along with this trustworthy witness's account of the affair at Balangiga, SD 331, 3, 22842310. In July 1901, shortly after they had arrived in the village of some 2,000 souls, Gibbs related. The officer, Captain Connell, wanted to have things cleaned up around the town, and he went to work and issued a proclamation to have all the natives appear the next morning and clean out the town. The natives appeared to be somewhat reluctant in regard to that. They turned out, but they did not work very hard, and then the next morning they refused to come at all. So he went to work and sent the men, each man to a shack, and forced them to come out, and had a guard placed over the men while they were working in the hot sun. They put the 90 natives in the 2 Sibley tents, which only held about 16 soldiers. They could not lie down, they had to stand up all night. There was not room enough to lie down. They stayed there for 2 or 3 days. In the morning Captain Connell would line the natives up and would issue them bolos for the purpose of cutting down the underbrush. The weather was damp, and of course it was the rainy season at that time, and it was very unpleasant all right for the natives, and they started to complain about it. They even wanted a little matting to put on the inside of the tent, to keep them from the dampness, from the ground, but he would not allow that at all. After 3 or 4 nights of this the villagers were allowed to go home and come back mornings to work under an armed guard of 12 men. In the following weeks the involuntary workers had to feed themselves. We didn't give them anything. And while they were cleaning up the town, Captain Connell sent men out from the company to destroy all the rice and fish and everything in the line of food that they possibly could. He thought they were taking them to the insurrectos in the mountains. 323. But why had Captain Thomas Connell, a West Pointer and veteran of the China expedition, made the villagers into a forced labor crew? To give the place, as Gibbs put it, a semblance of civilization. That is what they were supposed to do. They were supposed to cut down all the trees and underbrush and everything around there that would be an obstruction to seeing things at night on post. Some 2 months after the civilizing campaign commenced, another 75 natives, as it turned out General Vicente Lucban's picked men, obligingly came down from the mountains to help, were issued bolos, and confined nights to the 2 tents where they also were too numerous to lie down. A lighter note was struck when Beveridge asked the witness whether it was not a fact that these people habitually rested squatting on their haunches talking to each other for hours at a time. Yes, they do, Gibbs acknowledged, but in the questioning that followed refused the senator's bait. No, they do not sleep that way at night. After about a week of squatting nights on the damp ground in the Sibley tents, the mountain men joined the villagers in launching the attack of September 28, pitting Surprise and their bolos against 3 armed guards and the other soldiers, whose rifles were stacked near at hand. As it was, by Gibbs's estimate, their own losses were 3 times greater than those of the soldiers. Beyond doubt the enraged Balangigans chopped up the bodies of their tormentors and thereby indeed committed atrocities. And that was Gibbs's full story of the massacre and of the kindness and confidence, liberty and self-government Captain Connell had bestowed upon villagers who lived by the fish, coconuts, arid rice he had destroyed. Also beyond doubt, I submit, would have been the loud cheers on the mainland had U.S. prisoners of war surprised their armed captors, killed many with their own tools, and escaped from their slave labor camp. And that is not to say that the American prosperos did not really feel betrayed by these savages. From Washington came words like roots and strenuous injunctions to General Chaffee to put an end to the insurrection forthwith. Chaffee in turn passed on word to subordinates that their forces must be pushed with the utmost vigor. On September 30, 1901, for instance, he wrote General Hughes, the expert on the Viscouencephalic Index, that they had the duty to suspicion every male inhabitant in these islands, and while I do not urge inhuman treatment of any poor 324 son, it is necessary that we be stern and inflexible. Chaffee announced that he was reassigning the sub-district of Samar to Brigadier General Jacob H. Smith, who, as I am told, is an energetic officer, and I hope he will prove so in command of that brigade. He hardly needed to remind Hughes, who was also another former Indian fighter, that it is to our interest to disarm these people and to keep them disarmed, and any means to that end is advisable. It will probably cost us 100 lives to get back the guns lost at Balangiga, SD 331 to 1591 to 93. The phrase I have italicized telegraphed the genocide that followed *. Brigadier General J. Franklin Bell took charge of scouring Batangas province in southern Luzon. His orders, reproduced in the hearings, made plain that the demand for utmost vigor issued at the top had been passed on down to his subordinates. On December 13, 1901, Bell reminded station commanders that for the past 3 years the brigade had exercised forbearance and generosity in the vain hope the people might be conciliated and become reconciled to and convinced of the benevolent purposes of the government. To describe what had happened instead, the former cavalry lieutenant drew on language he may well have used in his campaigns against Native Americans. There had been skulking operations and apparently Pacific people had treacherously risen against the army. Flip back the calendar a quarter of a century and he might have been describing the predicament of Custer's 7th Cavalry in the Dakotas. We consequently find ourselves operating in a thoroughly occupied terrain against the entire population. 161,214. The Batanons were more numerous than the Sioux and did not wear war paint to help Bell identify the actively bad from the only passively so, but otherwise the parallels were close, as a Christmas Eve circular indicated. He proceeded on the assumption that, with very few exceptions, practically the entire population has been hostile to us at heart. In order to combat such a population, it is necessary to make the state of war as insupportable as possible, and there is no more efficacious way of accomplishing this than by keeping the minds of the people in such a state of anxiety and apprehension that living under such conditions will soon become unbearable. 1628. And as in the Indian Wars, the Prospero-like pose of the kind and forbearing parent could shift suddenly into utter contempt and a wrath that had the entire population as its target. These people need a thrashing to teach them some good common sense, Bell wrote General Lloyd Wheaton on December 27. On New Year's Day he would lead 2,500 men into the field for the purpose of thoroughly searching each ravine, valley, and mountain peak for insurgents and for food, expecting to destroy everything I find outside of towns. All able-bodied men will be killed or captured. Old men, women, and children will be sent to towns. 1691. Like Worcester and Bournes a decade earlier, Bell and his men did thereafter march through the countryside shooting everything that moved. Under the battle cry of "Remember Balangiga," they shot buffalo, not tamarouse but the indispensable carabaos of the peasants and other animals, burned homes, destroyed rice and other crops, herded survivors into reservation-like military zones, and forced them into clean-up campaigns and into becoming beasts of burdens the white men would not pick up. But unlike Worcester's collecting expeditions, this time fleeing natives were not accepted from the shooting, at least not those of them who were able-bodied, a tricky term. On Samar, the energetic General Jacob H. Hell-roaring Smith issued Christmas Eve orders so similar to Bell's they betrayed their common origin in Chaffee's utmost vigor. Of course Smith put much of his own notorious Circular No. 6 in his own words. It was imperative to adopt a policy that will create in the minds of all the people a burning desire for the war to cease, a desire or longing so intense, so personal, and so real that it will impel them to devote themselves in earnest to bringing about a state of real peace. 157,173. Burn and kill the natives, soldiers appreciatively called his campaign. 2,314. The fear of God was another name they gave it. James H. Blount recalled it as the former commander of a company of scouts. Blount had reason to know that the American soldier in officially sanctioned wrath is a thing so ugly and dangerous that it would take a Kipling to describe him. The ugly truth was that the benevolent assimilator had become a Sodom and Gomorrah god who played the very devil with natives who got in his way. Yet another old Indian fighter, Smith adopted tactics that had worked against Geronimo's Apaches when they were captured, imprisoned, and finally herded into a reservation. He began by ordering all natives, under pain of death, out of the interior. Those who streamed down to the coast were immediately thrown into concentration camps that were not the experiments in hygienic. 326. Living Worcester described. On January 26, 1902, a member of General Chaffee's party of visitors at the camp in Catbalogan, where Smith had his headquarters, described for the Army and Navy Journal what he saw, Ms. pages 9091. The inmates had a pinched, hungry look, the great majority were in rags and suffering from diseases that made their death rate from 2 to 4 per day. All of them had a more or less cowed appearance, the correspondent noted. They are a miserable-looking lot of little brown rats, and were utterly spiritless. Nothing seems to break their apathy. One to whom I spoke kindly and questioned as to his treatment changed for a moment into a gleam of intelligence, but quickly resumed his original stare. Asterisk. Natives still in the back country were shot or in some instances captured, and in any event had their villages burned. On November 23, 1901, for instance, Marine Major Littleton W. T. Waller reported from Basie that the second of his 3 columns, in accordance with my orders, destroyed all villages and houses, burning in all 165. He commended subordinates for taking their men on a heroic march where no white troops had ever been before. As soon as the men were fit to move again, he would strike a trail that will lead us out to the east coast near Hernani. First, however, I wish to work southward a little, destroying all houses and crops and, if possible, get the rifles from Balangiga. General Smith endorsed his report, urging another brevet for the Marine who had proved himself an officer of exceptional merit and carries out my wishes and instructions loyally and gallantly. General Chaffee added his endorsement, noting that the work of the Marines stationed in southern Samar has been gratifying, and they have accomplished much good in the short time they have been there. SD 331, 16,036. Shortly after Christmas, Waller led 50 inadequately provisioned Marines and some 30 cargadores, or coolies, as Worcester would have called them, out of Lenang on the east coast in a disastrous march across the island to Basie. Only the major and a small advance party made it, while the remainder of his column ran out of rations and turned back in a retreat that became a rout through the vine-entangled jungle, with 10 Marines left behind to die and mark their line of flight. Those who straggled out of the mountains on January 18, 1902, came down seething. The apathy of these little brown rats resembled that of the Muselmanner or walking corpses Bruno Bettelheim encountered in Dachau and Buchenwald. Katbalogen was manifestly an extreme situation for the inmates, comparable in its psychological impact to the Nazi camp S. For the latter, see Bettelheim's essay on schizophrenia in the American Journal of Orthopsychiatry, XXVI, 1956, 50718, and his Informed Heart, Glencoe, 3, Free Press, 1960. 327. With resentment against their sullen and unfriendly natives, who had fared much better than they and had, it was later established, done about everything but carry the white men physically from coast to coast along with their own gear, the natives had carried the Marines' packs and even, toward the end, their rifles. But the distraught Leathernecks suspected them of treachery, of plotting against them, of not finding for them the wild food and firewood only they knew how to find. When they had arrived on Samar the preceding October, Waller had charged them to place no confidence in the natives, and punish treachery immediately with death. So when the carriers voluntarily returned to Lenang, their erstwhile white allies immediately clapped them in irons and shipped them around the island to Basey. There, on January 20, Waller ordered the mass execution of 11 Filipinos, mostly their former cargadores, with Marines clamoring for turns on the firing squads. 2 days later Waller informed his superiors it had been necessary to expend 11 prisoners. When word of this expending reached Washington, with the hearings before Lodge's committee getting underway accompanied by a rising chorus of cruelty allegations, Root ordered Chaffee to have Waller charged with murder. At his trial, March 20 April 12, 1902, Waller admitted the killings but contended they differed not at all from the summary executions of prisoners by other expeditions in which he had served, that against the Chinese Boxers in 1900 and that against the Arab cavalry at Alexandria in 1882, he also insisted he had acted well within General Smith's orders. Presided over by Brigadier General William H. Bisbee, a bald old former Indian fighter, the court-martial thereupon found him not guilty of murder. Chaffee approved the verdict, citing as well Waller's mental anguish and physical condition, factors the accused had not pleaded in his own defense. The decision meant, rightly observed Moorfield's story, that such killing of allies was not only no murder, but no crime, ms. pages 3335. But it also forced Roosevelt to sign an order on April 21, 1902, for the court-martial of General Smith. Thus, by what was virtually a fluke under the circumstances, did the full truth, or at least most of it, come out about the wishes and instructions Major Waller had carried out so gallantly. Unlike General Bell, Smith had indiscreetly specified what he meant by able-bodied or, in his case, by capable of bearing arms. At his trial, it was shown that General Smith gave Major Waller the following oral instructions: I want no prisoners. I wish you to kill and burn. 328. The more you kill and burn the better you will please me. He also declared that the interior of Samar must be made a howling wilderness, and that he wanted all persons killed who were capable of bearing arms and in actual hostilities against the United States, and, in reply to an inquiry by Major Waller for an age limit, designated the age of 10 years. Dill, 7, 187, my italics asterisk. For issuing this order to Waller and to Waller alone, seemingly, were one to have any faith in these proceedings, General Smith was tried not for war crimes, not even for murder, but simply for conduct to the prejudice of good order and military discipline. He was found guilty and sentenced to be admonished by the reviewing authority. In partial explanation of its whimsical decision, the court declared what was manifestly untrue, namely that the accused had not meant everything he said, notwithstanding that a desperate struggle was being conducted with a cruel and savage foe. President Roosevelt duly admonished Smith and, since the general was 62 years old, retired him from the active list. In approving the findings and sentence, Roosevelt also invoked the merciless savage theme, I am well aware of the danger and great difficulty of the task our army has had in the Philippine Islands and of the well-nigh intolerable provocations it has received from the cruelty, treachery, and total disregard of the rules and customs of civilized warfare on the part of its foes. Dill. 7, 188. A few days after ordering the Smith court-martial, Daniel Boone Schirmer has remarked, the President made his own attitude quite clear by sending a letter of congratulations to General Bell in Batangas for his scorched earth campaign that had killed, according to the earlier estimate of the Secretary of the province, 1/3 of the population through shootings, starvation, and war-induced disease. But Bell had commendably said nothing about 10-year-olds. Roosevelt did not order Chaffee tried for his any means orders, nor his Secretary of War for countenancing, if not initiate. Moorfield's story pointed out that Root interpolated the phrase I have italicized and that it was at variance with the words of Smith's own defense counsel, who said simply that the defendant wanted everybody killed capable of bearing arms, and that he did specify all over 10 years of age, as the Samar boys of that age were equally as dangerous as their elders, ms. p. 33. Undoubtedly Root fiddled with the record as part of his ongoing efforts to keep the home folks from becoming too disturbed over what was happening to distant natives as it was, their relative unconcern over the growing body of atrocity evidence called into question the depth of their humanitarian concern in 1898 over comparable Spanish tactics in Cuba. But in the context of the extermination in Samar the Secretary's interpolation did not mean much. With very few exceptions indeed, every native on the island, as in Batangas, was by official definition in actual hostilities against the United States. 329. Ing, such orders, nor, needless to add, himself for bringing the strenuous life to the Philippines in such full measure. Secretary Root's explanation of the wrist-slapping of General Smith, now more scapegoat than hell-roarer, fleshed out the administration's position. Root argued that the general's oral instructions were not taken literally and were not followed, a contention that was contradicted by Waller's report from the field, quoted on p. 326, and by evidence disclosed at his trial. Whether children under 10 and women were or were not killed was never established by any official inquiry and certainly not by the proceedings against Smith. But Root went on to justify the actual conduct of military operations in Samar by the history and conditions of the warfare with the cruel and treacherous savages who inhabited the island and cited two sustaining precedents of the highest authority, General George Washington's orders to General John Sullivan in 1779 for the campaign against the Six Nations and the severity General William Tecumseh Sherman proposed against the Sioux after the Fort Phil Kearny massacre in 1866, Dill. 7, 18990. Now, in the process of ransacking War Department records for authorizations of terror, Root had unwittingly disclosed two important and related truths. The first was that the national past contained authorizations of terror and could easily be made to share the guilt of current killings, hurtings, and burnings. The second was that throughout this past, justifications of traditional forms of violence liturgies of inflicting death, in historian Lynn White's words had remained relatively fixed. Root's high precedents were instances in point. In 1866 the 27th Infantry had constructed a series of posts in the Dakotas, of which Fort Phil Kearny was one. That was Sioux country, and Sioux warriors soon had the posts virtually cut off from one another and from their supplies. On December 21 Captain William J. Fetterman led a detachment of some 80 men and officers out to relieve a party of besieged wood haulers but went out under strict orders not to go beyond nearby Lodgepole Creek. Eager to establish his reputation as an Indian fighter, Fetterman chased some seemingly panic-stricken warriors across the creek and found himself in a neatly sprung trap. On hearing of the loss of the entire detachment, Sherman wrote General Ulysses S. Grant on December 28, "We must act with vindictive earnestness against the Sioux, even to their extermination, men, women, and children. Nothing else will reach the root of this case." That was the Fort Phil Kearny massacre, and that was the severity Sherman had. 330. Burial of the Dead. At Wounded Knee, New Year's Day, 1891. Photographed by G. E. Tridger, Chadron, Nebraska, courtesy of the Nebraska State Historical Society. Vacated. As at Balangiga, the brilliant military victory of the foe was quickly labeled a massacre by Sherman, and Root was still repeating the label after the turn of the century. Sherman's advocacy of vindictive earnestness was an almost ritualistic expression of the national will to exterminate, and his strategy of driving a continental railroad through Indian country to destroy their buffalo and starve them out in fact waged war against all the Susman, women, and children, be destroying their food base. Hence, in his destruction of animals and crops in Batangas, General Bell was in the same tradition as Generals Sherman and Phil Sheridan and, in fact, George Washington. Dated May 31, 1779, and in the handwriting of Alexander Hamilton, Washington's instructions to Major General John Sullivan have been correctly described as peremptory. Sullivan was to proceed against the hostile tribes of Iroquois, to lay waste all the settlements around, that the country may not be merely overrun but destroyed. While Bell spoke of thrashing the treacherous Batanons, Washington spoke of chastising the treacherous Iroquois. But you will not by any means listen to any overture of peace before the total ruin of their settlements is effected. Our future security will be in their inability to injure us, and in the terror with which the severity of the chastisement they receive will inspire them. Equal to the task, Sullivan said, the Indians shall see that there is malice enough in our hearts to destroy everything that contributes. Filipino dead at Santa Ana, February 5, 1899. U.S. Signal Corps No. 111 RB 1037, courtesy of the National Archives. 332. To their support. In his Life of Joseph Brant, 1838, William L. Stone described in detail Sullivan's scouring of the countryside, the war of extermination he waged against the very orchards. At the town of Genesee alone Sullivan's army destroyed over 100 houses, mostly large and very elegant, laid waste extensive fields of ripening corn and beans, and with axe and torch soon transformed the whole of that beautiful region from the character of a garden to a scene of drear and sickening desolation, save for unimportant detail, that might have been a description of the graveyard into which General Smith had turned Samar. Also, by way of anticipation, in the North Country, observed Stone, the Indians were hunted like wild beasts. In his search for supporting precedents, the Secretary of War might as well have plunged right back to the beginning. Captain John Underhill, spending his days in burning and spoiling Block Island in 1636, CP 36, was the lineal forerunner of Major Waller's spending his days in burning and spoiling Samar in 1901, just as John Endicott's orders to put to death the men of Block Island, but to spare the women and children, and to bring them away, CP 34, were lineal forerunners of Jacob Smith's orders, albeit no one bethought himself to ask Endicott at what age boys became men. So for once Root was right. In the nation's past there were high and ample precedents for terror. After all, Town Destroyer was the apt name the Senecas had bestowed upon the father of the Republic himself, as Cornplanter had told Washington to his face in 1792, and to this day, the chief had added, when that name is heard, our women look behind them and turn pale, and our children cling close to the necks of their mothers. 333. Chapter XXII. The Strenuous Life at Home, to and Beyond the Louisiana Purchase Exposition. On all sides the World's Fair represents the evidences of the white man's accomplishment in the Louisiana Territory. The spirit of development abounds. The noise of progress fills the air. Exposition Secretary Walter B. Stevens, 1904. Our priceless principles undergo no change under a tropical sun, President McKinley had maintained and been more right than he could have intended. Carried westward by Fiske's manifest destiny, Melville's metaphysics of Indian hating had become the current metaphysics of empire building under a tropical sun. Almost 2 years after Roosevelt had declared the insurrection officially over, John Hay introduced a slight modification by calling United States imperialism a cosmic tendency, but that catchy phrase, as previously remarked, was merely another lethal metaphor for the principles of old. To be sure, much else had changed. Restless as ever after his return from the South Seas and professing the religion of World's Fairs, historian Henry Adams tagged along with his friend Hay to the Louisiana Purchase Exposition in St. Louis, where the Secretary of State unveiled his invincible tendency for the press parliament of the world on May 19, 1904. On their trip west, as he related in The Education, Adams was astonished by how new everything seemed, pages 46,568. From Pittsburgh through Ohio and Indiana, agriculture had made way for steam, tall chimneys reeked with smoke on every horizon, and dirty suburbs filled with scrap iron, scrap paper and cinders, formed the setting of every town. So revolutionary were the 334 changes. Adams chaffingly thought the Secretary of State should have rushed to the platform at every station to ask who were the people, for the American of the prime seemed to be extinct with the Shawnee and the Buffalo. Millions of Germans and Slavs, or whatever their race names, had overflowed the Central Valleys to become the new Americans, children of steam and brothers of the dynamo, leaving Hay as strange to the Mississippi River as though he had not been bred on its shores, and the city of St. Louis had turned its back on the noblest work of nature, leaving it bankrupt between its own banks. One imagines Melville's Fidel floating mockingly in that pollution as Adams and Hay passed by. And then there was the World's Fair itself, with its white palaces of electricity and machinery and transportation. The chaos of education approached a dream. One asked oneself whether this extravagance reflected the past or imaged the future, whether it was a creation of the old American or a promise of the new one. It was both. With his few well-turned phrases, Adams had evoked the transition from the agricultural, small-propertied economy of his and Hay's youth to the industrialized corporate capitalism they could see before them in the reeking chimneys and piles of cinders. Though the ailing Secretary of State at his side was a reminder the American of the prime was not quite yet extinct, the new immigrants did represent political power, some realized and more potential, since they came from European parent nations. Unlike non-whites, they could not be barred for any visible reason from entering the Lockean consensus and polity. Shortly they would find their way in, however abrasively and over whatever obstacles. Their ethnic politics and especially the ethnic politics of their children would make the Roosevelts and the Hays move over to share power even on the national level. They were truly the new Americans. All this and more imaged the future through the extravagance in St. Louis. Yet the very scrap iron and scrap paper Adams found so aesthetically repellent were creations of the past as well as promises of the more littered future. Those calling cards of the industrial transformation of the United States had their origins in the Puritan and Enlightenment rage for order, paradoxically enough, and in the drive of Adams's forefathers and the others for the total control of people and things. They were what was left over in debris from the ongoing efforts since the 17th century to subdue and exploit the continent according to increasingly sophisticated computations of efficiency like the bankrupt Mississippi. That waste lying there was the byproduct of those computations. 335. All the birthday parties at the turn of the century celebrated this historic drive to rationalize the world. Expositions, said McKinley, are the timekeepers of progress. The Centennial Exposition at Philadelphia in 1876 had the giant Corliss engine and technology that was updated by the Columbian World's Fair at Chicago in 1893, the Trans-Mississippi Exposition at Omaha in 1898, the Pan American Exposition at Buffalo in 1901, where McKinley received his fatal wounds, and other expositions in New Orleans, Atlanta, and Charleston. Of them all, none boasted grounds as spacious, 1,240 acres, and buildings as large or as numerous, 15 stately palaces or exhibition halls alone, as what the publishers of the World's Fair. Official Photographic Views, 1904, called the Universal Exposition in St. Louis, celebrating the 100th anniversary of the purchase of the Louisiana Territory. It assembled the industries, the art, and processes of the world. It was a meeting of the peoples of the earth, representing practically all nationalities, tribes, and kindreds. Even the consent was universal. By universal consent it surpassed all previous expositions in extent, picturesqueness, variety of detail, and interest, wf, preface, ... The stupendous enterprise took place at Forest City, the oxymoronic name of the fairgrounds that called attention to nature vanquished and urbanization triumphant. Walter B. Stevens, said to be the distinguished and versatile secretary of the exposition, proudly observed that a mere 3 years earlier that quarter of Forest Park in St. Louis had been in a state of demoralized nature. Unsewered, unwatered, unlighted, in every respect unimproved. Now it had been moralized and improved, sewered, watered, lighted, and changed from wilderness to wonderland. Where rioted the jungle of briars and vines and rotting vegetation, now stand palaces of machinery and transportation with the roadways, paths, rows of handsome trees, lawns, and flower beds surrounding them. Education and electricity are on terraced and adorned islands, once ground cut into deep ravines and made unsightly by patches of brush, wf. p. 25. Let there be light. Those patches of brush half a world away were what Captain Connell was trying to have removed when he was so treacherously cut down by the Balangigans. The tradition of rationality that launched campaigns to make Asiatics clean up and improved green forests into lighted parking lots. 100 automobiles were on display in St. Louis to entice 20 million visitors into the coming motor age. To a proliferation of professional experts such as Worcester and professional boosters such as Stevens. At the exposition, according to the latter, in villages under the auspices of the science of anthropology dwell representative families of North American Aborigines, of the giants of Patagonia and of the pygmies from Congo land. And finally, among all these strange peoples, civilized, semi-civilized and barbarous, assemble the thinkers of all nations to form a world's university, the International Congress, to discuss and set forth unification and mutual relations of the sciences, to harmonize the specialized studies. Could the exposition be more universal in its human activities, body, and mind? Wf. p. 4. Had the trustees of the world's university been alert, they would have appointed Adams to a chair. Its goal of the unification of knowledge matched his lifelong quest for unity, and its pretensions to universality matched his attempt to work out laws of history and ground his discipline in the physical sciences. For all his intelligence and learning, Henry Adams failed to grasp how much he was himself part of the problem he found so perplexing. There was not the rupture of continuity between the world of 1838 and the world of 1904 that he posited, because rationalization meant perpetual material change and the change itself provided the sequence he denied. Notwithstanding his claims to the contrary, the child Adams was father of the man, just as the adult was the true son of his forefathers' efforts to reduce the world to orderly processes. Though an early disciple of Alexis de Tocqueville, Adams had forgotten one of his mentor's key insights in Democracy, 1840, why great revolutions will become more rare. Two things are astonishing about the United States: the great changeableness of most human behavior and the singular fixity of certain principles. Men are in constant motion, the mind of man seems almost unmoved. Men bestir themselves within certain limits beyond which they hardly ever go. They are forever varying, altering, and restoring secondary matters, but take great care not to touch fundamentals. They love change but dread revolutions. In St. Louis, the truth of Tocqueville's observation could be seen in the many exhibits of secondary changes. Preoccupied with them, Adams missed the still more striking exhibits of fixed fundamentals, those certain principles, or priceless principles, as McKinley had called them. 2. Exposition statues and murals froze for a moment how citizens of the Republic continued to perceive themselves and their past. In commemoration of the Louisiana Purchase as a major stage in the great westward thrust of empire, larger than life-size explorers of the territory stood beside the wide promenade leading upward from the Palace of Mines and Metallurgy to the Colonnade of States. These were the white men, explained Secretary Walter B. Stevens, who traversed the vast region and first made known its resources and possibilities. Among them, Daniel Boone is leaning forward as if watching a varmint, his rifle lifted, ready to take instant aim, wf. p. 66. At the head of the main lagoon near the Louisiana Purchase Monument, each of 4 heroic groups represented an impressive and distinct chapter in the winning of the West. WF, P-275, a pioneer in a blizzard, a cowboy at rest while his horse stood nearby, the Winchester in its place beside the saddle, a step to civilization which a progressive Indian is urging his son to take, while in the background an old warrior true to his blanket and wigwam stands in discouraging attitude, and, most eloquent of all, the barbaric buffalo dance performed by Indians. By Solon Hannibal Borglum, brother of Gutzon Borglum of later Mt. Rushmore fame, the stylized frenzy of the statue brought to temporary rest 3 centuries of fearful clichés about the barbarous madness of Indian dances. As Secretary Stevens remarked, the group was composed of 3 Indians who are going through the figures of one of their wild dances. Viewed from any standpoint, the impression made by the group is that of wild frenzy. WF, P-277. From sculptor Borglum and from interpreter Stevens there was not the hint of an understanding that the Indians might have been using their bodies as instruments of prayer. The Secretary's rigidly disapproving description of the buffalo dance was worthy of Captain Endicott or Colonel McKenney. In the rotunda of the Missouri Building, largest of the state exhibits, murals developed the same progressive theme in pendentives illustrating the 4 stages in the territory's history. Pre. 338. Historic, represented by a saber-toothed tiger; savage, by an Indian butchering a deer; developing, by the Indian giving way to the white man; and productive, by a symbolical abundance surrounded by cultivated fruits and flowers and by machinery, architecture, science, literature, and art, in the order listed by Walter Williams, Missouri Superintendent of Publications. Decorations in the dome also depicted the struggle of colonization in the wild country yet to be made habitable and the ultimate victory of the progressive civilization of peace. Such 18th-century notions of the stages of society confronted the fair visitor inside and out. Of course, the whole Louisiana Purchase exposition was rather heavy allegory solemnizing the growth of the Anglo-American Empire. Highly industrialized Pennsylvania granted recognition to that metaphorical meaning through its governor Samuel W. Pennypacker, who proclaimed August 20 Pennsylvania Day at the fair. In St. Louis, on that 110th anniversary of the victory of General Anthony Wayne over the Indians at the Battle of Fallen Timbers, Governor Pennypacker delivered a memorable address in which he drew on the authority of Theodore Roosevelt's winning of the West to establish that Wayne's victory was the most decisive in all our Indian wars. It was of critical importance, for if the land was to be secured for civilization it must not only be occupied, it must be won from fierce tribes of savages, who waged a treacherous and ruthless warfare which spared neither child, woman, nor home. So were the merciless savages of old pressed into service, along with their kindred wild beasts, in the governor's 20th century rendition of Genesis. The wild beasts that filled the caverns below and clung to the limbs of the trees overhead were driven from their lairs. The savages who lurked in the forests and who endeavored to confront the inpour of emigrants, with treachery and revenge in their hearts and scalping knives in their hands, were after many a fierce struggle, beaten and destroyed. Winning the West was all the more important now, if it shall come about, as seems probable, that the American people are to be one of the dominant nations, imposing their race characteristics, seizing the avenues of trade, and extending their institutions, all of which came down to a neat definition of imperialism and demonstration of its continuity. Pennypacker happily claimed as native sons Daniel Boone and John Lincoln, the great-grand 339. Father of the President, acknowledged the bad with the good in Simon Girty, the thoroughly hated renegade who took part with the savages, and went on to point out that Pennsylvania alone of the 13 original states had a regiment in the Philippines. Thus had the wilderness trace led over the Alleghenies and beyond to Batangas and Samar, or, as Pennypacker said, in the United States of America. The terms East and West are more or less uncertain in their designation. The historically conscious governor named the most elusive of the cardinal directions that region lying to the westward of the Allegheny Mountains, a designation of the West that more or less certainly followed the setting sun over the horizon toward Asia and the current westernmost rim of settlement. In plaster and paint and word, not one of the priceless principles was more fixed or more central than the national view of natives as merciless savages, brutes akin to the wild beasts of the caverns below and the tree limbs overhead or the pens and cages between. After the capture of General Aguinaldo, requests poured into the War Department from showmen who wanted to exhibit him. Philip C. Jessup, Roots biographer, noted a typical offer from an Idaho company that asked for a year's lease of Aguinaldo, the company agreeing to exhibit him in all the principal cities of the United States and to pay over to the government 75% of the gross receipts. Fortunately, the Filipino revolutionary was spared that ordeal at General MacArthur's urging. He had taken an oath of loyalty on April 19, 1901, asking his compatriots in a proclamation, "Let the stream of blood cease to flow, let there be an end to tears and desolation," p. 188. Otherwise he very well might have been part of the Philippine exhibit at the World's Fair. In fancy one sees Aguinaldo seated, under guard of course, by the Daniel Boone Bridge over the North Lagoon, conversing with Adams and Hay, 2 or 3 of Worcester's bon taquigarotes, local St. Louis novelist Kate Chopin, Secretary Stevens and Governor Pennypacker, and Geronimo, all of whom try to scale language barriers and worlds in order to set forth the unification and mutual relations of the sciences. Their deliberations would be facilitated by the syncopated accompaniment of Scott Joplin, played slowly. It is never right to play ragtime fast. In fact, one could see Geronimo in St. Louis. Previously shown at the Omaha and Buffalo expositions, by 1904 he was a veteran exhibit and star of all the North American entries of strange peoples. These included Inuits, or Eskimos, from the Arctic Circle in traditional dress and said to be always good-humored even. 340. In July and August days when it made one feel uncomfortably warm to look at the heavy fur clothing, WF, p. 122, not to mention their panting sled dogs. Along with Geronimo's Apaches, some 50 other Native American tribes were represented, including the surviving chiefs of the leading tribes which once divided among them all of Louisiana. Stoical to the end, the old Indian puts on all of the feathers and deer teeth and blankets and is photographed in silent useless protest against the Indian school. And the white man's road generally. There is something of the plaintive in it, WF, p. 129. Sioux Chief Tall Crane was photographed outside his teepee with Mrs. Tall Crane, a heavily built, square-faced squaw who surprisingly shows no sign of hard usage, WF, p. 138. The teepee of the Tall Cranes, the wickiup of Geronimo, and the shelters of other Native Americans were placed appropriately in the western part of the fairgrounds, just beyond the United States Indian School, on the reservation of ethnology, occupied by communities of many Indian tribes, not entirely confined to the North American continent. The Patagonians of South America and the Pygmies of Africa have their homes on the reservation, WF, p. 260. Geronimo had a booth in the Indian School, between Pueblo potters and Pueblo women grinding corn and making bread, where he made and sold bows and arrows, and sang and danced for customers. In his autobiography, Geronimo related that many people invited him to their homes in St. Louis, but my keeper always refused. Still a prisoner of war, of course, he went nowhere without guards. His keeper allowed him to see the shows on the pike, ride on the Ferris wheel, and visit strange people of whom I had never heard. One day he went to see little brown people that United States troops captured recently on some islands far away from here. They did not wear much clothing, and I think that they should not have been allowed to come to the fair. But they themselves did not seem to know any better. They had some little brass plates, and they tried to play music with these, but I did not think it was music, it was only a rattle. However, they danced to this noise and seemed to think they were giving a fine show. I do not know how true the report was, but I heard that the president sent them to the fair so that they could learn some manners, and when they went home teach their people how to dress and how to behave. So declaimed the great old man after taking that step to civilization. At the time Geronimo was in his brief Christian phase. 341. Desperately wanted to return to his own country in Arizona to die, and treacherously said what whites had given him to understand they wanted him to say. Alas, it was not enough to get him home, but for this one revealing moment the ends of the empire came together, victims face to face. The little brown people were the pagan Igorots Ida McKinley had so earnestly wanted to save, and Worcester and the other commissioners had just shipped from the islands for the edification of their compatriots on the mainland. Unhappily, no one seems to have thought to take a snapshot of the Igorots' historic meeting with Geronimo. Perhaps the latter's guard got in the way, but the next best was an official photograph showing receiving day at Igorot Town, the village far off in the corner of the Philippine reservation that no visitor misses. Even the other curious and strange peoples, from every quarter of the globe, leave their World's Fair homes and go to see the Igorots. Every day in the week is receiving day with these good-natured savages. The picture was taken on the occasion of the ceremonial call paid to the Igorots by one of the other Indian tribes Sikh, WF, p. 165. Like the African forest people and other aborigines from faraway places, the Igorots were put on a reservation and seen as another Indian tribe, new-caught natives comparable to the old, except more curious and better-natured savages. As for actual knowledge and understanding, Secretary Stevens and visitors at the World's Fair knew and understood as much but no more about the Philippine Igorots than had U.S. citizens about the Pacific Coast Clatsops in the days of Lewis and Clark. The science of anthropology moved to close the gap in their understanding by studying the Igorot as an exhibit. They were measured and photographed and cross-questioned by scientists and studied by many visitors interested in ethnology. They furnished the live object lessons for lecture courses and good-naturedly answered questions, pertinent and impertinent, about themselves without asking return information respecting the white people who were studying them. WF, p. 149. Another photograph showed white people carrying on their study of Igorots by hanging on the outside of the high stockade of bamboo poles around their village and peering in at them in structures with low partitions so that viewers looked over and into what is very like a pen. A little straw thrown on one side is the bed. If a fire is wanted in the house, it is built upon the ground and the smoke finds the way out. As a rule the cooking is done out of doors by the rudest of. 342. Geronimo at the Louisiana Purchase Exposition, 1904. Courtesy of the Missouri Historical Society. Devices. A pot, braced by a rock to give the space underneath for fire, satisfies the Igorot housekeeper. Fingers are used to turn the boiling meat. With a pen under cover to sleep in and a pot containing a piece of meat, the Igorot is content. What to wear gives him no concern. WF, p. 174. Like the lilies of the field or the pigs of the pen, Igorots gave no thought to the morrow, seemingly, though in the interests of. 343. Modesty, Secretary Stevens noted, the women had been induced to wear more clothes than they do at home. WF, p. 173. The extravaganza in St. Louis was really a roundup of all the preceding centuries, from the 17th through the 19th, and not surprisingly the Philippine Purchase was the center of interest as the most recent instance of the victory of civilization over natural wilderness and savage men. Promoters and visitors alike turned to it as the modern counterpart and natural extension of the Louisiana Purchase. The Philippine Reservation exhibited curiosities from the newest possession, just as the Indian Reservation nearby exhibited relics from the oldest. On both reservations persons were shown off as object lessons of what Anglo-Americans were not and must not become. Natives were exhibited as live objects that, save for their human form, were strictly comparable to the Philippine and North American varieties in the giant cage of the United States Bird Exhibit or in the tanks of the United States Fish Commission ladder. Receiving day at Igorot Town, from the World's Fair, comprising the official photographic views, 1904. 344. Boasted a display not only from the Atlantic and Pacific coasts and the lakes and streams in between but from the Philippines as well. Thus the identification of natives as natural objects was on full display in Forest City, in booths, and behind bamboo stockades. Their persons appeared as bits of national property, to be measured and photographed and cross-questioned, to be consumed by customers who paid to see them dance and portray the general barbaric life, or to be transformed by tribe tamers in the Filipino and Indian schools, or to be destroyed if they resisted. After all, old Daniel Boone peered out over the fairgrounds and watched over them all with his fabled rifle at the ready, in Secretary Stevens's words, as if watching a varmint. The great white palaces of machinery and electricity notwithstanding, the most representative exhibit at the St. Louis World's Fair was the ingrained racism of the conquerors. 3. The civilization and the barbarism of the archipelago are shown side by side in the Philippine Exposition at the World's Fair, wrote Secretary Stevens. Igorot braves bow to the rising sun, kill a dog and dance on one side of the frail bamboo stockade, while on the other side, at the same hour, the neatly uniformed scouts from the civilized tribes stand at attention as the United States flag is raised to American music by a Philippine band, WF, p. 148. In concept and in side-by-side structure the exhibits confirmed the delusion Worcester had done so much to foster, namely, that the Filipinos were a collection of tribes, some wild, some civilized, while the professor was in the islands still bringing people down from the treetops. As he put it, his Department of the Interior furnished numerous typecasts for the exposition, including tree-dwelling Lanao Moros, who perched in their bamboo home high above the court of the Ethnology Building, WF, p. 175. Visitors understandably flocked to see Moro tree-dwellers and Igorot dog-eaters, and understandably remembered these barbarians from the archipelago long after their memories had faded of the neatly uniformed Macabebe mercenaries or of the handsome, white duck-attired Visayans who sang the Star-Spangled Banner in American English. The association was simple and politically handy. Filipinos were savages incapable of self-direction, dependents in dire need of the civilizing. 345. Ministrations and permanent political tutelage of their white masters. The St. Louis World's Fair helped spread this misrepresentation of Filipinos as tribal peoples into homes across the country and drained away whatever residual sympathy there was for them as a people. Anglo-Americans had not got where they were by cherishing tribes. Once this view of them struck root in the United States, as Tocqueville said of an accepted opinion there generally, it would seem that no power on earth is strong enough to eradicate it. More than 2 decades later, in The Conquest of the Philippines, 1926, Moorfield Story and Marshall P. Licaco were still trying to eradicate this particular fixed opinion. These so-called Philippine tribes have been receiving such notoriety to this day that we might as well pause now and see how much weight should be given to these statements, p. 173. In effect asking Worcester to come center stage for a bow, they vainly sought to throw off the heavy weight of scientific sanction. The existence of tribes has been decided by ethnologists, who claim to see among the brown-skinned natives certain differences which stamp them into the category of tribesmen. 4 years later, toward the end of all their decades of agitation for independence, Philippine nationalist Camilo Ozias took up the continual harping on our alleged tribal differences in his testimony before the Senate Committee on Territories and Insular Affairs. I can answer this harping by saying that the lack of such differences can be proven here now in this room. I ask you to look at the various Filipinos here and see if there is any more difference among us than there is between an American of the Connecticut tribe, let us say, and one of the Michigan tribe, or of the Pacific Coast tribe, or some other American tribe. p. 384. But the retentionists had is, those who wanted to hold on to the island shad never depended on seeing for believing that once a native always a native. The Louisiana Purchase Exposition had also been an educational experience for the leading Filipinos whom Worcester and Frank Esborns had lined up to testify before the Sherman Commission and later, under Taft's nurturing and guiding hand, had organized into a political party, the Federalistas. Assimilationists, if one shuns the harsher term collaborators, these wealthy politicians aspired to a role under the United States comparable to the one their class had enjoyed under Spain, and they did indeed. 346. Rise to high positions in the new regime, with 3 of their leaders on the Taft Commission itself. Aside from their immediate objectives of office and patronage, they sought incorporation of the Philippines into the Union and then full statehood. But this end was in a way more far-fetched than Independence's Secretary of War Root said. Statehood for Filipinos would add another serious race problem to the one we already have, p. 330. Then in St. Louis the Federalista members of the Honorary Board of Commissioners discovered for themselves just how idle was their dream of statehood. All too clearly the United States would not welcome as citizens dark-skinned natives from a distant archipelago. Once home, even these Americanistas, as they were also called, had to advocate eventual independence *. Not so accommodating and not given at all to placating petitions were the Muslim Moros of Mindanao and the Sulu archipelago. Those at the World's Fair proved disappointingly unprofitable from the showman's point of view, and so fiercely repelled photographers a sign had to be posted warning the Kodak army that they invade at their peril the village. Their chiefs demonstrated total unwillingness to exhibit themselves to the Americans and to perform in accordance with the wishes of the showman. WF, pages 154, 175. Seemingly the Moros still failed to recognize the realities of their subjugation. Of all the official views of native peoples, perhaps the most fascinating and certainly the most ominous was of some Moro families who had obviously been coerced into lining up to smile at the birdie, but who defiantly faced the camera with what Secretary Stevens saw as rather repellent expressions on their faces. WF, p. 155. And indeed the fist of a man squatting in the front row, raised menacingly toward the photographer, augured more Moro misbehavior. Under the command of General Leonard Wood, a retaliatory expedition was mounted against them 2 years later on the island of Jolo. In the angry words of Mark Twain, a tribe of Moros, dark-skinned savages, had fortified themselves in the bowl of an 347. Extinct crater not many miles from Jolo, and as they were hostiles, and bitter against us because we have been trying for 8 years to take their liberties away from them, their presence in that position was a menace. The ensuing slaughter of some 600, counting women and children, called forth Twain's most memorable outburst. General Wood was present and looking on. His order had been, kill or capture those savages. Apparently our little army considered that or left them authorized to kill or capture according to taste, and that their taste had remained what it has been for 8 years, in our army out there'th taste of Christian butchers. But by 1906 the Philippines had become a bore. Apart from Twain, Moorfield's Story, and a few other veterans of the anti-war movement, no one cared much what happened to Moros on Jolo or to other dark-skinned hostiles on other remote islands. Twain put his comments on the killing of 600 Moros in the posthumous privacy of his autobiography, 1924. Theodore Roosevelt cabled Wood his congratulations upon the brilliant feat of arms, and that was about it. Of course the conquest also had a sunny side, the Americanization side. From the report of the 29th Annual Lake Mohonk Conference of Friends of the Indian and Other Dependent Peoples, 1911. Peter W. Stanley quoted the assurances of an American businessman from Manila, "A splendid job is being done, and the influence of it on the Filipino is most marked." The prestigious conveners of Lake Mohonk had glided smoothly from annual conferences on the oldest dependent peoples to the newest, with stopovers along the way on the Negro question, CP 495, and no doubt were pleased to hear these familiar assurances of benevolence and of splendid efforts being undertaken in the field. And in fact colonial statesmen had carried to the islands polo and trap shooting for themselves and baseball for their new wards, along with soap and toothbrushes for everybody. They built schools to teach God's language and combat illiteracy, mounted clean-up campaigns, and administered vaccinations that lowered the death rate and stemmed epidemics of cholera and smallpox coming out of the war years. Unlike Worcester, many of them evinced an agreeable willingness to throw, over the realities of subjugation, the beneficent cloak of their partnership with Filipinos in building an Asian outpost of republican institutions. From 1913 to 1921 Governor Francis Burton Harrison tried to 348. The White Man's Burden, from the Admiral Dewey number of Harper's Weekly, September 30, 1899. Now this is the road that the white men tread, said Rudyard Kipling, when they go to clean a land. The bar of soap passing from hand to hand at the lower right will begin the native's enlightenment. It would be risky for him to spurn this generosity. Sane living, said Secretary Worcester, means sanitary living. Here soap, of course the advertiser appears as an actual yardstick of civilization. By no means a parody of this burden of whitening the world, the advertisement soberly and suitably appeared in a weekly that advertised itself by subtitle as a journal of civilization. 349. Implement Wilson's expressed desire to contract the frontier by a program of Filipinization of the insular government that would lead to independence. But even Harrison was unable to bridge the growing gulf between the races, as Governor James F. Smith had called it in 1909. The social status of an American woman who marries a native. I myself have never heard of but one case, remarked Judge Blount, is like that of a Pacific Coast girl who marries a Jap. A white male who married a Filipino was ostracized by the U.S. community in Manila. And for all his good intentions, Harrison himself was by no means free of the racist virus. In his one trip to visit the Igorotes, Stanley reported, he had carried with him a cake of carbolic soap and had washed himself whenever possible after shaking hands with an Igorote. The racism in Manila reflected and reinforced that in Washington. There too the Filipinos remained, after all those years of tutelage, utterly unfit for self-government. Warren Gamaliel Harding had to tell them bluntly the time is not ripe for your independence, and Calvin Coolidge had to reiterate they had not as yet attained the capability of full self-government. p. 264. Henry L. Stimson, their governor from March 1928 to early 1929, held that as Malays they were capable of hopeful progress while under our supervision, but like Worcester believed they had an inborn tendency to slide back into barbarism. p. 266. When it was finally promised in 1934, their independence came not because of any upsurge of contrition or any major shift in this estimate of their innate capabilities, but because traditionally pro-independence Democrats came into power in 1933. The protectionist farm bloc wanted an end to competition from Philippine imports, and the Filipinos themselves had continued to agitate for at least partial U.S. withdrawal. One day in February 1932 Herbert Hoover and Secretary of State Stimson had a striking conversation. Stimson asked the president if he really believed that the United States was not enough of a governmental power and did not have enough of a constitutional. 350. King of the Caroline Islands, from the Literary Digest, September 10, 1898. Forerunners of the modern transnationals, firms such as the Singer Manufacturing Co. and Pears Soap had their maps in hand and were moving with the rest of the empire builders into the blank spaces, that is, inhabited only by natives all over the world. Thanks to this corporate manifest destiny, the king shown here will shortly shed his grass skirt and don properly stitched white ducks. 351. Freedom to evolve a relationship to another country like the Philippines similar to the relationship of England to the British Commonwealth of Nations. Hoover, well, that's the white man's burden. Stimson, yes, that's what it comes down to, and I believe in assuming it. I believe it would be better for the world and better for us. But traditional Republican Party retentionism had momentarily blinded the hard-headed Stimson to a truth he knew very well: there was more than one way to skin a cat and there were other possible colonial relationships. In spite of the act providing for Philippine independence that passed over Hoover's veto the following January, the westward course of empire was not permanently halted, much less reversed. The white man's burden has never been dropped lightly. 353. Part 5. Children of Light. In seeking to identify the causes of the war and apportion responsibility for its outbreak, one must begin with the fact established by the testimony of all the whites and most Indians that the Pequots were blatantly and persistently provocative and aggressive. Alden I. Vaughan, Pequots and Puritans, 1964. 355. Chapter XXIII. The Occident Express. From the Bay Colony to Indochina. In a frontier society, someone had to impose a semblance of justice and order. Alden T. Vaughan, New England Frontier, 1965. Tonight Americans and Asians are dying for a world where each people may choose its own path to change. This is the principle for which our ancestors fought in the valleys of Pennsylvania. It is the principle for which our sons fight in the jungles of Vietnam. This will be a disorderly planet for a long time. Lyndon B. Johnson, A Pattern for Peace in Southeast Asia, April 1965. In parts 2, 3, and 4, the epigraphs quoting Timothy Dwight, George Bancroft, and John Fiske underline the abidingness of mainstream Anglo-American views of national origins. Mavericks like Morton and Melville were so exceptional as to prove the rule. The epigraphs also underline and extend a commonplace repeatedly demonstrated by the text. In war the first casualty is indeed truth, but it has an identical twin, conscience. For 300 years the war against the Indians shaped what became American nationalism by driving underground the ultimately undeniable truth about his humanity and by hardening Anglo-Americans to what they were doing. They proceeded with dispossession and extermination or uprooting in an atmosphere fouled by self-congratulation and by sighing regrets over the N.A. 356. Tiv Americans utter unworthiness of their disinterested benevolence. Coming early in this tradition and in clearly etched outline, the Pequot War had a lasting significance far out of proportion to its magnitude. It set the pattern for justifications of rooting natives out of their swamps and of plucking them down from their mountain fastnesses. It represented a moral precedent, observed N. Scott Momaday, upon which a tradition of oppression has been based. Then, just as the Kiowa writer put his insight into print, there appeared stunning new confirmation of its truth. A prima facie case exists for the claims of Puritan apologists, claimed Alden T. Vaughan in the April 1964 William and Mary Quarterly, and its partial validity is undeniable. Unfortunately, it is not the whole story. More unfortunately still, it was with that part of the story that Vaughan, an assistant professor of history at Columbia University, began in his essay on Pequots and Puritans. One must begin with the fact established by the testimony of all the whites and most Indians that the Pequots were blatantly and persistently provocative and aggressive, pp. 262, 267. For a moment let us assume that by a straw vote whites had unanimously supported the proposition Vaughan was pleased to call Pequot perfidy, pp. 266. Would that have established its existence? Or would the whites not have been saying more about themselves, as Vaughan was, than about the Pequots? Under the circumstances, it would have meant merely that they subscribed to the new creed Thomas Morton indicted, to wit, that the Salvages are a dangerous people, subtle, secrete and mischievous, cp 19. Morton was an unbeliever. Or consider the more direct testimony of William Wood 2 years before the opening of hostilities. The Pequots be a stately warlike people, of whom I never heard any misdemeanor, but that they were just and equal in their dealings, not treacherous either to their countrymen, or English, requiters of courtesies, affable towards the English. New England's Prospect, 1634, pages 5253. Vaughan began with a fact that was not a fact, and his contention that all whites subscribed to the prejudice was untrue. As to whether most Indians shared it, who could possibly have taken their depositions and made the professor privy to the results? Actually, the Pequots were on the point of forming an alliance with the Narragansetts, and the proposed confederation was defeated only by the prodigious efforts of Roger Williams, who stirred up old enmities and suspicions, cp 41. Had it been established, then most New England Indians would have been allies of the Pequots. The Bay Colony, wrote Vaughan, had been overripe for Endicott's blow at Satan's horde, pp. 266. And early on the morning of April 23, 1637, 200 howling Pequot braves descended on a small group of colonists at work in a meadow near Wethersfield, Connecticut, pp. 26,061. In his attempt to establish them as bona fide merciless savages, Vaughan unintentionally fell into a largely successful demonstration of Puritan perfidy and murderousness, as in the expedition under John Endicott to kill all the men on Block Island. Furthermore, his attempts to tie the Pequots to the ostensible first victims of the war simply spread confusion. In 1634, he stated flatly, the Pequots made their first hostile move against the English with the assassination of Captain John Stone of Virginia and 8 other Englishmen, pp. 258, an assertion undercut by the authoritative admission of Captain John Mason that the Indians responsible were not native Pequots, but had frequent recourse unto them, cp. 38. Since the evidence nowhere showed a link between the Pequots and the death of the no less quarrelsome John Oldham, Vaughan fell back on the unsupported and almost certainly untrue assertion that the few surviving assassins sought refuge with the Pequots, pp. 260, an amusing if dubious instance of guilt by hospitality. For all the alleged merciless savagery that left blame lying somewhat more heavily upon the Pequots than the Puritans, Vaughan concluded that at bottom it was the English assumption of the right to discipline neighboring Indians that led to war in 1637, pp. 269, 268. Yet when his essay became with slight variations a chapter of New England frontier the following year, the conclusion had undergone metamorphosis. Now most of the blame for the war, Vaughan contended, must fall on the Pequots, and so on to their blatant and persistent aggression, Neff, pages 13,536. Coming out of unaltered or only slightly varied evidence, the conclusions collided in a sign sufficient of the historian's inner unease, confusions, divided feelings about the world of the forefathers and about how it had been won. Momaday's acute assessment of another writer on the Pequots had direct application to Vaughan. In the same breath he deplores and defends the morality in which his own prejudices have their roots. The second conclusion meant the Columbia professor had given. 358. His prejudices their head, but that by no means solved his problem. The anemia of the analysis in New England frontier, its starts and stops and blusterings, was a dead giveaway that the author was not explaining but explaining away. By necessity, as well as by inclination, read his preface, I have concentrated on the acts and attitudes of the Puritans toward the Indians and have not, for the most part, attempted to account for the actions and reactions of the natives. By inclination as well as by necessity, then, the natives were left out of the account, for the most part, even an account subtitled Puritans and Indians. By chaining himself to the saints' explanations of their acts and attitudes and then by remaining on the surface of those, Vaughan became a bondservant of their self-justifications and bound himself over to the writing of a 20th-century Puritan cover story. The New England Puritans followed a remarkably humane, considerate, and just policy in their dealings with the Indians, Neff, p. 7. No doubt an unintended consequence of this filiopietistic historiography was the reduction of the formidable saints to a set of Sabbath school lessons with no more depth than the canvas of a John Endicott portrait. Let us content ourselves with 3 illustrations of what Vaughan said the Puritans were not. The Puritans were not covetous of Pequot lands. Although the war had not been fought to wrest land from the Pequots, most of the conquered territory was annexed by the English as the spoils of war, Neff, p. 152. Land hunger was unquestionably among the motives that led the Puritans to war. Hard evidence from Lyon Gardner showed that leading saints were plotting at least as early as 1635 to wrest land from the Pequots, cp. 39. The Puritans were not sadists. After the roastings in the fiery oven at Mystic, a key element in the anti-Puritan syndrome has been an indictment of the colonists for reveling in the destruction of the Pequots. Rather than reflecting sadistic pleasure, Puritan writings show how deeply they believed in God's direct manipulation of history, Neff, p. 145n. This superficial psychology was mere obfuscation. Hell had always been a magnificent repository for the Christian lust to punish, the flaming Pequot fort was the realization of that lust in this world. Even if the Puritans dutifully assigned the ultimate pleasure to God, they could still revel in having been his avenging angels. We were like men in a dream, exulted John Mason, then was our mouth filled with laughter, and our tongues with singing, CP 56, if that was not revelry, it was a pretty fair Puritan substitute. The Puritans were not racists, and since most of the tribes of 359 New England were on the white man's side, the Pequot War cannot accurately be described as an Indian war in the usual sense. This was no racial conflict between white men and red, no clash of disparate cultures or alien civilizations, Neff, p. 135. The white man's side. Then, since Custer employed Crow Scouts, the Battle of the Little Bighorn was not a racial conflict? Still, the refrain of New England frontier was that the colonists did not see the Indians as a race apart, did not portray relations with the Indians as determined by any fundamental distinction of race. Winthrop, Bradford, and their contemporaries treated the encounters of Europeans and Indians as though they were determined by all the complexities of human behavior, Neff, pages 8, 62n. Precisely the reverse was the case, as we noted in Winthrop's May 1637 warning to Bradford, "Look at the Pequot's, and all other Indians, as a common enemy, CP 52. It was also untrue that to argue the Indians should have acted together as a race was to be far more race-minded than Puritans or Indians ever were, Neff, p. 324, remember my Antonimo's desperate plea, quoted on p. 60, so we are all Indians. And say brother to one another as though unaware of what his other hand was doing." Vaughan himself quoted Winthrop on the Indians not recognizing political divisions among the English, assuming that we were all as one, Neff, p. 159. Vaughan also obligingly outlines special laws that proposed to ban racial intermarriage in Massachusetts, seemingly found to be superfluous, prohibited the sale of guns, horses, and boats to Indians, forbade their settlement within a quarter of a mile of any Connecticut town, enabled the sale of Rhode Island Indians into slavery upon conviction of theft involving over 20 shillings, and going the other way, established stiff punishment for any Connecticut white who dared run away to the Indians, Neff, pages 185,210 passim. Sheer mystification, then, was his final restatement of all this. The New England Puritans had treated the Indians not as a race apart, but as fellow sinners in God's great universe, Neff, p. 338. Never were Indians fellow sinners of the Puritans, never politically, never legally, and never religiously. As Neil Salisbury has demonstrated in precise detail, even John Eliot's Christian Indians prayed in racially segregated churches and lived as a lower caste in racially segregated hamlets. By inclination Vaughan considered the natives objects of Puritan acts and attitudes. Accordingly, his chapter The Indians of New England, Neff, pages 2763, treated them with poorly concealed contempt as objects, cultureless merciless savages. His characterization of their religion was a marvel of Eurocentrism. 360. Indian religion was largely amorphous. It possessed neither scriptures nor universal dogma, and it lacked a priesthood in the European sense. Politically, all the tribes were essentially monarchical in the eyes of the Puritans, and their eyes were Vaughan's as he proceeded to project European hierarchy onto the Indians, finding below their leaders simply subjects, though below them were often servant slaves who had been captured in war. As for their materia medica, it hardly existed. The Indians had no bona fide medicine to speak of, and in times of illness depended on the powwow to expel the evil spirits from their suffering bodies. Contrast this dismissal with Thomas Morton's admiring mention of their excellent midwives and skillful physicians and surgeons, cp. 17. By seeing Indians through Puritan eyes, Vaughan necessarily saw them as an inferior race apart. While he eschewed savage and barbarian as descriptive terms, Neff, p. 9, he depicted Native Americans as both in everything but name and made his pages a compendium of racist clichés. At best they were sons of the New England forest, Neff, p. 282. Frequently they were naughty sons, however, forcing the Puritans into their chastisement of the Pequots, Neff, p. 309. To the colonists, said Vaughan, all natives looked alike, or tended to, much as all Gugus looked alike to U.S. volunteers in the Philippines. Indians were difficult for Englishmen to identify, and they could easily be concealed by other Indians. Therefore, the practice of selling Indians into slavery in the West Indies emerged as a drastic but effective method of eliminating chronic troublemakers. Neff, pages 2067. As with natives everywhere, their efforts to organize against their oppressors were manifest conspiracies. The General Court of Connecticut wrote to Massachusetts for help in stamping out the conspiracy before it materialized. Neff, p. 159. Not only did the Pequots howl like wolves, they were a pack or horde. A Saybrook contingent was attacked by a horde of Pequot warriors. Neff, p. 130. Vaughan slightly modified the usual rooting of natives out of their swamps in his reference to the colonists ferreting out the escaping Pequots. Neff, p. 148. Apart from modernisms, the Reverend William Hubbard would have found Vaughan's language and sentiments laudable, and the reverse, apart from archaism, was also true. In fact, the historian approvingly quoted the Indian-hating Puritan divine as an authority on Pequot bloodthirstiness. After a taste of victory, said Hubbard, they began to thirst after the blood of any foreigners. Neff, p. 123. Unlike Timothy Dwight, Vaughan did not indulge the sentimental tear over their destruction. The year 1637 ended with encouraging solutions to New England's problems, both military and religious. Neff, p. 160. For Vaughan, the revered forefathers represented the order principle. They were alternatives to anarchy outside the settled areas in New England. pp. 268. In his hands they became disembodied instruments of civilization. Their migration changed New England from a forest preserve into a frontier of Western civilization. Neff, p. 51, a statement that takes us back to William Bradford's unpeopled wilderness, or, more strictly, to a sort of game covert or stream. Order was another name for fate. Fate had dealt harshly with the Indians of New England. Neff, p. 320. And fate was another name for progress. Two societies met in colonial New England. One was unified, visionary, disciplined, and dynamic. The other was divided, self-satisfied, undisciplined, and static. It would be unreasonable to expect that such societies could live side by side indefinitely with no penetration of the more fragmented and passive by the more consolidated and active. Neff, p. 323. Seemingly Vaughan remained unaware of how this amazing active-passive metaphor undercut his verbiage about the forbearing Puritans and the blatantly aggressive Pequots. But his revelation of the penetration of the latter by the former brings us to his final attribute. The unloving Puritans were rigid exemplars of the masculine principle. The 1630s and the 1960s met and embraced in New England frontier. While Vaughan extolled the saints for bringing order to their frontier, President Johnson sent their sons into action against 362. Disorder on a frontier that had become planetary. By calling on the future, Vaughan avoided direct reference to this latest frontier in his defense of the Bay Colony. It will be interesting to see what sort of justification is devised if American spacemen discover a sparse population of Neolithic Homo sapiens on a strategic planet. The seemingly egocentric and imperialistic rationalizations of our ancestors may yet enjoy a revival. Neff, pages 36970n. Say rather that it would be fascinating if the planet turned out to be strategic but our ancestors. Say the Kiowa ancestors of N. Scott Momaday. Or a prospective revival of Puritan rationalizations among, say, the handful of Pequot survivors. 2. In and out of the history profession, reviewers acclaimed New England Frontier. A most important book, since it provides a test case of Puritan morality. In every way a model for historians and as exciting as any book involving Indians. Choice, 2, 904, cf. Library Journal, XC, 4072. Alden Vaughan shows how the Puritans endeavored to treat Indian tribes of New England with decency and concern. Christian Science Monitor, November 18, 1965. Will remain the standard work in the field. One of the most important contributions of the book is the demonstration that the Puritans did not deal with the Indians on the basis of a superior race subjugating an inferior one or regard all Indians as conforming to a single type. The Indians were seen to be men with as much individual variety as white men. Church History, 30, 22,830. Mr. Vaughan has exhaustively examined the records and written a book of indispensable value to any student of colonial New England. It throws much new light on the nature of Massachusetts Indian society. The author also vindicates the much misunderstood Puritan character, absolving it of many charges of blind bigotry. New York Times Book Review, November 7, 1965. The book, at least around the Boston area, has received general, as well as professional, notice. We can be grateful, for the myth of unscrupulous treatment invented by the white man and imposed on himself dies hard. New England Quarterly, 36, 42,224. 363. Obviously Vaughan had met a keenly felt need. Of a dozen or so reviews, only novelist William Eastlake was sharply critical, kidding our Puritan consciences. Nation, CCII, 2223. Somewhat skeptical was historian Theodore B. Lewis, Jr., who properly questioned in the William and Mary Quarterly, XXIII, 5002, how much negative evidence lies hidden in Mr. Vaughan's footnotes, but short of the kind of analysis to which I have just subjected the reader could only conclude lamely, the Puritan record was relatively good, but it was not perfect. The rest of the reviews were raves. The critical success of New England Frontier was assured by the enthusiastic response of the reigning doyen of colonial historians. In Book Week of September 19, 1965, Edmund S. Morgan wrote that Vaughan had demonstrated Puritan fair dealing with Indians in a study heavily buttressed with facts. He raises questions that will affect future historical consideration of Indian-white relations throughout the country. In our haste to disavow racial superiority, we fail to recognize how tightly the idea of race has trapped us. By doing what a historian should, by trying to see the situation as men of the time saw it, Mr. Vaughan escapes the trap. But more than the idea of race is a trap. Seeing through Puritan eyes by inclination and sources, Vaughan had seen the situation as men of the time saw it, and by that Morgan had to mean men as distinct from natives. Over a century earlier, Henry David Thoreau had written a journal entry with contemporary Indian haters such as Parkman in mind, but his observation nevertheless has continuing application. It frequently happens that the historian, though he professes more humanity than the trapper, mountain man, or gold digger, who shoots an Indian as a wild beast, really exhibits and practices a similar inhumanity to him, wielding a pen instead of a rifle. Or reconsider Herman Melville, who saw that some men have fingers like triggers and predicted, and Indian hating still exists, and, no doubt, will continue to exist, so long as Indians do. The indisputable achievement of Alden T. Vaughan, his original contribution to knowledge, as it were, was to show the ease with which the Indian hating of the first half of the 17th century could be brought down intact into the second half of the 20th. The high praise lavished upon his exploit demonstrated that this traditional Anglo-American detestation of natives still existed, nay flourished, however subterranean and genteel in 364. Expression. Besides, in Boston, New Haven, and points westward, it was a comfort to be reassured the forefathers were not land-hungry racists and hence not responsible for the terrible spirits in the air across the land. Not only did New England Frontier have a vertical significance for citizens, back through time. It had a more immediate relevance, across space, or a nation at war with natives in Indochina. The parallel was not lost on William C. Kiesel of the Army and Air Force Exchange Service. In the American Historical Review, Kiesel gladly granted the book would take its place as the standard authority on Puritan-Indian relations, but touched on a more current theme in noting what happened when two cultures collided, the one unified, visionary, disciplined, and dynamic, while the other was divided, self-satisfied, undisciplined, and static. Basing his work on wide-ranging research, yet never pedantic, Vaughan describes how the civilized, gospel-centered, but not bigoted, Puritan society inexorably expanded and finally controlled the Neolithic world of the Indians. The narrative moves like the advancing frontier it describes, marshalling widely separate facts into a documented story that seldom loses impetus. LXXI, 142,122. Indeed, the story had seldom lost impetus since the Pequot War. In 1965, given U.S. reverses in Vietnam, it was a real comfort to be reminded how inexorably fated had been the advance of the Anglo-American frontier through native worlds. Along with its many other distinguishing characteristics, Vaughan's work was a worshipful tract on the beginnings of the counterinsurgency that had seldom paused and never stopped. 3. Yet the lean young new frontiersmen who moved into the White House in 1961 have been credited with the new military strategy of counterinsurgency, COIN. And it was true that John Fitzgerald Kennedy accepted the Democratic presidential nomination by proclaiming the new frontier here whether we seek it or not. It was here in the sense of everywhere, for shortly after his inauguration he saw the United States locked in relentless struggle in every corner of the globe, GPP, 2,801. And on September 9, 1963, just 2 months before his assassination, he still 365. Saw China as so large, as looming so high beyond the frontiers, that if South Vietnam went, it would not only give the Chinese an improved geographic position for a guerrilla assault on Malaya, but would give them the impression the wave of the future in Southeast Asia was China and the Communists, GPP, 2,828. Throughout his brief administration, COIN was Kennedy's primary weapon against all such hostiles beyond the frontiers. It was also true that Kennedy had a personal passion for COIN. His famous reading of the guerrilla warfare texts of Mao Zedong and Che Guevara was one index, and students of his foreign policy list others. The COIN school set up in Washington for eager desk-born warriors. Bruce Maroff has pointed out that before going to third world countries all State Department personnel had to take a special COIN course, the orders, over Pentagon objections, that Army Special Forces wear the elite green berets by which they became known, the strategic Hamlet program in Vietnam, the proposal to name Edward Geary Lansdale, the legendary counterinsurgent, ambassador to Saigon, the staff position of Cold Warrior Walt Whitman Rostow, modernization enthusiast and author of The Stages of Economic Growth, 1960, a blueprint for nudging third world countries into the takeoff stage and thence into self-sustained growth, and the appointment of Maxwell Davenport Taylor, the authority on brush fire wars. First as special military representative of the President and then as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Kennedy did all this and more, but that did not make him the architect of modern COIN. For that union of the covert operations of the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, and the special operations of the U.S. Army, one has to go back to a seminal document circulated within the Eisenhower administration. Titled Training Under the Mutual Security Program and dated May 15, 1959, it came primarily from the pen of Brigadier General Richard Giles Stilwell, the gifted young officer who was serving on a special presidential committee and who was said by David Halberstam to be a former CIA man, an identification a little like calling a large and ferocious member of the cat family a former leopard. It incorporated a good deal of material written by other Cold Warriors and in particular a confidential memorandum prepared by Colonel E. G. Lansdale, Office of Special Operations, Department of Defense. Its overall analyses and recommendations foreshadowed countless misdeeds in the following decades. Air Force Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty, from 1955 to 1963 the key officer for contacts between the CIA and the DoD on military support of special operations, reproduced it verbatim in his Secret Team, 1973, pages 44,279, and 366. Declared it one of the most influential documents of the past quarter century. The claim is persuasive. Training under the Mutual Security Program posited a world in which there was little mutuality and even less security. It was a battleground, a terrain of hatred, with the free world pitted against the forces of communist subversion. With its associates, the United States was the free world, or interchangeably, the West. Winning the West was, therefore, the defense and extension of freedom, and that applied, with a touch of geographical madness, to the South, to Afroasia as the manpower planners termed those continents to Latin America, and to the Middle East. In this southern half of the globe were the fledgling or neutral nations, the low-income or less developed countries, in urgent need of military hardware and economic capital. But the document contained only fleeting reference to the threat of armed dissidents and the attendant necessity that appropriate elements of the army should be equipped and trained for unorthodox warfare. Rather, the focus was on political and social inputs, the indispensable follow-up development of requisite institutional frameworks, managerial organizations, and individual talents to effectively use the physical resource inputs. Stilwell contemptuously cast aside the myth of non-interference as little more than a cloak for timidity, lack of assurance, sometimes want of moral courage when confronting issues which, admittedly, run close to national nerve centers and traditions. But with sophisticated handling, the human resources of the host country could be developed and its institutions made over in the U.S. image, with elites or leadership cadres groomed for the superstructure, and masses conditioned for the infrastructure. An educational support program, with a price tag of several $100 million, would raise the general level of comprehension of the subversive forces at play and be effective in breaking down the myth of imperialist exploitation. Of indicating our interest in individual opportunity and social democracy. Seemingly, social democracy could draw on the officer corps as a rich source of potential leaders with enlivening candor. Stilwell accepted the likelihood of military dictatorships and approvingly cited as a model the westernization of Turkey by Kemal Ataturk. One must reckon with the possibility, indeed probability, that the officer corps, as a unit, may accede to the reins of government as the only alternative to domestic chaos and leftist takeover. Finally, Stilwell called on Colonel Lansdale's testimonial that the U.S. Army helped build José Rizal into the Philippine national hero. 367. And did the same with respect to the legendary figures who today furnish inspiration for the armed forces of Vietnam. The record is witness to the tremendous influence exerted by a few dedicated Americans over the policies and points of view of key decision makers. The value of their efforts, both to the country concerned and the United States, has been inestimable. Incalculable might have been more apt. We shall return to these few dedicated Americans later on and attempt an estimate of their role. Here, in 1959, were all the elements of Kennedy's coin strategy, including Stilwell and Lansdale, who became stars on the New Frontier team, manipulation of the domestic affairs of other countries from the outside, co-optation and subordination of local elites, and on down to admiring reference to noteworthy civic actions in the Philippines, Vietnam, and Laos. Yet the document also invited the thoughtful reader back in time and space. The less developed countries of the middle third of the world were those backward territories of the 19th century not under the sovereignty of any civilized Western power. Indeed, except for lack of woods in some instances, they resembled in every particular Alden von 17th century forest preserve, that unpeopled wilderness. In backward territories lived backward races or peoples, dark-skinned natives. Stilwell's contempt for their culture, or rather lack of culture, was as ill-concealed as Vaughan's. In Africa and Asia, he wrote, the political and social revolution has uprooted most of the symbols, beliefs, and concepts to which men previously clung. The gap must and will be filled, and if the United States did not fill it win the hearts and minds of the middle billion, then the Soviet Union would. To be sure, members of the country team should have knowledge of local traditions and superstitions, but that was primarily so they could identify major vulnerabilities in the local structure and propose remedies in keeping with native Maoris. Stilwell's native was Vaughan's, save for a few centuries and some thousands of miles. The general and the historian shared an unshakable belief in the self-evident superiority of the norms of the West, or, as Stilwell put it, of the balance, stability, confidence, and progress within the American society. Both regarded the native as a child or a savage, while eschewing the word, an empty vessel into which the advanced white Westerner could dump inputs, are widely heralded social traits, in Stilwell's words, or salvation, or Yankee know-how, or whatever the redeeming remedy in vogue. 368. Although the frontier had become global, President Kennedy saw himself, in imagery and substance, standing at Frederick Jackson Turner's meeting point between savagery and civilization, fending off the forces of chaos and darkness. We in this country in this generation, read a sign at the Green Beret base at Nha Trang, Vietnam, are by destiny rather than choice, the watchmen on the walls of world freedom. JFK. This quotation of their patron saint graced a camp that struck an observer as not unlike a frontier stockade. Not so far away, all the U.S. Marines living in the Quezon Valley, according to the New York Times of February 28, 1970, considered all areas outside their small circular fortresses to be Indian country. And on the Vamkote River near the Cambodian border, according to the New York Times of February 17, 1970, U.S. Navy enginemen piloted patrol boats through what they too considered Indian country. All were seeing territories beyond the frontiers, as had their by then dead commander-in-chief. And while still alive he had made clear that the hostiles lurking there were the traditional merciless savages in a new setting. On December 14, 1961, Kennedy wrote Premier Ngo Dinh Diem of the indignation of the American people that had mounted as the deliberate savagery of the communist program of assassination, kidnapping and wanton violence became clear. GPP 2, 805. Under the heading The Old Stockade Idea Works, editor Harold H. Martin of the Saturday Evening Post identified Kennedy's strategic Hamlets for his readers by quoting a U.S. counterinsurgent. It's the old stockade idea our ancestors used against the Indians, an American said triumphantly. Now the Kong can't just walk in and take what they want. November 24, 1962, p. 16. In anticipation of Mao Zedong's famous statement that guerrillas must move among the people as fish swim in the sea, U.S. commanders in Batangas and Samar had also undertaken at the turn of the century, as we have seen, to drain the sea into concentration camps. But the Post editor was right in believing the idea older still. As if in confirmation of that fact and of his awareness of the strategic Hamlet system designed by Professor Eugene Staley of the Stanford Research Institute, Alden T. Vaughan wrote that in the 1670s Puritan military strategy would have been served best by the formation of an outer ring of armed villages, from which patrols could range the woods between the stockades while one or more armies sought a showdown with the enemy. Neff, p. 315. But the idea was proposed way back then, and shortly all praying Indians, as John Eliot's flocks were called, were collected in specified towns that were forerunners. 369. Of strategic hamlets, just as the concentration camp on Deer Island in Boston Harbor, where they wound up, was a forerunner of all the concentration camps to come. These telling illustrations might be multiplied indefinitely. Dennis Warner even witnessed the water cure being administered in South Vietnam to heighten our sense of déjà vu. Reporter, September 13, 1962. Of course the men playing cowboys and Indians on this farthest frontier were given to extravagant language. Outside the war room of Admiral Harry D. Felt's headquarters in Honolulu was a notice headed Injun Fight in 1759. Counterinsurgency 1962 and listing what were presumably the standing orders of Rogers's Rangers in the French and Indian War 2 centuries earlier. Own order read sensibly, don't sleep beyond dawn. Dawn's when the French and Indians attack. Or consider the testimony of General Maxwell Taylor before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on February 17, 1966. We have always been able to move in the areas where the security was good enough. But I have often said it is very hard to plant the corn outside the stockade when the Indians are still around. We have to get the Indians farther away in many of the provinces to make good progress. Figures of speech, certainly, but they did not have playful consequences, and they pointed to an underlying reality. Taylor spent his career in an army that had cut its teeth fighting French and Indians, British and Indians, or just simply Indians. As for our Indians, the Pentagon Papers, 1971, made plain that as ambassador to their country, 196,465, Taylor could call rest of South Vietnamese generals to the embassy and read them the riot act with all the imperiousness of a general cast dressing down Ojibwe chiefs at Fond du Lac, NYT, pages 33,637, 37,981. And like Cass, McKenney, and all the others, Taylor was exasperated by his natives and even wondered aloud whether some racial characteristic might not account for their factionalism and lack of national spirit, whether this tendency is innate, he said to a working group in Washington, or a development growing out of the conditions of political suppression under which successive generations have lived is hard to determine. But it is an inescapable fact that there is no national tendency toward team play or mutual loyalty to be found among many of the leaders and political groups within South Vietnam, GPP, 3, 668. Given the innate illogic of racism, the general recognized no incongruity in puzzling a few sentences later at the ability of hostile natives to rebuild their units and 370. Make good their losses, considering it one of the mysteries of this guerrilla war. Not only do the Viet Cong units have the recuperative powers of the Phoenix, but they have an amazing ability to maintain morale. Taylor might have been General Philip H. Sheridan describing the Sioux. After the assassinations of Diem and his brother Ngo Dinh Nhu and of Kennedy himself 3 weeks later, November 22, 1963, the strategic Hamlet program collapsed. Under President Johnson the war became more orthodox, or conventional, so to speak, with saturation bombing, napalm, free fire zones, defoliation, and the rest that cost 1 million to 2 million Indochinese lives and some 50,000 U.S. lives, body counts that made the suppression of the Filipinos seem a limited war and the extermination of the Pequots hardly worth mentioning. But COIN carried on in Operation Phoenix, the CIA program designed for rooting out the Viet Cong infrastructure. Presumed National Liberation Front, NLF, Cotters were summarily neutralized. Francis Fitzgerald rightly observed that the program in effect eliminated the cumbersome category of civilian. It gave the GVN government of South Vietnam, and initially the American troops as well, license and justification for the arrest, torture, or killing of anyone in the country, whether or not the person was carrying a gun. Phoenix director William Colby set quotas on the number of civilians to be captured or assassinated each month. After Richard Nixon named him head of the CIA, Colby testified that 20,587 NFL suspects had been killed in the first 2.5 years of Phoenix*. Naturally, some Cold Warriors advocated still more drastic measures along the way. But even hard-headed systems analysts blinked when Air Force General Curtis E. LeMay advocated bombing the North Vietnamese into the Stone Age. Concurrently, Professor Vaughan was going the other way by attacking the Bay Colony sachems for having encouraged tribespeople to resist Puritan missionaries. There is some evidence, wrote Vaughan, that a far greater number of them would have thrown off the shackles of the Stone Age if their sachems had not been so reluctant to jeopardize their own power and wealth. Neff. p. 326. Either way, Stone Age natives were in bad odor. LeMay's notorious proposal was to stop swatting flies in frustration and go after the source by hitting the piles of manure. What is not well known is that his recommendation came up in a running dialogue with McGeorge Bundy, special assistant to the president. LeMay: we should bomb them into the Stone Age. Bundy: maybe they're already there. In the summer of 1963, Henry Cabot Lodge Jr., grandson of the large policy senator, took the mandatory COIN course in Washington and then took up his duties as ambassador in Saigon*. By then the Buddhist self-immolations, or monk barbecue shows as Madame New jeeringly called them, and continued NLF successes combined to make the Kennedy administration impatient with its client regime. Accordingly, on August 24 Lodge received the since famous cable that was in effect authorization and encouragement of a coup against DM, GPP, 2, 73,435, the ambassador in turn had CIA agents so inform plotters within the Saigon military. Washington officials had second thoughts, the Saigon generals failed to act promptly, and the coup was put off by uncertainties that only came to an end in October with the partial suspension of funds for the DM government. But during all the vacillations Lodge held firm against any act that would abort the coup, arguing specifics and general conviction. My general view is that the US is trying to bring this medieval country into the 20th century and that we have made considerable progress in military and economic ways, but to gain victory we must also bring them into the 20th century politically, and that can only be done by either a thoroughgoing change in the behavior of the present government or by another government. GPP, 2, 790. What the United States had propped up, the United States could knock down. No evidence has come to light that the CIA was directly involved in the subsequent assassinations of the NGO brothers, and both Lodge and Kennedy seem to have been surprised by this foreseeable upshot of all their plottings, pressures, and withdrawal of support. By the same token, no evidence has come to light that US officials took positive steps to ensure safe conduct out of the country for native allies who had become as expendable as the great Narragansett Sachem Myantonamo had become for the colonists, though the Saints were rather more demonstrably involved in that exemplary murder of a former ally, CP 60, cf. Nef, pages 16166. The task of throwing off the shackles of the Stone Age, or alternatively of bringing countries out of the Dark Ages into the light of the 20th century, was never a burden to be shouldered by those with no stomach for bloodshed. Westernization, Americanization, modernization, nation building, or progress under whatever name the process was always an assault on family structures and on the village. Natives who resisted these assaults on their persons and cultures provoked exterminatory attacks in a continuing tradition of Indian hating that underscored the interrelationship of coin and modernization. Alden T. Vaughan celebrated the beginnings of this process in the Bay Colony and praised the Christian Indian towns in which John Eliot penned up his native flocks in a pre-industrial form of urbanization. Another professor, Samuel P. Huntington, celebrated the most recent manifestation of the process in his well-known essay The Basis of Accommodation in the July 1968 Foreign Affairs, XLVI, 64256. Head of the Department of Government at Harvard University, Huntington went to the heart of the matter. The war in Vietnam is a war for the control of the population. In rural areas the NLF had effective control of its constituency within the population and could not be dislodged so long as that population stayed put. Ergo, the answer was to drain the sea in which the guerrilla fishes swam, or, more directly, to drive the people out of the countryside into urban slums. The urban slum, which seems so horrible to middle-class Americans, often becomes for the poor peasant a gateway to a new and better way of life. And through the direct application of mechanical and conventional power, on such a massive scale as to produce a massive migration from countryside to city, the poor peasant was being driven to the way of life these Latter-day Saints had chosen for him. Consequently, the Maoist-inspired rural revolution is undercut by the American-sponsored urban revolution. 373. In an absent-minded way, the United States in Vietnam may well have stumbled upon the answer to wars of national liberation. The effective response lies neither in the quest for conventional military victory nor in the esoteric doctrines and gimmicks of counterinsurgency warfare. It is instead forced draft urbanization and modernization which rapidly brings the country in question out of the phase in which a rural revolutionary movement can hope to generate sufficient strength to come to power. The lines of the answer had the beauty of simplicity. Through his application of power on such a massive scale, Huntington was in effect proposing to bomb the Vietnamese out of the Stone Age so that history, drastically and brutally speeded up by the American impact, may pass the Viet Cong by. And aboard this Occident Express the United States would speed the survivors on into a new and better future. At both ends of the line, Professors Vaughan and Huntington used the rhetoric of the behavioral sciences to put the civilized frame of their understanding around appalling atrocities of the flesh and of the spirit. And so did the new frontier sink into the swamps of Indochina. In the words of Richard J. Walden, Vietnam is Kennedy's most lasting legacy. And since the new frontier was an extension of the old, to ask why it bogged down in Vietnam was to extend prior questions. Why were Anglo-Americans in the Bay Colony? In Louisiana? California? The Philippines? Still, there were those few dedicated Americans who led the way there in the first place. How the United States established its physical presence in Indochina and with what consequences the remaining item of old new business. 374. Chapter XXIV. The Ugly American. The Ugly American is an inspiring book and a fighting book. It is not the complete answer to Graham Greene's The Quiet American, but it does show that we are beginning to ask ourselves seriously and objectively the questions to which Mr. Greene gave an ugly bias. Catholic World, April 1959. Slashing. Not to be ignored. Read a puff for The Ugly American, 1958, by William J. Lederer and Eugene Burdick. The review in Time, October 6, 1958, from which it came, was a bit more balanced. This book is a slashing, oversimplified, often silly and yet not to be ignored attack on the men and women who have taken up the white man's burden for the U.S. in Southeast Asia. Anyhow, Lederer and Burdick, two young men who were old Asia hands, had teamed up to produce this slashing series of fictional sketches based on fact. It underwent 20 printings from July through November, became the October Book of the Month Club selection, remained on the bestseller list for 78 weeks, and ultimately sold over 3 million copies. It became an affair of state when Senators John F. Kennedy, Claire Engel, and others presented every member of the U.S. Senate with a copy, and when President Eisenhower read it and appointed a committee to investigate the entire aid program. It read like a collection of Saturday Evening Post features and fittingly ran as a serial in that traditional voice of Middle Anglo-America. It could also pass as a scenario in search of a studio, a search that ended when Universal International snapped up the motion picture rights. It was, finally, a homegrown answer to the title it echoed, Graham Greene's The Quiet American, 1955. Time notwithstanding, The Ugly American was not a broadside against the men and women who had taken up the white man's burden in the Far East. It was rather an attack on the bad guys. 375. The legions of official fathids and time servers who did not trouble to learn native languages and who by preference lived with other clean-cut Americans in their own golden ghettos within the capital cities. Representative of this great majority of second-raters was the old political warhorse Louis Sears, the imaginary U.S. ambassador to Sarkhan, an imaginary country out toward Burma and Thailand. Marking time until he received his promised federal judgeship, Sears had initially brushed off the appointment because I just don't work well with blacks and had grudgingly accepted only after being told the Sarkhanese were browns. Once at his post he still saw them as strange little monkeys and suspected that the damned little monkeys always lied. Sears and all the others like him were the envoys of U.S. arrogance, ethnocentrism, overt racism. But there was a tiny handful of good guys, men like Ambassador Gilbert McWhite, Sears's successor, who had conscientiously prepared for his position and still discovered he did not know enough about the Asian personality. Before he was forced to resign, McWhite learned more, particularly from the few white men he found in all Southeast Asia who were at all valuable in our struggle against communism, as he put it in his final letter to the Secretary of State. One of them was a Catholic priest, one an engineer, one an Air Force colonel, one a major from Texas, and one a private citizen who manufactures powdered milk. From this tiny handful of effective men I learned some principles. Without such men, he warned, the life and death struggle would be lost. If we cannot get Americans overseas who are trained, self-sacrificing, and dedicated, then we will continue losing in Asia. The Russians will win without firing a shot, and the only choice open to us will be to become the aggressor with thermonuclear weapons. Hence, On its negative side, the ugly American was more accurately a slashing attack on how the white man's burden had been taken up. On its uplift side, it was a series of parables on how to handle natives so the fiendishly clever Russians will not win, without firing a shot. On both sides it cast natives as counters in the battle between the huge empires of the West and of the East. The distance between the sides was the short step between overt and covert racism, as three of the more interesting parables demonstrated. In full knowledge that communism was the face of the devil. Following the Irrawaddy River 1,000 miles above Rangoon, Finian studied his notes on Burmese culture and prepared for the final leg of his journey into the mountains near the Chinese border. He had determined to eat the food of natives and to learn their language. Even with his body racked by dysentery, he chewed into the language like a cold chisel driven into granite, and in 4 weeks hammered out a command over simple sentences. But his main problem was to find at least one native Catholic who was courageous, no easy task in Burma or seemingly in all of the Far East. After stealthy manipulation and testing that was painful for the Archbishop's jeep driver, Finian found in him his courageous Friday, the native with whom I can trust God's work and with whom he would dare plunge into the jungle to confront the devil. 7 additional recruits came into the fold with relative ease, since he had not required that they be Catholic, only that they be anti-communist and that they be honest and have courage. Come to think of it, Finian said to himself, that was asking quite a bit, and of course it was, especially of natives. With his small band the missionary set out to unmask the enemy, and that too was no easy task, for we were only 9 against 3,000 active communists. With cunning worthy of the great serpent himself, Finian and his followers published a newspaper, The Communist Farmer, on a ditto machine he had thought to bring along. Through it and other ingenious means they made their enemies a laughingstock. It was a miraculous feat, truly. But why had Finian found it necessary to come halfway around the world to discredit Burmese communists? Because from that distance and farther, for that matter, the white missionary could see them as the faces of evil. The evil of communism, he wrote in his diary before leaving Burma for Sarkhan, is that it has masked from native peoples the simple fact that it intends to ruin them. Without the help of this Celtic American father and others like him, in fine, native peoples were too simple to unmask that simple fact. To a major from Texas. Major James Wolkeck was a paratrooper who came over from Korea for duty as an observer with the French forces operating out of Hanoi. When he arrived, he struck Major Monet of the Foreign Legionnaires as tough as Huang leather. Wolkeck had to admit his nickname was Tex. In a way, he thought, it was ironic that he should look so much like the imaginary Texan. It was ironic because his parents had migrated to Fort Worth from Lithuania in 1922, 2 years before his birth, and they had been short, dark, and small-muscled people. Still, they 377 had always dreamed of the American frontier. They found the American magic in Texas, in real estate and in a half-dozen tall, muscular children. Now, just as Tex was about to accompany Monet on a drop into Dien Bien Phu, they received word of that disastrous defeat. In the nightmare that followed, Ambassador Mac White showed up from Sarkhan, and with Tex and Monet discovered too late that the communists were winning one victory after another because none of the French officers had ever read Mao Zedong on guerrilla warfare. As Tex remarked, conventional weapons just don't work out here. Neither do conventional tactics. It was sad, especially for the French. Imagine a nation which produced Napoleon, Foch, and Lyotte, said Monet in a soft voice, being beaten by so primitive an enemy. Mac White, Tex, and Monet were on hand to witness the French evacuation of Hanoi. It was a bitter experience made more interesting for the reader by the fact that the Russians in the book were suave super subversives such as Ambassador Louis Krupitsin, Mac White's adversary in Sarkhan, while their Asian comrades were, well, native. Contrast very nearly made explicit the covert racism of the text. Consider the author's account of the Viet Minh padding into Hanoi, some merely wearing breechcloths and many barefooted. They looked as though they were people who were fighting a war that should have taken place 300 years before. An officer on a bicycle held up his hand, whereupon the guerrillas disappeared as fast as the slithering of lizards into doorways and gutters. Tex was left to reflect on his frontier heritage and on his awareness that around all of Hanoi a huge, silent, and featureless army of men, each of them no more impressive than these, were oozing into the city which they had conquered. The Viet Minh were definitely natives, proper European Reds did not slither or ooze. 3. An Air Force Colonel. Mac White first heard of Colonel Edwin B. Hillandale from President Ramon Magsaysay of the Philippines. Magsaysay had opined that average Americans, in their natural state, if you will excuse the phrase, are the best ambassadors a country can have, and had cited the ragtime kid Colonel Hillandale as a prime illustration. He can do anything. But I hope you don't steal him from here. Of course Mac White schemed to do just that, and with his help the colonel stole the John F. Kennedy's famed reading of Mao was certainly stimulated if not initiated by Lederer and Budik's bad book. Ambassador Mac White recommended to the State Department that no Americans be allowed to serve in his country without first having read books by Mao Zedong, Lenin, Zhou Enlai, Marx, Engels, and leading Asian communists, a recommendation that foreshadowed Kennedy's compulsory coin courses. 378. Spotlight from Tex Wolkek, Father Finian, Homer Atkins, retired heavy construction man and the ugly American of the title, and other leading competitors to become the central hero of this tiny troop of dedicated Americans. He was called the Ragtime Kid because, as his nickname implied, he played jazz and native tunes on his harmonica. He was a knight-errant wandering uphill and down dale out into the barrios and boondocks to show the idea of America to the people. Though Lederer and Burdick did not say so, the Ragtime Kid was a sort of 20th century reincarnation of Johnny Appleseed, warning folks in the back country against modern merciless savages and handing out the seeds and saplings of American democracy. In the author's hands the colonel had mythic pretensions, if not proportions. In 1952 Colonel Hillandale was sent to Manila as liaison officer to something or other, wrote Lederer and Burdick in a disingenuous explanation of their hero's official status. In reality the author's real-life modelto whom we turn in the next chapter was not in his natural state at all, and the something or other was his position as head of the CIA's covert operations in the Philippines. But the earnest authors depicted Hillandale as a happy-go-lucky character who somehow became Magsaysay's unofficial advisor in the presidential election of 1953. In that great campaign a trouble spot developed in a province north of Manila where the Reds had persuaded the populace that the wretched Americans were rich, bloated snobs, and that anyone who associated with Themas did Magsaysay couldn't possibly understand the problems and troubles of the Filipino. So Hillandale rode up there on his red motorcycle with the Ragtime Kid painted on the gas tank in black, parked on a main street, sat down on the curb, played his harmonica, and pretended to be broke to destroy forever the canard that Americans were rich, bloated snobs. In the election that followed 95% of the inhabitants of that province voted for Magsaysay. Perhaps it wasn't the Ragtime Kid who swung them, but if that's too easy an answer, there is no other. Sadly, there was another answer, and the authors were treating their readers as though they too were inhabitants of the province and too simple to know the truth. Natives were superstitious. When Mac White got the Ragtime Kid on loan from Manila for 2 months, the latter ambled down the streets of the Sarkanese capital noting with interest all the palmistry and astrology establishments. It so happened that these were items in this modern Prospero's bag of tricks. Shortly at a dinner party the colonel took the Prime Minister away from the rest of the guests, read his palm, and made a definite hit. The 379 men came out of the study arm in arm, and the Prime Minister was gazing up at the Ragtime Kid with obvious awe. In fact, the palmist told the statesman so much about himself he had him sweating like a Westerner. Unhappily, a stupid charge d'affaires failed to follow up through official channels the once-in-a-lifetime invitation that Hillandale read the king's hand and cast his horoscope. After this fell through, the angry colonel explained to Mac White that the key to Sarkhan and to several other nations in Southeast Asia is palmistry and astrology. The key had been placed in his hands and then knocked away before he could open all the doors. "You see, sir," said Colonel Hillandale, beginning to get somewhat excited. The Chinese Communist armies have been mobilizing near the northern border. I knew that if I could once get to the king, I could tell him that the Stars ordered that he send the Royal Sarkanese army up north for maneuvers. If this were done, the Communists would interpret the move as a clear indication that Sarkhan was definitely pro-American and anti-communist. It would have been a defeat for the commies and would have been a great propaganda victory for us throughout all Asia. And, sir, I am positive that the king would have done what the Stars ordered him to do. Why was he so positive? Because the king was a native, and natives were superstitious. And that this novel became an affair of state, with Eisenhower, Kennedy, and millions of their compatriots taking it seriously, testified to its genuine Made in America stamp. It had a full complement of all the familiar assumptions and attitudes. Never for a moment was the superiority of the norms of the West questioned. Natives existed to be manipulated and hoodwinked. Their touching faith in the occult was a beautiful vulnerability for philanthropists who had been properly briefed in Washington. U.S. backwoodsmen should go after natives where they were, most of them, in their primitive villages, and help them see truths too complex for their simple minds. Knowing their language helped these envoys of progress get inside their heads and reveal the truth about Reds, or, more exactly, about the infinitely despicable Asian commies. Feigned concern for their culture masked the Cold Warriors' contempt for their Stone Age existence. Along with all this, the ugly American picked up a real modern counterinsurgent and helped make him a legend every bit as authentic as General George Armstrong Custer. 380. Chapter XXV. The Secret Agent, Edward Geary Lansdale. To stay in the game. Desires like thought not just for power, but for action, activity, excitement become an addiction. Daniel Ellsberg, Look, October 5, 1971. The report the President wanted published duly appeared in the Saturday Evening Post of May 20, 1961. The editors introduced the anonymous contribution with a note explaining that an American Air Force officer, whose name could not be revealed for professional reasons, had visited a little village in South Vietnam, and his account of the people there had come to Kennedy's attention shortly after he took office. First scanning and then reading it with absorbed attention, the President found behind the official language therein a story of human valor and dedication to freedom, a reminder that communism is not the wave of the future, and had thereupon written a memorandum suggesting it would make an excellent article for a magazine like the Saturday Evening Post. Kennedy was right, and the editors understandably obliged, for in outlook and tone the story was a perfect fit. It seemed inspiriting proof that the Republican values of Middle America flourished in the swamps of Southeast Asia. And happily now it can be told an American officer was none other than letterer and Buddick's ragtime kid, Colonel Edwin B. Hillandale had already appeared in the pages of the Poster in real life, as it were, the recently promoted Colonel Edward C. Lansdale. And actually the story that followed was merely an annex to Lansdale's long and then unpublished report of guerrilla successes in Vietnam, the document that had reached the White House in early February and spurred Kennedy into his multifarious coin projects. 11, 112. The Village That Refused to Die was the more descriptive title of the later television film based on the annex. Lansdale reported that in 1959 the village of Ben Hung had been established in the mud flats and swamps of the southern tip of Vietnam by Father Hoa, a Chinese Catholic priest, and his flock of Christian refugees from communist tyranny. On his arrival the previous January, Lansdale had been greeted by 1,200 settlers lined up in military formation. I was startled and deeply touched. Many of them raised their hands in a familiar three-fingered salute. They were former Boy Scouts and it was the only military gesture they knew. It was the old familiar story of settlers establishing a Christian outpost in terrain infested by hostile Reds. When the mass media made their story widely known, the villagers received shipments of care settler kits from Anglo-Americans who had not forgotten their own pioneer days. The Ben Hung settlers had at first fought off the surrounding guerrillas with Boy Scout staves and knives. Asterisk. Recently they had acquired more sophisticated weaponry, including 2 mortars they had calibrated to zero in on all the approaches to the village. The past Christmas Eve Father Hoa had been singing the midnight mass when scouts rushed in warning that a guerrilla attack was imminent. Father Hoa paused to give the firing order. It was right on target. The Viet Cong fled with their wounded. A prisoner later said the guerrillas believed the accuracy of the midnight mortar fire was achieved by sorcery. So were the superstitious heathens rooted by the fighting man of God and his flock, another set of stock figures to American readers and viewers. Indeed, despite his Chinese origins, Father Hoa seemed suspiciously like the Navy chaplain of the World War II song hit "Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition." Readers and viewers had been secretly subjected to a bit of black, that is, secret propaganda by the nation's leading practitioner of the craft. Lansdale was not even the anonymous Air Force officer mentioned by the editors, since his military title was cover for his real position as a senior CIA operative. He covertly did good to his mainland compatriots' target audience by enlisting their sympathies on behalf of heroic Christians besieged on the other side of the world by merciless enemies, whose favorite tactic was the ambush. The Bin Hung story, Lansdale had no doubt, will interest other men who may someday face communist guerrillas in combat. And who could think of abandoning settlers who had been discussing what freedom means to me for the 2 months prior to his visit? They were still going strong on the subject when I left, he added. The light in their eyes when they talked about freedom showed that it was not mere oratory. Freedom is precious to them, a personal thing. Repeatedly they asked me for assurance that the United States would stand firm in its policy in Asia, and particularly in Laos. Particularly in Laos, where the CIA had already gone some fair way toward making a mess of the country. 2. Lansdale's Post article was a good illustration of his modus operandi. Plainly, a legend must be approached circumspectly, and that is all the more true if the legend has written a memoir that is misleading from beginning to end. On January 30, 1954, Brigadier General C.H. Bonesteel III wrote a memorandum for the record in which he identified Lansdale as one of the 4 CIA representatives present at a meeting of the President's Special Committee on Indochina. 17 years later that datum was published in the Pentagon Papers, GPP, I. 447. But with that finally in the public record, Lansdale never mentioned his work for the CIA, also known as the company, in his account of making a president in the Philippines and of propping up a premier in Indochina. It was as if General Billy Mitchell had finished his career pretending not to be an aviator. And Lansdale's publishers did nothing to make readers more witting. In their About the Author, Harper and Row merely identified him as having been born in Detroit in 1908, as having worked in advertising after graduating from the University of California in Los Angeles, as having served in the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, during World War II, and as having then become a career officer in the U.S. Air Force, rising to the rank of Major General before his retirement in 1963. General Lansdale now lives near Washington, D.C., with his wife Helen, in an area that has been home to his family for the past 300 years. On the jacket appeared this blast of flatulence. Now, for the first time, Lansdale himself sets the record straight. In the midst of wars, IMW was a 20th century version of 383. The confidence man, save that now the mysterious impostor had been institutionalized and there was no Melville to guide us past mawkish platitudes and specious surfaces to the underlying deception and distraction. Surely Lansdale and / or his ghost kept both eyes open for unwanted revelations, and we may assume he submitted his manuscript to the company for policy clearance. At CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, his associates must have gone over it line by line. What remained was there because it seemed harmless. Hence the problem of lifting the many masks of Lansdale's masquerade becomes ticklish. Still, flagrant falsities can be pinned down by other documents, and there is always the intriguing chance that his company censors overlooked choice secrets that were home truths. Probably Lansdale was born in Detroit, schooled in Los Angeles, trained in a San Francisco advertising agency, and launched by the OSS. But here the trouble starts. I served with the OSS for a time, then became an Army intelligence officer. The end of World War II found me in the Philippines, IMW, P4. When and why had he left the OSS? Or had he left? Throughout the war, General Douglas MacArthur had barred the organization from the South Pacific. In early 1943, General William J. Wild Bill Donovan had dispatched none other than Worcester's protege and biographer, the now aging Professor Joseph Hayden of the University of Michigan, to Australia with a plan for OSS guerrilla operations in the Philippines, but MacArthur had rejected it and refused to have Donovan's agents under his command. Afterward, some OSS officers in Washington hatched a Penetrate MacArthur project that supposedly failed. Though unsubstantiated, it still remained conceivable that Wild Bill Donovan had Lansdale switch to Army intelligence so he would at least have a man underground, a mole in CIA lingo, behind MacArthur's wall. Lansdale had not necessarily left the OSS and assuredly would have found the role of a double agent exciting. In any event, his service in the OSS, for however long, was formative and an integral part of his career in its successor, the CIA. For a century and a half, the rising American empire had managed without a central agency for the collection of information and the conduct of covert operations against distant natives. Plainly, the leading reason was that within that growing continental empire, natives were not all that distant. Jefferson received word of what was going on among restless tribes through the spies of Harrison and other officers of his administration and from his own spies in the Spanish territories. Later, McKinney drew on his Indian agents for comparable reports, and down through the 384 decades the BIA spied on its wards as one of its functions. At the turn of the century, Worcester and Bournes helped General Otis improvise and maintain a spy network among the Filipinos, and under the second BIA, insular espionage was systematized. At home, the creation of the FBI in 1908, then known as the Bureau of Investigation, subjected reservation Indians to additional investigations and ongoing surveillance. But it was not until World War II that U.S. intelligence operations became the global responsibility of one newly created bureaucratic entity, the Office of Strategic Services *. The OSS Lansdale joined was the long-delayed institutional expression of what John Hay used to call a partnership in beneficence, or of what Colonial Secretary Joseph Chamberlain had referred to in the same vein as an Anglo-Saxon alliance, CP 268. The British Empire had a secret intelligence service, SIS or MI6, that traced its origins back to the days of the Spanish Armada and that had since performed yeoman service in controlling subject peoples, that is, niggers or wogs, in actually distant colonies through special means. By special means, MI6 meant paramilitary strikes, black propaganda tactics to divide and conquer, sabotage, assassinations, the whole panoply of dirty tricks. Now, with their empire on the wane and their very existence as a kingdom threatened, the jaded British resignedly handed on the torch of the Anglo-Saxon mission to their still fresh and lusty cousins across the Atlantic. With British cooperation from the highest level down, Director Donovan patterned his new organization on MI6 and had his first operators learn clandestine operations and techniques from old hands in secret British schools in Canada. Despite his Celtic origins, Donovan was himself an Anglophile, brought in others at the highest echelons, and sought recruits with the right mix of Wall Street orthodoxy and U.S. nationalism. They streamed in from the corporate world, the professions, legal firms and banks, the entertainment industries, Ivy League faculties, leading families, such as J.P. Morgan's, the Roosevelts, the Mellons, and the DuPonts, and the advertising agencies, such as J. Walter Thompson's, and even the unidentified San Francisco firm for which Lansdale worked. Within the OSS, the old boy network resembled that in MI6, and the letters were half-seriously said to mean "oh so social," according to the CIA and the Cult of Intelligence, 1974, by Victor Marchetti and John D. Marks. As in its predecessor, most of the CIA's top leaders have been white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant, and graduates of the right Eastern schools. While changing times and ideas have diffused the influence of the Eastern elite throughout the government as a whole, the CIA remains perhaps the last bastion in official Washington of WASP power, or at least the slowest to adopt the principle of equal opportunity. p. 278 *. As an adopted son of the Golden West, Lansdale had to make up for his lack of snobbish background in the East, and to the end was still seeking status as a true son of the American Revolution. As the About the Author note suggested, General Lansdale now lives near Washington, in an area that has been home to his family for the past 300 years. Maybe, but what had happened to the family homestead in unhallowed Detroit, his putative place of birth? 3. The British connection was of direct importance to Lansdale. In one of the more trustworthy sections of his memoir he held forth on occultism. The Vietnamese had small need of Filipino ghost stories. Vietnam was so filled with the arcane that I used to advise Americans to read Kipling's Kim and pay heed to the description of young Kimball O'Hara's counterintelligence training in awareness of illusions, IMW, p. 243n. Like Professor Worcester, who had preceded him to the Philippines, Lansdale was a devotee of Kipling's works and found therein a model for himself, his team, and all the other American imperial agents who had stepped forth to relieve MI6 of the main weight of the white man's burden. For all their preoccupation with black propaganda, black flights, black cargo, and all their other black or secret undertakings, American spooks were not fond of blacks personally. Even in the 1950s, according to Joseph B. Smith, there were no black officers in the CIA. Black officers did not appear until a decade later, when Africa became a target of attention and someone thought they might fit in over there. In the 50s, blacks worked on the night office cleaning crew, and some drove the CIA buses that shuttled employees around to other agency buildings. Portrait of a Cold Warrior, New York, G. P. Putnam's Sons, 1976, p. 73. In the less snobbish FBI the racism was still more blatant. William C. Sullivan, former head of the Domestic Intelligence Division, said that J. Edgar Hoover told him he would never have a black agent as long as he was director. Sullivan testified before Senator Frank Church's Select Committee on Intelligence that Robert Kennedy had asked Hoover how many black agents he had. Hoover told the new Attorney General he did not categorize people by race, creed, or color. Kennedy said that was laudatory, but that he still needed to know how many black agents there were. Hoover had 5 black chauffeurs in the bureau, Sullivan said, so he automatically made them special agents. Quoted by David Wise, The American Police State, The Government Against the People, New York, Random House, 1976, p. 298. 386. On the surface, Kim, 1901, was merely the marvelous children's story of fond memory. The orphaned son of a nursemaid in a colonel's family and of a sergeant in an Irish regiment, Kim lived as a native in the home of a half-caste woman, played in the streets of Lahore, burned black as any native, joyously entered into the intrigues of lovers. Kim could lie like an Oriental, became known to one and all as Little Friend of all the world, and then wandered off as the disciple of a Tibetan Lama who had once been a master hand at casting horoscopes. But Kim was destined for better, more mysterious things as a Sahib and the son of a Sahib. From the beginning he possessed a birth certificate, that precious piece of paper his father had left as his estate, with the prophecy it would yet make little Kimball a man, and by that the ex-sergeant, and Kipling, meant a man as distinct from a native. Once other Sahibs knew about it and discovered he was white as you or me, he was sent off to St. Xavier's in Lucknow to learn to write and figure in English and to be made into a man, or for redundancy's sake, into a white man. One Colonel Sahib who posed as an ethnologist took him under the wing of the Secret Service and had him thoroughly grounded in native superstitions, their Lamaism, and devil dances, and spells and charms for warding off all the powers of darkness. Masters of disguise taught him how to change thy color and dress and language to match those of different castes and religions. This training in awareness of illusions prepared him to enter into another's soul to pry loose news of a confederacy of natives who had no business to confederate, of gun shipments, of suspicious explorers, or of some nearby man who has done a foolishness against the state. On this deeper level, then, Kim had become the sharpened instrument of his master's imperial mission and had been fully outfitted to play the great game of control of natives, the great game that never ceases day and night, throughout India. Unreflectively Kim threw himself into these endless deceptions with a schoolboy's delight in being the bearer of the keys of secret things, though his constantly changing identities made him uncertain about the boundaries of his own. I am Kim. I am Kim, and what is Kim? His soul repeated it again and again. But he never forgot his skin color, even when it was dyed, and the lesson he had learned at St. Xavier's. St. Xavier's looks down on boys who go native altogether. One must never forget that one is a Sahib, and that someday one will command natives. I am Air Force Colonel Lansdale. I am Air Force Colonel Lansdale, and what am I? One imagines Kim's American counterpart. 387. Asking again and again. You should know one thing at the beginning, he confided in his account of helping our Asian friends in the Philippines and Vietnam cope with wars of rebellion and insurgency. You should know one thing at the beginning, I took my American beliefs with me into these Asian struggles, as Tom Paine would have done. Ben Franklin once said, "Where liberty dwells, there is my country." Tom Paine had replied, "Where liberty dwells not, there is my country." Paine's words form a cherished part of my credo. My American beliefs include conviction of the truth in the precept that men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and in the provisions of our Bill of Rights to make that great precept a reality among men. IMW, pages IS**. These personas of imperishable freedoms were Lansdale's entree to the Asian struggles. With his guileless good looks and open, folksy manner, he seemed the very personification of a larger-than-Kim-size friend of all the world. Even his crew cut briskly suggested he had nothing to hide, from the top to the bottom of his lanky 6 feet of clean-cut Americanism. With this make-up rooted in place, Lansdale played a U.S. version of the great game with Kim's boyish pure delight in playing it for its own sake. Like his model, Lansdale never forgot he had been born a Sahib, though he did not use the term, of course, and preferred to put the matter less bluntly by chiding compatriots who went too far by going native. IMW, p. 366. Another bearer of the keys of secret things, he had access to untold, and untold, riches, and hence had every reason to appreciate what Kipling had said in his own voice. One advantage of the Secret Service is that it has no worrying audit. Funds are administered by a few men who do not call for vouchers or present itemized accounts. Finally, Lansdale also seemed orphaned, cut off from family, home, all the customary ties. By his own account he had a familia mother and brothers in Los Angeles, and a wife and 2 sons in Washington, but terrorist threats persuaded him, so he said, that they had best be left behind. They stayed home while I went to the communist battlegrounds. IMW, p. 11. Apart from a brief taste of family life now and then over the years, he was the fabled American child of light on a risky journey to face merciless savages all by himself, a lone boon on the dark and bloody grounds of the world. In the summer of 1950, just as he had torn the walls and plumbing out of an old Washington house he had thought of remodeling himself, he was ordered back to the Philippines. He put down his hammer and left behind his sawhorses and plumbing fixtures, left his wife to cope with the mess and with carpenters and plumbers, left her his share of householders' chores and family responsibilities, and left behind his own paper-shuffling desk job and all the dull daily routine of a Washington bureaucrat. He said he felt guilty for leaving his family in that predicament, but what surfaced in his half-apology was a sense of release and a savoring of delicious expectations. It was close to playing hooky, to go to war. IMW, p. 15. Wrapped up in his one set of orders were danger, adventure, a role as a mysterious agent from the West, the heady satisfactions of being the secret proconsul of the world's greatest power, and the irresistibly appealing prospect of dominion over natives, those creatures created by the colonial imagination he shared in full measure. Like Worcester a half-century earlier, Lansdale jumped at the chance to abandon kith and kin for tropical Crusoe Islands and the challenge of dealing there with yet another lot of native insurgents. 389. Chapter XXVI. Covered Savior of the Philippines. A good smile is a great passport. Use it. Edward Geary Lansdale, In the Midst of Wars, 1972. In the Philippines, the origins of the peasant uprising known as the Hook Rebellion, 194,656, were deep-rooted. U.S. colonial officials had carried on the policy, dating back to Taft and Worcester, of collaborating with and using national and provincial elites. The political power of these illustrados had thereby been strengthened, and their dependence on peasant clients and tenants lessened. American colonialism also worked to the economic advantage of mainland investors and wealthy Filipino businessmen, spread cash crop agriculture, particularly sugarcane and rice in central Luzon, accelerated the breakdown in traditional landlord-tenant relationships, and encouraged the landed gentry to make every customary obligation subordinate to maximization of profits. Colonialism and capitalism thus joined to make peasants increasingly expendable. The roots of the villagers' anger reached back at least to the Philippine-American War, back to the outburst of agrarian unrest of the 1930s, when they organized to make landowners live up to their obligations and curb the abuses of their private armies, and back to the early 1940s, when they banded together in Hukbo Ng Bayan Laban sa Hapon, Hukbalahap, or the People's Anti-Japanese Army, to resist the new set of invaders and their collaborators, many of whom were the self-same illustrados the United States had found so useful. At the war's end, Hook veterans were treated with harsh disdain by Americans and their recycled collaborators, refused the back pay given other guerrillas, harassed, and in some instances imprisoned by their liberators. In 1945, peasant organizations joined others, including the Partido Comunista ng Pilipinas, PKP, or the Communist Party of the Philippines, in forming the Democratic Alliance to run or endorse candidates for public office. A PKP proposal to run separate candidates for president and vice president was decisively rejected. 390. By a majority of alliance leaders. In the 1946 campaign that followed, the Democratic Alliance nominated and elected 6 out of the 8 congressmen from Central Luzon. Illustrados and their U.S. mentors parried this threat to their hegemony by refusing to seat the congressman-elect and by stepping up their campaign of terror against the peasant movement. The only good hook is a dead one intoned a meeting of Central Luzon mayors who missed by just a bit the cadence of the immortal words supposedly uttered by General Sheridan, Hook, p. 190, killings and herdings, including the water cure, and general repression of an intensity hard to exaggerate drove peasants from protest to rebellion. Now, even if my incomplete outline of the revolt's background is inadvertently inexact or misleading in some particulars, it still suggests the enormous complexity of forces we are just beginning to understand. Unfortunately for the peasants, subtle analysis of tangled evidence was never Lansdale's strong point. In the Hook Rebellion, 1977, Benedict J. Kirkvliet quoted a secret March 1946 report from the then Major Lansdale, chief of U.S. military intelligence in the islands. The Hooks were communist-inspired, Lansdale stated as fact. Like all true disciples of Karl Marx, they believed fully in revolution instead of evolution. They have made their boast that once their membership reaches 500,000 their revolution will start. Meanwhile, in the provinces of Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Tarlac, Bulacan, and Pangasinan, they are establishing or have established a reign of terror. So ironclad is their grip and so feared is their power that the peasants dare not oppose them in many localities. Upon liberation, their members were about 50,000, sources now report some 150,000 tribute-paying members. The Hooks are now organized into trigger men, castor oil boys, and just big strong ruffians to keep the more meek in line. p. 147. Kirkvliet's painstaking research and analysis, on which I have drawn freely, eviscerated Lansdale's allegations. In a country with 3/4 of the people living on the land, the tiny Philippine Communist Party, PKP, had virtually no cadres at the village level and only a slippery foothold among workers in Manila. The PKP relationship with the Hukbala Haps and the later Hukbong Mapagpalaya NG Bayan, or People's Liberation Army, HMB, or still, confusingly, HUKS, was always tenuous and at critical points strained or snapped by disagreements and conflicts. The Huk rebellion was neither communist-inspired nor communist-controlled. 391. Let alone started, though Lansdale's misrepresentations became the accepted line of U.S. and Philippine authorities, the normally tame natives of central Luzon had been driven wild by outside agitators, those ever-useful mainland imports. Indeed, in 1946, the very year of Lansdale's report, the PKP came out against the rebellion and urged instead continuation of the legal struggle. 2 years later the PKP did an about-face, judged the time ripe for armed struggle, and rushed to catch up with and attempt to lead rebels already in the field. But at no time did PKP state communism become the vision of the peasant movement. With rare exceptions aside, by no stretch of the imagination did the Huks qualify, had they wanted to, as true disciples of Karl Marx. Huk, pages 230, 26,266. Nevertheless, these were the communist-inspired and communist-led, IMW, P2, rebels Lansdale came out to crush. He returned as an Air Force lieutenant colonel, but that was cover for his real position as chief of the Manila Station's Office of Policy Coordination, OPC, and that was in turn the CIA's cover title for covert psychological warfare, CIWAR, covert political action, and covert paramilitary operations simply, COIN, CW, P103. In the all-out CIA effort that followed, he had a bottomless budget of untied coin dollars that supplemented the $67 million the U.S. Congress appropriated between 1951 and 1954 for military assistance to the Philippines, Huk, P244. And he came back with the great advantage of having a hand-picked Friday as the recently installed Philippine Secretary of Defense. Lansdale had met Ramon Mongking Magsaysay when the then Liberal Party representative came to Washington in 1948 to confer with lawmakers about Filipino veterans' benefits. Impressed by his energy, earnestness, and experience as a guerrilla leader against the Japanese, and by his possibilities generally, Lansdale took him in hand and brought him together with a number of high-echelon policy formulators, IMW, pages 1314. Also impressed, the formulators put pressure on President Elpidio Quirino to make the obscure congressman his defense chief. Consequently, Secretary of National Defense Magsaysay had been sworn into office a week before the arrival in September 1950 of his American sponsor and mentor. Also on my team, as Lansdale called his cohorts, was Colonel Napoleon Poling Valeriano, a close aide in this and subsequent operations. The former chief strategist of the campaign against the Huks, Valeriano had commanded the infamous Philippine constabulary units known as Nanita or Skull Squadrons after their skull and crossbones emblem. Under Valeriano. 392. The Nanita reportedly made generous use of the water cure, broke bones and cut off heads, cordoned off areas and killed innocent people within, and left bodies floating in rivers. Huk, pages 160, 19,698, 211. In his counter-guerrilla operations, 1962, of which the co-author was Charles T.R. Bohannon, another member of the Lansdale team, Valeriano himself described the Nanita as a hunter-killer detachment organized to seek out and destroy top leaders of the Huk, P97. Turning these forerunners of the CIA's Phoenix assassination squads loose and dropping bombs, including napalm, on villagers summed up Valeriano's strategy. It consisted in using the heaviest stick at hand to pound the Huks into submission. Lansdale's basic innovation was to add a carrot to the stick, or in more apt metaphor, to drain away peasant support so guerrilla fishes still unnetted would be left flopping high and dry. Under his mentor's guidance, Monking Magsaysay launched or talked about launching a series of agrarian reforms. Perhaps the most widely publicized was the Economic Development Corps, EDCOR, that Lansdale described in familiar terms. Magsaysay would undertake to obtain land that was judged to be in the public domain, ready for homesteading. He then would grubstake a group of settlers on this land, the settlers being retired or nearing retirement soldiers and their families, along with former hooks who were neither indicted nor convicted by civil courts and who desired to be re-educated in the democratic, peaceful, and productive way of life. IMW, p. 52. Save for mention of the hooks and their re-indoctrination, this was how the West was won all over again, with the grubstake settlers readying their wagons for the long pull across plains and mountains. In fact, less than 1,000 families were resettled by EDCOR in Mindanao, and less than 300 of these had been rebels. Hook, p. 239. Obviously the intent was not to solve the tenancy problem but to give the peasants hope that it might be solved and that their government was at last responding to their needs. The intent was to counter the hook cry, land to the landless, with Madison Avenue means. Ironically, EDCOR and other programs did persuade many hooks to surrender and thereby to disprove Lansdale's thesis that they were communist-led, for the PKP vainly denounced government programs and promises as empty and deceitful. And in truth, Lansdale's commitment to the principles of homesteading was less than firm. Land reform is a gimmick, he confided years later to his 393 friend Richard Critchfield of the Washington Star. The military war is a gimmick. It's fundamentally a question of forming a political base. Land reform was a Psy-war gimmick, and Lansdale thought of Psy-war in terms of playing a practical joke. IMW, p. 71. Aficionados of this admittedly low humor praised both Lansdale and E. Howard Hunt, another OSS veteran and then the OPC station chief in Mexico City, for having the black minds that made them the company's outstanding operational heroes. In the early 1950s, the then novice Joseph B. Smith heard a Lansdale story circulating within the CIA, after ordering a careful study of the superstitions of the Filipino peasants, their lore, their witch doctors, their taboos and myths. Lansdale had a small aircraft fly over Hook areas broadcasting mysterious Tagalog curses on villagers who dared support the rebels. He actually succeeded in starving some Hook units into surrender by these means. CW, p. 95. Lansdale called this his Eye of Cod technique, a Psy-war gimmick he extended to posting baleful staring eyes in likely places. They were printed inside a triangle and copied from what he could remember of Egyptian guardian eyes over the pharaoh tombs. IMW, pages 7475. Teammates Valeriano and Bohannon pronounced this play upon peasant superstitions surprisingly useful in the overall campaign to fool M. IMW, pages 15556. Its success was less than surprising, really, for with the eye of God upon them, villagers not unnaturally assumed his Anglo-American surrogates were close behind. Perhaps you will recall that shortly after the turn of the century, Professor Worcester had extolled opening up trails and roads into the Philippine backcountry as the only way to get at the wild man at 2:30 a.m. and terrorize him into tameness, since that is the hour when devils, Anitos, and Azuan are abroad, and he therefore wants to stay peaceably in his own house. CP 302. Now, or rather in a 1972 interview with journalist Stanley Carnaw, Lansdale recounted an Azuan story to top all Azuan stones. One Lansdale-initiated Psy-war operation played on the superstitious dread in the Philippine countryside of the Azuan, a mythical asterisk in Vietnam. The CIA later introduced a variation of Lansdale's Eye of God technique. In a 1965 forerunner of its Phoenix program, veteran CIA agent Patrick J. McGarvey recalled, some psychological warfare guy in the CIA back in Washington thought of a way to scare the hell out of the villagers. When we killed a VCI Viet Cong infrastructure suspect in there, they wanted us to spread eagle the guy, put out his eye, cut a hole in his back, and put his eye in there. The idea was that fear would be a good weapon. The funny thing was, people got squeamish about cutting out his eye, So they got hold of some CBSI's The Network's logo and began dropping them all around the body. Quoted by Seymour M. Hersh, Cover Up, New York, Random House, 1972, p. 85. 394. Vampire. A Psy-War squad entered an area and planted rumors that an Azuan lived on where the communist Sikh were based. 2 nights later, after giving the rumors time to circulate among Hook sympathizers, the Psy-War squad laid an ambush for the rebels. When a Hook patrol passed, the ambusher snatched the last man, punctured his neck vampire fashion with 2 holes, hung his body until the blood drained out, and put the corpse back on the trail. As superstitious as any other Filipinos, the insurgents fled from the region. CIA, p. 28. The action violated all the written and unwritten rules of land warfare, but to appreciate its humor fully one needed to know that such Psy-War operations were administered by a division of Magsessay's staff known as the Civil Affairs Office. Lansdale's squad was therefore a civic action team making its contribution to social intercourse. Too good to be kept black, the story was repeated in his memoir. To Lansdale it was plainly not a pro-CONFSO account of the killing of a man but merely a tale of the vamping of a native, IMW, pages 7273. In truth it appeared to be another decisive demonstration of perdurable colonizing attitudes that went back to Worcester, to McKinney and Hall, to Jefferson, and beyond. Only a dead hook is a good hook, said Major General Mariano Castañeda, who also missed the sweep of the aphorism attributed to General Sheridan. Chief of Staff of the Philippine Armed Forces, he used the army more as a club than a stick, mounting ponderous encirclement operations, tightening the area surrounded into smaller killing grounds, and then blasting those with artillery, thereby hitting or infuriating non-combatants and missing guerrillas who had long since slipped through his lines. To reform a service that was about as inefficient and corrupt and abusive as the Hooks charged, and to remake it into an effective coin instrument, was the other half of Lansdale's strategy. When Castañeda and his allies resisted Magsessay's house cleaning, Lansdale said he went to General Leland S. Hobbs, chief of the Joint United States Military Advisory Group. Mag Hobbs agreed that Magsessay deserved support and pleaded his case with President Quirino and General Castaneda. I added my own arguments in less formal meetings with the two, IMW, p. 43. Lansdale modestly refrained from indicating just how powerful his arguments were. Unless Quirino ousted Castañeda, U.S. military aid would be withheld. At the height of the struggle, Castañeda supposedly threatened to shoot Lansdale as an interfering bastard, while a 395 Magsessay bodyguard stood protectively over him, set to shoot it out with Castaneda, Wild West style, IMW, p. 44. But reason, and dollars, prevailed when President Quirino reluctantly retired his good friend the general. Lansdale's Wild West illusion was not passing literary fancy. As a New World Crusoe and Kim's grown-up cousin, his great game wherever he went was cowboys and Indians, that entertaining institutionalization, for all ages, of national patterns of extermination. Wherever he went, to the Philippines and later to Indochina, peasant guerrillas were of course the Indians, merciless savages all, with their savage attacks, their campaign that continued savagely for months and years, their ruthless savagery, their guilt of premeditated savagery, and their terror that was the old nightmare of savagery with murders and kidnappings. IMW, pages 22, 27, 85, 301, 352, 369, 375, et passim. As for the company cowboy, Lansdale was ever the man with the gun, or guns, who pointed more than his finger. He was the generic Westerner as depicted in, say, John Ford's film My Darling Clementine, 1946, in which Wyatt Earp anticipated him by shooting holes in the old nightmare of savagery when there was no law west of Kansas and no God west of Fort Scott. Lansdale had just wandered later to a farther Wild West. After an attack on Magsessay's home barrio in Zambales, we all took off after the Hook force. We were more like a posse than a military unit in pursuit of the enemy, IMW, p. 66. Or the year following, my memory of those first months of 1951 is a blur of events, Magsesse placing his paratrooper carbine so he could grab it quickly as we drove into ambush terrain on provincial roads. He was a crack shot, firing from his hip gunslinger style, IMW, p. 86. Lansdale himself tied his coin operations to the winning of the West. Of course, my concept of having soldiers behave as the brothers of the people wasn't original. The U.S. Army has a long history of similar civic action, from the opening of the West and protection of settlers in our country to such endeavors in foreign countries as the founding of public school and public health systems, IMW, p. 84n. For this history that led back past Worcester's efforts to make Asiatics clean up and onto the civic actions of Custer's 7th Cavalry, Fort Apache, 1949, another Ford film, had direct relevance, for it underscored who the people had been all along. They were not the Indians who blocked the opening of the West to civilization and who therefore had to be wiped out or driven away by the last reel. Just so was it with the Hooks, their weariness and lack of supplies, government reforms, and promises. 396. That thinned their ranks, reorganized coin forces that kept them on the run, and the overwhelming military might the United States threw into the struggle, all combined to make their plight increasingly desperate from late 1951 on. Lansdale recorded the customary happy ending with an overall body count, 195,055, of 6,874 Hooks killed, 4,702 captured, and 9,458 surrendered, IMW, pages 5051. 2. Among those captured in 1952 was William Pomeroy, an American Communist Party member who had served as a historian with the U.S. 5th Air Force in World War II and then established beginning contact with the Hook movement, later returned to Manila as a journalist and as a student at the University of the Philippines, there met and married Celia Mariano, a Filipina, and with her joined the rebels in the Sierra Madre in 1950. Lansdale related that a surprise raid on Stalin University in the Sierra Madre sent Pomeroy scurrying for safety, dropping his glasses in flight, and myopically running smack into a tree, knocking himself out, IMW, p. 98. After their capture, Celia Mariano and William Pomeroy were sentenced to life imprisonment for rebellion complexed with murder, robbery, arson, and kidnapping in an American-made tragedy, 1974. Pomeroy contended that the previously unknown crime in the Philippine Penal Code had been concocted by or within JUSMAG, AMT, p. 81. After serving 10 years of the sentence, both were pardoned, and Pomeroy was deported to the United States, wrote Lansdale, characteristically omitting mention of the refusal of the Philippine government to allow Celia Mariano to accompany her husband or to join him elsewhere. Pomeroy was predictably regarded within the CIA as a white renegade, another despicable Simon Girty who took part with the savages, in Governor Pennypacker's words, CP 339, at a coin seminar in Washington he was identified as a renegade American leader among the communist Hooks, CW, p. 91. As a zealous Marxist, Pomeroy jumped at the chance to claim PKP leadership over the whole peasant revolt and to write of it as the communist-led movement, AMT, p. 79, thereby adding his misrepresentation to Lansdale's. But Pomeroy also wrote The Forest, 1963, a remarkably well-written and moving personal record. 397. Of his part in the guerrilla struggle. It was immeasurably more honest than Lansdale's memoir and distinguished by an unquestionably sincere solidarity with those who were being victimized. That courageous commitment aside, Pomeroy's narrative also revealed more shared assumptions and attitudes with the secret agent than either of them were likely to have thought possible, and surely more than they could have comfortably acknowledged. In certain respects, and in them only, the two covert philanthropists were mirror images of each other. In my youth, Pomeroy wrote in The Forest, the Indian Trail was always a great fascination. Now we hurry on forest paths, cross glades, and wade streams, that might have been met by La Salle, Champlain, and the coureurs de bois, p. 103. From his youth on he had identified not with the Indians who made the paths but with the explorers and frontiersmen who rushed down them to open up the West. One of their guides he thought of as he did of the old mountain men of the western lands, who guided the wagon trains over the plains, p. 123. Or at a hook camp in the Sierra Madre, smoke plumes up in the rich sunlight from huts that could be log cabins at the rim of the clearing. They might be homes of settlers in the wilderness in the boon days of Kentucky. And those men going up the trail to the forest could be frontiersmen with long rifles out for game, p. 77. Like the settlers of that earlier dark and bloody ground, Pomeroy had few good words for the real forest people, those he called Dumagats or the Aboriginals, the primitive ones, the original inhabitants of the forest. His prejudice against them matched Professor Worcester's earlier contempt, for the Dumagats were creatures lost in time, Stone Age throwbacks, or in short, treacherous merciless savages. For a pound of salt or tobacco they will sell out any friend, any ally. They are possessed with the terrible honor of the primitive, molest a woman, insult a man, and they are savage silent ambushers with poisoned darts. With these people we must live, for our own survival. When the Hooks first met Dumagats and suffered from camps raided because of their misunderstood betrayals, there were enraged reactions. One FC Field Command commander ordered the liquidation of all Dumagats, but one cannot liquidate people who merge like their own Anatos into rock and tree. So we have organized them, as much as they can be organized, promising land and fertilizer, schools and medical care, in the society to come. Pages 18,586. 398. If you cannot liquidate them, organize them *. These unimproved natives merged with and were inseparable from unimproved nature, the forest that was for Pomeroy not a sacred grove, not an embracing shelter, nor even an indifferent refuge. It was a vine that caught at him in a ravine, a root that tripped him up, a tree malevolently blocking his way, or a thorny creeper he cursed for its cunning malice, while the whole was a metaphor for the colonial system. And then, at times, the forest is all the evil forces that have held back the advance of civilization, and I am man, fighting his way through the dark underbrush of ignorance, intolerance, and misunderstanding, toward an open world of enlightenment, of freedom, and of brotherhood. p. 203. Rarely has the truism that Marxism is a Judeo-Christian heresy been more vividly demonstrated. Pomeroy was as alienated from the land he presumed to liberate as the Puritans had been from their howling wilderness, John Fiske from his Wyoming moonscape, or Henry Adams from his detested mountains and execrated sea. Both the secret agent and the guerrilla propagandist had come to the islands to unmask the enemy, to wit, each other. Both considered natives too simple to do their own unmasking without what the latter called firm centralized guidance. Now we are tearing away the blindfolds, wrote Pomeroy, letting them see their own land clearly, p. 25. Peasants were being led into the future by those with a scientific knowledge of society and with precise guidance of main forces, allies, and reserves, based on the most nearly correct estimate of given situations, p. 68. 3. Meanwhile, back at the JUSMAG compound the secret agent led the Filipinos into a different future by putting the finishing touches to the Lansdale Magsaysay saga. Word passed up through company channels that President Quirino's Liberal Party government was no better than the Hooks charged. It was said to be corrupt beyond belief or salvation and likely to topple the Philippine Republic if re-elected in 1953, CW, pages 1067. 2 years before that election took place, Desmond Fitzgerald, deputy chief of the CIA's Far East Division, sent out Gabriel Kaplan, a New York lawyer and Republican politician, to help Lansdale elect Magsaysay president. Kaplan helped with the election of 1951 and put together a network of civic organizations, chambers of commerce, the JCs, Rotary, Lions, League of Women Voters, and veterans groups in the National Movement for Free Elections, NAMFREL, in support of the defense chief's candidacy. In his account of NAMFREL, Lansdale said only that it had been formed by a group of public-spirited citizens, IMW, pages 90, 95n. In fact, these public-spirited folk had been rounded up by Kaplan and funded by the CIA station, CW, P108. For the 1953 crusade and what the secret agent called a magnificent chapter of Philippine history, he was backed by his team, by NAMFREL, by Embassy Counselor William Lacey and Admiral Raymond Spruance, the U.S. Ambassador, by Admiral Arthur Radford, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, by Allen Dulles and his CIA boss's brother, Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, and by the Eisenhower administration's bottomless blank check tactics to keep the election on track, St. P107, CFCIA. P27. How many millions of secret US dollars Lansdale could put his hands on was perhaps roughly indicated by his wide-eyed professions of poverty. I was surprised to hear my name included in the rumors as having given Magsaysay $3 million for his campaign. The rumor-mongers certainly didn't know the tiny budget of government and personal funds on which I was operating. I was close to being flat broke. In the midst of all this political hubbub, I concentrated on writing a plan for safeguarding the integrity of the 1953 election. IMW, P104. So the nearly flat-broke ragtime kid on the subject of integrity he was dissembling, of course, but that was just a bit of disinformation within the larger untruth, that the Filipinos were writing their own magnificent chapter. Add to the awesome cloud of Lansdale's slush funds the assets of his candidate. Ramon Magsaysay was the son of a carpenter and had been born in the tropical counterpart of a log cabin. He had himself worked with his hands as a mechanic and was the 400. First serious aspirant for high Philippine office not to come from the gentry. Moreover, he was colorful, a man of the people, and his CIA mentors noted delightedly, possessed of charisma. Lansdale packaged his candidacy as the island equivalent of Indian fighting Andrew Jackson and of the proverbial struggle from log cabin to White House, save that hook fighting Magsaysay had to struggle from Barrio to Malacanang Palace. One problem was troublesome. Magsaysay belonged to the Liberal Party, of which Quirino was certain to be the nominee. The Nationalist Party almost certainly would nominate Senator Jose Laurel or Senator Claro M. Recto, both of whom had been leaders of the puppet government under the Japanese. But as Joseph B. Smith remarked, conning one another is the second favorite activity of con men, CW, P109. The deal was for Magsaysay to change parties like shirts, for Laurel to stand aside, and for Lansdale's man to become the nationalist nominee. By joining Lansdale's American team, Laurel and Recto put to rest their collaborationist pasts and could hope to control the man they regarded as a stupid soldier. I thought it amusing to arrange a deal with the American military who spent most of their time unjustly defaming me, Recto told Smith years later. As for Ramon, he was so dumb I knew I could handle him. Asterisk. Inauguration day at the presidential palace, said the secret agent, reminded him strongly of the cartoons and stories of Andrew Jackson in the White House. The public went wild. Vast throngs of citizens at the Philippine inauguration actually tore the clothes from Magsaysay's back as he made his way to the stand. After he was sworn in, he threw open the doors of Malacanang and invited everyone to come for a visit. They came by the thousands, the well-clad and the barefoot, jamming into rooms of state. This exuberant scene of democracy triumphant was a fitting way to mark the close of my mission and to return home. IMW, P124. Or as Magsaysay said more simply, the people will have their own way. Actually, the Manila CIA station oversaw all his important foreign policy decisions, wrote his speeches, and made him a favorite of the island and the mainland press, CW, pages 25,254. Lansdale's man, Colonel Napoleon Valeriano, became his senior military aide. Never really the showcase of democracy in Asia, as the New York Times benignly editorialized, September 17, 1953, the Philippine Republic now had become the showcase of company colonialism. It was soon no secret, time breezily acknowledged, that Ramon Magsaysay was America's boy, November 23, 1953. Once a native, always a boy. Even a Magsaysay? One of his mentor's post-election anecdotes inadvertently answered that question in the affirmative. In keeping with U.S. policy, I had avoided associating with him in the campaign. Oddly enough, my absence in his campaign didn't prevent gossip that I was present at Magsaysay's side during much of it. People swore that they saw me on the platform with him, including the time when I was in Indochina. Later, Magsaysay confessed to me that he had generated some of this gossip himself, believing that the idea of his closeness to Americans would help in his election. He aided the image by having his aide Manuel Nieto grow a mustache like mine. Nieto, of Spanish ancestry, could pass for an American. IMW, pages 12122. Clearly, a dark-skinned native, even a Magsaysay, could never pass for an American, and that was to say a fair-skinned adult. This home truth was one of the choice secrets overlooked by Lansdale's WASP censors, who in turn had naturally assumed an American possessed their own bright good looks. In January 1954 Lansdale returned to Washington the covered savior of the Philippines from communism. With the election of Magsaysay he had also given the Filipinos a hero to place beside Jose Rizal, the model non-militant that William Howard Taft had bestowed upon Themer. So Lansdale and Taft's other successors thought, CP 366, CFCW, P 283. And with the Magsaysay formula down pat, why should he not take his team of Americans and Filipinos on the road to save other countries and create other national heroes on demand? Turn the page of his memoir and come to his next chapter, Assignment, Vietnam. 402. Chapter XXVII. Closing the Circle of Empire, Indochina. Besides, it is well known that empire has been traveling from east to west. Probably her last and broadest seat will be America. Here the sciences and the arts of civilized life are to receive their highest improvement. Elevated with these prospects, which are not merely the visions of fancy, we cannot but anticipate the period, as not far distant, when the American empire will comprehend millions of souls, west of the Mississippi. Jedediah Morse, The American Geography, 1789. High above the South Seas the secret proconsul mused over his mission. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles had told him he was to help the Vietnamese help themselves. But could he help, with the French certain to insist upon their colonial prerogatives and embittered by the war they had all but lost? Just the preceding April the Viet Minh surrounding Dien Bien Phu had pressed their attacks savagely home, and on May 7 the fortress had fallen. The French defeat at Dien Bien Phu had shown that Asians could beat Europeans decisively in battle. Now what would happen to the millions of Vietnamese who had a vital stake in the ongoing Geneva Conference? Was I going to be able to help them, wondered Edward Geary Lansdale, according to his recollections, as his plane touched down at Tan Son Nhut, Saigon's airport, IMW, pages 12631. At precisely that moment on June 1, 1954, the United States of America finally thumped down on the far side of the Pacific and, as General Arthur MacArthur would have said, closed the circle of empire by returning to the cradle of its race. Just as it had. 403. Arrived in the Philippines from which Lansdale's plane took off, the United States arrived in Indochina to intervene directly in a revolution and to supplant another colonial power. The circle was closed physically by Lansdale and his team, for they were the first American fighting men in Indochina as distinguished from such military observers as Lederer and Budix Tex Wolkoff the hundreds of thousands to come. Our chapter epigraph from Jedediah Morse's Geography serves both to commemorate this historic moment and to remind us that all these dedicated Americans had in a very real sense been on their way for centuries. Vietnam lay west of the Mississippi, and millions of souls, led off by Lansdale, did their best to make it part of the American empire. As for the more immediate background of their arrival, the secret agent's memoir was masterfully misleading. Thanks to one of history's good jokes, it was a former Lansdale protege and teammate named Daniel Ellsberg who provided us with the documents necessary for establishing that immediate background and for pinpointing the Imperial agent's falsities about how he got to Saigon and why. The Pentagon Papers Ellsberg made available demonstrated that the Cold War attitudes and misconceptions usually attributed to later administrations actually had their surface roots in the years when Harry S. Truman was in the White House, GPP, I. 1555. On May 23, 1961, for instance, Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson indeed formulated a variant of the domino theory when he affirmed to President Kennedy that his recent trip to Southeast Asia had made plain we must decide whether to help these countries to the best of our ability or throw in the towel in the area and pull back our defenses to San Francisco and a Fortress America concept, Dodd, 11, 164. But Johnson's absurd notion that the loss of Indochina would lead inexorably to such a drastic rollback of empire had its origins in the 1949 loss of China and thus predated the outbreak of the Korean War in June 1950, GPP, I. 82. It had been adumbrated back in 1945 when the United States had encouraged France to give Vietnam greater self-government, lest the continent be swept by a wildfire of ideologies contrary to our own or a pan-Asiatic movement against all Western powers, Dodd, 8, 2225, **** melancholy footnotes to this fear of contrary ideologies and native independence movements were the eloquent letters Ho Chi Minh sent Truman in 194,546 pleading for recognition and for support of Annamese independence according to the Philippines example, Dodd, 8, 61. No doubt the revolutionary had in mind the post-colonial Philippines and of course had no way of knowing what independence had in store for that new republic. But his September 2, 1945, Declaration of Independence of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam showed that well into the 1940s he still admired the United States and drew from its declaration the paradigmatic principles of what he presumed was the leading anti-colonial power in. Footnote continued on the next page. 404. The extravagant foolishness of the domino theory has long diverted attention from its serious origins. It was an updated, internationalized version of the old fear of pan-Indian movements that went back beyond the Pequots and the Narragansetts. Now as then it was the revealing outcrop of deep-seated dread, let one lot of natives slip from under Western control and then other lots would contagiously rise up one after another to throw off that association of the philanthropic, the pious and the profitable called colonialism and would therewith send the pieces tumbling down all the way back to the Pacific slope or even in its earliest incarnation all the way back to the Atlantic strand. This underlying and historic fear motivated Truman's administration and those of his successors, I am suggesting, along with their more commonplace political and economic motives in both the domestic and the foreign spheres. They feared exactly what Ho Chi Minh avowed in 1946, the white man is finished in Asia, GPP, I. 49. In 1954 the day of the white man's departure seemingly came a quantum leap closer at Dien Bien Phu, the world turned upside down victory that Lederer and Burdick discussed with undisguised loathing in their fiction, and Lansdale with unconcealed apprehension. That unprecedented victory of Asian over European, in the words of the Pentagon analysts, had been lacerating for the French and hardly less so for their U.S. allies, who had looked on in scared disbelief as barefooted and sneaker-shod natives overwhelmed a modern mechanized army they had helped keep in the field with more than $1.5 billion of economic and military assistance, GPP, I. 180, 211. All too clearly the French had let their natives get out of hand. On January 30, 1954, and thus prior to the debacle at Dien Bien Phu, March 13 May 7, Eisenhower's Special Committee on Indochina heard Admiral Radford of the Joint Chiefs warn that the U.S. could not afford to let the Viet Minh take the Tonkin Delta. If this were lost, Indochina would be lost and the rest of Southeast Asia would fall. Director Allen Dulles of the Central Intelligence Agency, and not his brother, inquired if an unconventional war. Footnote continued from the previous page. The West excerpts from the DRV Declaration appear in George McTurnan Kahane and John W. Lewis, The United States in Vietnam, New York, Dell, 1967, pages 34,547. Like Aguinaldo and all the Native American rebels who preceded that earlier revolutionary, Ho Chi Minh had to learn the hard way that official American protestations of anti-colonialism were the assurances of confidence men, some of whom had admittedly conned themselves. As for this great lost opportunity to support one of the anti-colonial movements sweeping the world after World War II, the Pentagon analysts put the question squarely: if the U.S. choice in Vietnam really came down to either French colonialism or Ho Chi Minh, should Ho be or have been automatically excluded? GPP, I, 51. Unfortunately, their analysis of why this exclusion was indeed virtually automatic barely scratched the surface of the 3.5 centuries of history that had rendered all but a few Anglo-Americans unfit for support of native liberation. 405. Fair officer, specifically Colonel Lansdale, could not be added to the group of liaison officers already assigned to Vietnam, and Radford thought that might be done. GPP, I, 44,347, it was this meeting that Lansdale attended as a CIA representative, CP 382. Well before the French defeat of May 7, therefore, Dulles moved to intervene directly in the conflict by sending his expert native handler to Indochina. In the intervening 4 months until Lansdale quietly entered the fray, events and decisions combined to make his brand of unconventional warfare almost all the administration had to fall back on. Proposals to use tactical nuclear weapons were considered and rejected. Conditions for conventional warfare seemed scarcely more promising, as the debriefing of Major General Thomas J. H. Trapnell, Jr., the returning chief of the Military Assistance Advisory Group, MAAG, in Indochina, made clear on May 3. The Battle of Indochina is an armed revolution which is now in its 8th year. It is a savage conflict fought in a fantastic country in which the battle may be waged one day in waist-deep muddy rice paddies or later in an impenetrable mountainous jungle. The sun saps the vitality of friend and foe alike, but particularly the European soldier. Dodd, 9, 406. Secretary of the Army Robert T. Stevens, remembered best perhaps as Senator Joseph McCarthy's mild-mannered adversary, also worried about what would happen to white GIs in that terrain. It has a tropical, monsoon climate with pronounced wet and dry seasons, and the disease and morale hazards are high for Caucasian troops. As if that were not enough, the population, when not hostile, is untrustworthy. Dodd, 9, 475. In any event, Eisenhower had already decided on May 7, the day Dien Bien Phu fell, not to send in combat forces to fight alongside the French as partners in a white man's party to determine the problems of Southeast Asian nations. GPP, I, 5012. What the president meant by a white man's party was spelled out on May 15 in one of Secretary Dulles's cables to the U.S. Embassy in Paris. France could not equivocate on completeness of independence for Vietnam, whatever that meant, if we are to get the Philippines and Thailand to associate themselves. Without them, the whole arrangement would collapse because we are not, repeat not, prepared to intervene purely as part of a white Western coalition which is shunned by all Asian states. Dodd, 9, 46,667. But what Eisenhower, Dulles, and the rest of the Special Committee were not. 406. Prepared to do overtly, they had already set out to do covertly. They had made arrangements for a secret white man's party, no French invited. Was I going to be able to help them? Wondered the secret Samaritan, but we need not pause to marvel at such spontaneous philanthropy. A serviceable summary of his actual assignment, one he may have had a hand in drafting, appeared as a statement of the problem by the President's Special Committee. To set forth a program of action without resort to overt combat operations by U.S. forces, designed to, a. secure the military defeat of Communist forces in Indochina, and, b. establish a Western-oriented complex in Southeast Asia incorporating Indochina, Thailand, Burma, Malaya, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Dodd, 9, 333. Lansdale was to work his Magsaysay magic on the Vietnamese, in fine, so they would further U.S. interests while thinking they were furthering their own. Moreover, he was to exploit his Magsaysay triumph by bringing Filipinos and other Asians into his operation as native alter egos who would camouflage the ultimate objective of a Western-oriented complex, and that was to say, as John Foster Dulles linked the terms, white Western-oriented and white Western-dominated. U.S. racism was built into Lansdale's mission and landed with him and the Empire at Tan Son Nhut on June 1, 1954. 2. Privileged behind-the-scenes glimpses of a Cold War combat team and of the secret agents' actual nurturance of the Vietnamese came to light with the publication of the 21,000-word Lansdale Team's report on covert Saigon mission in 1954 and 1955, GPP, I. 57,383. With this and other previously secret documents as anchors, we can face up to Lansdale's memoir and observe how the imperial agent plied his craft. Lansdale's assignment in Vietnam was to do precisely what the United States pledged solemnly not to do, in its unilateral declaration on the Geneva Accords, signed July 21, 1954, it undertook to refrain from the threat or the use of force to disturb them. Dodd, 9, 671. Under nominal cover as the U.S. Embassy's assistant air attaché, he hurriedly drew together the nucleus of his 407 team of disturbers called the Saigon Military Mission, SMM, before the ceasefire on August 11 put a ceiling on the number of military personnel the United States could legitimately keep in the country. First to come aboard was Major Lucien Conian, Missourian of French-American parentage, veteran of both the French Foreign Legion and the American OSS, and an old Indochina hand who had gone to native, or so U.S. officials in Saigon came to believe. An able paramilitary specialist, in Lansdale's more supportive judgment, Conian was assigned to MAAG for cover purposes, as were other key CIA agents, including William Rawson, Arthur Arundel, Joseph Reddick, an expert in counter-subversion and small arms, and Rufus C. Phillips III, whom the company had recruited in New Haven. Phillips, who had played football at Yale, was a tow-headed six-footer, a giant among the smaller Vietnamese. He stood out like a sore thumb, IMW, p. 236. Charles T. R. Bohannon, a former teammate in Philippine days, was in town. In his memoir Lansdale recalled Bo turning up unexpectedly, saying he figured he might be missing some fun and games, IMW, p. 287. And of course present was the indispensable Colonel Napoleon Valeriano, who had a fine combat record against the communist hooks and who had come over to help organize the Guard Battalion for the Presidential Palace. Asterisk. In the philanthropy of Lansdale's memoir, I had split my small team in two. One half, under Major Conian, engaged in refugee work in the North, IMW, p. 168. In the relative reality of his secret report, Major Conian was given responsibility for developing paramilitary organizations in the North, to be in position when the Viet Minh took over. Conian was to beat the Geneva deadline by having these underground groups, trained and supported by the United States, in place ready for actions required against the enemy and otherwise through sabotage and terror to disrupt international agreements reached only after 8 years of bloody warfare. In late September 1954 they learned that the largest printing establishment in the North intended to remain in Hanoi and do business with the Viet Minh. An attempt was made. 4. By the SMM to destroy the modern presses, but Viet Minh security agents already had moved into the plant and frustrated the attempt. The northern team was there when Hanoi was evacuated on October 9 and was disturbed by the contrast between the silent march of the victorious Viet Minh troops in their tennis shoes and the clanking armor of the well-equipped French. The northern team had spent the last days of Hanoi in contaminating the oil supply of the bus company for a gradual wreckage of engines in the buses, In taking the first actions for delayed sabotage of the railroad, which required teamwork with a CIA technical team in Japan who performed their part brilliantly, and in writing detailed notes of potential targets for future paramilitary operations. U.S. adherence to the Geneva Agreement prevented SMM from carrying out the active sabotage it desired to do against the power plant, water facilities, harbor, and bridge. GPP, I. 579. No doubt such restraint was admirable, especially in the last days of Hanoi, but why Lansdale believed sabotage of buses and railroads was permitted by the Geneva Accords, while sabotage of power plants and bridges was not, has to remain one of the mysteries of the clandestine mentality. The paramilitary actions of his team flagrantly violated those agreements and the U.S. pledge not to disrupt them, as well as the fundamental international law rights of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, DRV, as a sovereign state. Though merely one of his cover duties, Konian did in fact engage in refugee work in the north by generating dislocation and deracination. One shrewd stroke was a Black Siwar strike in Hanoi, leaflets signed by the Viet Minh instructing Tonkinese on how to behave for the Viet Minh takeover of the Hanoi region in early October, including items about property, money reform, and a 3-day holiday of workers upon takeover. The day following distribution of these leaflets, refugee registration tripled. CIA lies sped the refugees, mostly Catholics, south to the free world, and by the spring of 1955 their flow clogged the movements of the northern team. Haiphong was reminiscent of our own pioneer days as it was swamped with people whom it couldn't shelter. Living space and food were at a premium, nervous tension grew. It was a wild time for our northern team. It was Wild Dodge City all over again, save this time the frontier was rolling backward, with the hostiles taking over Haiphong on May 16. 409. 3. Meanwhile, back in Saigon our chief's reputation from the Philippines had preceded him. Hundreds of Vietnamese acquaintanceships were made quickly. Lansdale put his experience with Asians to use by making Big Rufus Phillips director of a subtle Siwar strike in the form of an almanac for popular sale, particularly in the northern cities and towns we could still reach. Noted Vietnamese astrologers were hired to write predictions about coming disasters to certain Viet Minh leaders and undertakings, and to predict unity in the South. The work was based on our concept of the use of astrology for Siwar in Southeast Asia, GPP, I. 582. The ragtime kid held palmistry and astrology to be the key to the Far East, and here he was in the flesh, life foreshadowing art. Coin operations bred such instant experts as the secret proconsul and brought together, in Washington and in the field, men who had little experience and even less idea of the political situation in the countries involved, wrote L. Fletcher Prouty. It was a shattering experience to attend some of these meetings and to hear men, some high in the councils of government, not even able to locate some of these countries on the coin watch list and to pronounce their names, St. p. 136. Since Lansdale had been to Indochina on a brief visit in 1953, he could locate the country, otherwise he was a major case in point. In between his Philippines and Vietnam assignments, he had hoped to read into the scene, as they say in the CIA, but had not had time. IMW, pages 12728. He had thus arrived in Saigon as grossly ignorant of the Vietnamese and their culture as Taft had been of the Filipinos or McKinney of the Ojibways. Grounded firmly in the national tradition of disdain for natives, Lansdale never extended his fabled old hand expertise beyond their putative superstitions and psychological vulnerabilities, CFIMW, pages 22627, 243n. After all, the secret agent had come over to help because they were natives, there were some practical things that needed doing, and there were no Vietnamese to do them, IMW, p. 234. To bring them up to snuff, he bombarded them with a Thomas Paine-type series of essays on Vietnamese patriotism through the good offices of a publisher known to SMM as the Dragon Lady. 410. An apt comic strip touch. He set up a small English class conducted for mistresses of important personages, at their request, and of course so the SMM could get a hold over the generals, politicians, and entrepreneurs who were their lovers. Apart from those brief tastes of family life, Lansdale himself seems to have practiced self-imposed chastity, partly to remain acceptable to his celibate premier but mainly to armor himself against enemy and adversary agents. Within the intelligence community, as he well knew, the body was a prime target of dirty tricks, and its appetites were weaknesses to be mercilessly exploited. Besides, Lansdale was a product of a tradition leading back to John Endicott, the tradition in which energies and impulses were channeled into quite different fun and games. Asterisk. The overt Lansdale encouraged the formation of a new organization called the Freedom Company of the Philippines. I felt that the presence in Vietnam of such people, so visibly dedicated to the principle of man's liberty, would have a heartening effect upon Vietnamese nationalists. IMW, pages 21314. The covered Lansdale mentioned the organization in his Diary Form 1955 report but was still more explicit in a 1961 memorandum for General Maxwell D. Taylor, Resources for Unconventional Warfare, S.E. Asia, GPP, 2, 64349. By then renamed the Eastern Construction Company, the Freedom Company had started in 1954 as a non-profit organization, with President Magsaysay as its honorary president. Its charter stated plainly that it was to serve the cause of freedom. It actually was a mechanism to permit the deployment of Filipino personnel in other Asian countries, for unconventional operations, under cover of a public service organization having a contract with the host government. Philippines armed forces and government personnel were sheep-dipped and served abroad. Its personnel helped write the Constitution of the Republic of Vietnam, trained Vietnam's Presidential Guard Battalion, and were instrumental in founding and organizing the Vietnamese Veterans Legion. GPP, 2, 64748. Johnny, Frisco, San Juan, past National Commander of the Philippines Veterans Legion and one of Magsaysay's key aides, became president of the mechanism, and most of its cadre, like Valeriano, had been on Lansdale's team in the islands. Bohannon developed a small Freedom Company training camp in a hidden valley on the Clark AFB Air Force Base Reservation in Luzon, where recruits learned the arts of Psy-war, smuggling, sabotage, commando raids, kidnapping. After their sheep-dipping, these liberty-loving Fridays served abroad, to hide the truth that the secret proconsul was throwing a white man's party. For the overt Lansdale rays of Philippine sunshine broke through the Vietnamese clouds in the form of a remarkable group of Filipino volunteers who made up the first contingents of an endeavor called Operation Brotherhood. This happy and hard-working crew had only one aim. They wanted to ease the suffering of their fellow Asians. IMW, pages 16869. For the covered Lansdale OB, as he called it, was masterful guile. His pride bubbled over as he reported that former teammate Oscar Arellano, now Vice President for Asia of the International Junior Chambers of Commerce, stopped by for a visit with our chief. An idea in this visit later grew into Operation Brotherhood, another mechanism of volunteer medical teams of free Asians to aid the free Vietnamese who have few doctors of their own. Washington responded warmly to the idea. President Diem was visited. He issued an appeal to the free world for help. The Junior International adopted the idea. SMM would monitor the operation quietly in the background. GPP, I, 575, 576. In 1961 Lansdale was still more specific about the quiet monitoring of these free Asians. They were under a measure of CIA control. OB had been from the beginning part of the 1955 pacification and refugee program. Initially Filipino teams, later other Asian and European teams, served in OB in Vietnam. Their work was closely coordinated with the Vietnamese Army operations which cleaned up Viet Minh stay-behinds and started stabilizing rural areas. GPP, 2, 648, my italics. Operation Brotherhood was run by the Freedom Company, fittingly, and fully funded by the CIA, CW, pages 179, 25,152. Even in their refugee work the free Asians found time to scout out 412 potential agents on the other side. But their non-white skins were considered still more critically important in winning over the population through the pacification program devised by SMM and adopted by DM. Thus the fabulous Free Asian Brothers eased the suffering of their fellows by their integral participation in DM's 195,559 campaign of terror to clean up the countryside of stay-behinds, members of dissident religious sects and political factions, and of just plain suspects, FF, pages 14,041. Freedom was indivisible. The overt Lansdale had his team carry it up into the Central Highlands to share with the peoples thereat 24 or so mountain tribes the French called Montagnards. DM agreed to reforms in administration and official attitudes in tribal areas. Officers on my staff started sporting bracelets that denoted their adoption into tribes, IMW, p. 327. DM's reforms were to deny the Montagnards the autonomy they had enjoyed under the French, to settle some 200,000 refugees on their traditional lands, and later to embark upon their removal to reservations, GPP, I, 312. Lansdale's agents were in fact the first organizers of the secret army, as Fred Branfman has called it, that came to include some 45,000 Montagnards, Nung, and other tribal groups in South Vietnam alone. Behind their shield of Filipinos, CIA operatives extended these irregular forces to Thailand, even to Burma among the Shan tribes, and of course to Laos among the Mio and the numerous Lauthung tribal groupings, CFCW, p. 252. By 1961 the covered Lansdale could report to Maxwell Taylor that about 9,000 Mio tribesmen have been equipped for guerrilla operations. Estimates on how many more of these splendid fighting men could be recruited vary, but a realistic figure would be around 4,000 more, although the total manpower pool is larger. Command control of Mio operations is exercised by the Chief CIA Vientiane with the advice of Chief MAAG Laos. GPP, 2, 646. With this excerpt before us, we can understand why the anonymous Air Force officer of the report the President wanted published, CP 382, went out of his way to have his Christian Chinese refugees beg for assurance the United States would stand firm in its policy in Asia, and particularly in Laos. The secret agent had a vested interest in the mercenary army in that tiny and formerly peaceful country. Natives there and elsewhere in Southeast Asia constituted a manpower pool that CIA operatives could dip up by false promises, threats, force, bribery. Before the decade was over many more splendid fighting men bit the 413 dust in battles that were not theirs and that nonetheless decimated their peoples. The tribal recruiting Operation Lansdale started came straight out of traditional Western attitudes toward natives as objects. His Freedom Company and huge Operation Brotherhood betrayed freedom and denied brotherhood on a scale that would have left Melville's confidence man gasping with admiration. And the joke was that Asians saw around the Filipinos to the reality of Lansdale's surprise party. As a Chinese told me in Singapore one time, recalled one of his fellow agents, the Filipinos have brown faces but they wear the same Hawaiian sport shirts the Americans do, CW, p. 252. 414. Chapter XXVIII. The Quiet American. Now and then, Tuk or Nu would be with DM when I arrived for a meeting with him, but they would excuse themselves after we exchanged greetings. I saw Nu's children more often, since they had the run of the palace, and I often stopped for a brief game of cowboys and Indians with them. Once, when I had tumbled dramatically to the floor under their pointed finger guns, there were gasps behind me. I looked up to see a group of diplomats arriving for a protocol call. They were staring at me deadpan, not a smile among them. The children and I thought the moment hilarious. Edward Geary Lansdale, In the Midst of Wars, 1972. Free Filipinos. Free Vietnamese. Free Asians. Free world. In the looking-glass world of the secret proconsul, fact and fancy intertwined, pirouette, and interpenetrated to create endlessly mirrored confusions. In his Coin Resources Memorandum for General Maxwell Taylor, for instance, Lansdale noted that there is also a local veterans organization and a grassroots political organization in Laos, both of which are subject to CIA direction and control and are capable of carrying out propaganda, sabotage and harassment operations. GPP 2, 647. Had he forgotten that he was not speaking to natives but writing secrets for the Whiting? Or did he really believe there could be grassroots organizations controlled by the CIA? In naive age of reason fashion I have distinguished between the overt and the covert Lansdales by rule of thumb, laid bare what I view as the former's double-dealing, and still have penetrated no more than his false front. What if there were nothing beyond, no real behind, as in the set of a false front western? Or better, what if we laboriously lift the many masks of the agent's masquerade only to find beneath his last philanthropic phrase an actor who had become his part in the national scenario? What was Kim? What was Lansdale? The outrider of empire was fond of repeating that he took his American principles with him into Asian struggles. Americans too have an ideology. It sees man as a free individual, graced with spiritual values from which come human rights. It is in keeping with what Paul of Tarsus wrote to the Corinthians nearly 2,000 years ago, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. When we Americans give of our substance to the people of other countries, we should give as generously of our ideology as we do of our money, our guns, our cereal grains, and our machinery. In sharing our ideology, while making others strong enough to embrace and hold it for their own, the American people strive toward a millennium when the world will be free and wars will be past. In the midst of wars the secret agent foresaw eternal peace, IMW, pages 1056. On the other side of the earth from where the saints set out, Lansdale was still building New Israel. The undercover representative of a redeemed people, he built veterans groups and the like in countries that would thereby become strong enough one day to share and hold American freedom for their own. So, yes, his company could foster organizations at the rice roots, since it did not represent the selfish nationalism of the colons he despised in French intelligence. Rather, his CIA represented the anti-colonialism and selfless internationalism invoked by the very term Americanization. For most Americans, Claude Julien wrote in America's Empire, 1971, p. 7, when the United States intervenes in world affairs it is not to defend their interests or their national ambitions but to serve selflessly an international order. Their long onslaught upon the nature both without and within had created a defactualized universe in which disinformation became the official medium of exchange. Lansdale was no more than the repository and instrument of their hereditary belief that the United States was fundamentally unlike and better than the European imperial powers. He implemented national policies that by collective sleight of hand became the abstractions of international mission. Getting the Vietnamese to further U.S. interests while thinking they were furthering their own was from beginning to end a national swindle. And in my view of the evidence, this Lawrence of the free world lived out the empty abstractions of his role with impenetrable innocence, turned on in his most secret memoranda, he still 416 sounded like a recording of the Pledge of Allegiance. As an American legend in search of substance, he not surprisingly received the tribute of having characters in 3 novels based upon him. The best of the 3 cut through to the heart of the moral problem he posed. In Graham Greene's The Quiet American, 1955, the legend ascended to the level of literature in Alden Pyle, the title character who was also impregnably armored by his good intentions and his ignorance, also in a clandestine service, also in search of a dependable Friday to help him save the country from communism. There when Lansdale led the Americans in to supplant the French, Greene had seemingly studied the secret agent intently, for Pyle's principal characteristics matched Lansdale's down to and including Boy Scout mask. Pyle had an unmistakably young and unused face, a crew cut, gangly legs, great earnestness, and all the other familiar features and trappings of American innocence. Narrator Thomas Fowler was his counterpoint, a green-like British correspondent, cynical and sufficiently knowledgeable about Asia to know how little he knew, all in all a fit representative of European experience. When they met, Fowler tried to get Pyle to look at the lovely feminine forms coming up the street toward them in white silk trousers, the long tight jackets in pink and mauve patterns split up the thigh, but the American preferred his abstractions to the sensual realities of these delicate women. He was absorbed already in the dilemmas of democracy and the responsibilities of the West. He was determined, I learned that very soon, to do good, not to any individual person but to a country, a continent, a world. Well, he was in his element now, with the whole universe to improve. Pages 1617. Pyle already knew all about Asia, how to save its peoples, even in spite of themselves, by mobilizing a third force of indigenous nationalism against the old colonialism and the new communism. He knew all this because he was a student of the very profound York Harding, a roving American columnist who wrote books called The Advance of Red China, The Challenge to Democracy, and The Role of the West. The role of the West. Pyle believed England and France so tainted with colonialism they could not hope to win the confidence of Asians, while America had come in with clean hands. Fowler wondered about Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and New Mexico, p. 123. Pyle knew Asians don't want communism. Fowler. 417. Thought they wanted enough rice and don't want our white skins around telling them what they want, p. 93. Pyle knew the Vietnamese would never hate the Americans as they hated the French. Fowler wondered. Are you sure? Sometimes we have a kind of love for our enemies and sometimes we feel hate for our friends. You talk like a European, Thomas. These people aren't complicated. Is that what you've learned in a few months? You'll be calling them childlike next. Well, in a way. Find me an uncomplicated child, Pyle. p. 174. With a few well-chosen words Green ripped the false front from the Pyle philanthropy of winning the hearts and minds of childlike, superstitious natives. Winning hearts and minds was the great American con. Fowler admitted that Pyle's motives were good, as were his country's, but the moral problem was that this good man was a killer, responsible for at least 50 deaths before he was stopped in the novel, not in the flesh. Pyle selected as his third force leader a terrorist general named the, supplied him with smuggled explosives, and helped him set up bombings to be blamed on the communists. Winning the East for democracy, Pyle retained his essential innocence even in the presence of the civilian victims, seeing them only as counters in the ideological war. When he saw a dead body he couldn't even see the wounds, p. 31. After one of Pyle's bombs went off in a Saigon square during the shopping hour, Fowler lost control and thrust him into a pool of blood or into the pain. As the correspondent thought of it, I remember how he turned away and looked at his stained shoe in perplexity and said, I must get a shine before I see the minister, p. 61. Fowler had to tell him that he had the third force and national democracy all over his right shoe, p. 162. Such innocence, Fowler concluded, always calls mutely for protection when we would be so much wiser to guard ourselves against it. Innocence is like a dumb leper who has lost his bell, wandering the world, meaning no harm, p. 36. The simile blew the agent's cover, to expose the national mission he secretly represented.